Hi, good evening, boys and girls. Welcome to the stream. ඉතින් කට්ටිය මොකද වෙන්නේ? ආයෙර මොකද වෙන්නේ? මම රාවුස් මයන්න. ඩිස් එකට ගිහිල්ලා ඉන්නවා අපි. එරේ මට විනාඩියක් දෙන්න ඕන ටග් ගාලා මේ ඩෙත් මැච් පාරකට ගිහින් එන්න. දැන් ගේම් එක ලෝඩ් කරේ විනාඩියක් දෙන්න. ළම ටග් ගාලා බොයිස්. ගේම් එකට ගියා. අතපය හදාගත්තා.
Match found.
I'll fight anybody. I'll fight everybody.
I'll fight anybody. I'll fight everybody. මොකද මේ මැච් එකට එන්න රයන්
Let's begin. Cutting through.
Oh my bad. Oh, यार देखोगे
Reloading.
Ultimate decoy. Time to jump.
Bye-bye. Let's go.
Surprise.
Go, go, go. Shock it.
New stage in 10.
Go away. This way.
That's not ready. Stage 2. That's not ready.
Quiet now.
Time to jump.
I'm out of here.
That's not ready. That's not ready.
hey
That's not ready.
Shock it. Go, go, go.
Idiot.
Reloading.
Don't get it.
This way.
Cutting through. New stage in 10.
Die.
Enemy down.
Stage 3. That's not ready.
Kill.
Ah, you fuck.
Speed.
Here.
That's not ready. Cutting through. Fake teleport. Ultimate orb spawning.
Oh. Head. Old blind, mad blind.
10 seconds until stage change.
Nice try.
Nice
Very
full.
good. Scanning ahead.
Final stage.
Now 4. Stay down. Careful
So
now.
I just can't miss. Rampage. Equal. Time to jump. Yeah.
गोल लगा है.
Taken out. My ult's ready.
Charge your ult.
Ammo, fucking assholes.
Here we go.
Deploying drone.
My ult's ready.
Healer down. Shot down.
No more.
Fire in the hole!
They will cover.
I'm out of here.
My ult is ready.
अयो और वॉल लगा.
Charge your ult.
Deploying drone.
Anyone else?
Scanning ahead.
They're deployed. Have the hunter.
Die.
Reloading.
My bad.
Embarrassing. Defeated. Parasite. Smart move.
Get out! I didn't spend hours building this arena for you to hide.
Hey. Fine. No, then debating what the fuck.
Reloading.
Annie, boys, what the hell?
Ultimate's ready. Out for. Found them.
අනේ එතනින් දෙන්නේ බලාගෙන රෙනවනේ බං මල අප්‍රියාවක්
Resource. Reloading.
Get lost. Come on, let's
fucking asshole
God, you're fun. My turn.
Cutting through.
go go.
Cutting their vision.
Down. No.
හද්ද බං මේ වෙන්නේ
I'm out of here.
Now 4.
Kills remaining.
Found them. My ult's ready.
Lights out. Silence.
Here we go.
Defeated.
nice one ඔපරේටරේ හොරුයි මහත්තයා ඔපරේටරේ නම් ECPC Aurora ඔයාලට පොඩි අයිටම් එකක් අහන්න දෙන්නද guys මේක මං හැදුවේ AI generator එකකින් හරිද මම බලලා කියන්නේ ඒක හොඳයිද කියලා ඔයාලා හොඳ නම් මං කියන්න මොකක්ද AI generator එක කියලා බලන්න මේක හොඳයිද කියලා
I'm jumping the gate, it's time to play. Streaming live, gonna make it sway. Heart is racing, adrenaline's high. Join the party, let's touch the sky. Hit the start, but I'm ready for the ride. On this journey, won't hide. Gaming world, we're taking over. Feel the energy, it's game on, no closure. Through the fire and the virtual flight, the warriors ready to ignite. Strategies the key.
Match found.
No time to rest. We stride and thrive.
How is it guys, how is it? Do you like it? Do you like it, guys? It's so cool, huh? So cool. I really like it.
Fight well. This world depends on it.
That goes there. This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
Hello, yalu.
Hi, my friend.
ඒ බොඩි දවා.
එළම. මොකද වෙන්නේ?
මොකද වෙන්නේ කොහමද?
ඊට වැඩි හොඳයි.
වරෙන් ගේම් එකට
එන්න ඔය මැච් එක ගහපන්. මාත් මැච් එකක ඉන්නේ.
One enemy remaining.
ඉවරලා යන්න බත් එක ගන්න.
එළ ඇසිඩ් බින්දුත්තේ. ඔබත් ප්ලේ කරනවද?
ඔබ මැච් එකේ ඉරලා ඌ වීඩියෝ ක්ලික් කරනවා.
එළ
මම ආෆ්ටර් එක්ස්ේ පොඩි වැඩක්. මැච් එකේ වුණාම මම ටාග්ගේ කවුන්ටර් උස්සන්න.
එළම ගෑම්මත් තම.
This goes here.
Don't worry. I'll keep it
Oh,
going.
this is a nice spot.
Knife deployed.
Enemy spotted A. Ouch. Right here.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Up one of these.
One enemy remaining.
අන්න කොළුකාරයෙක් හොඳේ කොළුකාරයෙක් ඔය.
කවුද?
ඔබ ලයිව්නේ.
They're usually distracted.
Mama.
Feel them. Make sure it's an advantage.
මටද බං උඹ අපහාස කරේ?
අස්ට ඔබනේ නෙවෙයි
මම නෙමෙයි.
ටීම් ස්පීච්
බලන්න ඩාක් මෝඩ් ලයිව් එකේ මම පහස කරනවා බං ඩාක් කොහොමද ක්ලික් වෙන්න බබ.
මම ආස නැහැ බං වලට.
ඊටදම චියුර කරලා එන්න.
අනේ මන්ද ඩාක් උඹලා.
Yes, this should do.
මිනිස්සුන් කොහොම කරනවද?
මොකද වෙන්නේ ඇසිඩ් ඉතින් ජීවිතේ?
අනේ ඔහු ඉන්නවා බයි මම මේ පොඩි වීඩියෝ එකක් හදා.
Cage triggered. Found you.
Have one of these. Spike planted. Last player standing.
No more charges left. Cage triggered. No hard feelings.
Oh my bad. 145. 145 වැදුනා boys. උට.
If I power down, restart me.
එමද බොයි.
For scrap?
හෝ බං යක උගෙන් 105 මට වදන බ සෙට්ම නෑ
Help a girl out, would ya? Cheers, mate.
Don't push, Theo. What the fuck you push?
නරු බය කරා බං පැන්න
Ah, this is a nice spot.
Get on with it.
Suppressive. Target sighted. Target sighted. C. Cancelled. Grenade.
It's triggered. Tripwire destroyed.
අම්මෝ
Down C.
You will not kill my allies.
රෙස් රන් දෙයාසී
Drop in a smoke.
Come on, Ray, come on.
in your left
Last player
Ray!
Out of
But
charge.
ආතන්ති මේ හම්බෙර ටීම්මේට් නේ.
ටීම්මේට්ලා කේස් යන්නේ නැහැ මේ එකේ පොඩ්ඩක් බුලක් ගහනවා ඒ අරෙන් අනිත් උන් ටික නා උලන්නේ
අගා ඒලා උතේ.
Everyone's motor functions okay? I know humans get tired.
දැන් මල්ලන්න ඕනේ.
ගැම්ම නාල්ලනක මං ඉන්නේ මම නම් ටීම් එකත් ගැම්මක් අල්ලනවා එහා පැත්තේ ටීම් එක ඊට වඩා ගැම්මක් අල්ලන සීන් එකක් තියෙනවා
අදිනවද හොම් මතකද?
පොඩිල්ල ගැම්මක් අල්ලලා ගමු ගැම්මට
This goes here.
Bring it.
Yes, this should do.
අඩු
Shutting them down.
Right here.
අයියෝ what the fuck this game?
No peeking.
Caught one.
kill him
Sleep tight.
No one walks away.
My ult is ready.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted A.
අම්මෝ ඉවිද
See yourself.
හරියන්නේ. ස්ටේටස් ගක් කරන්න වෙන ලයින් එක.
Simple and clean. Well done.
මොන්ටාජ් හදනවා මොන්ටාජ්
මොන්ටාජ් සම්පූර්ණ
Let's go.
TikTok එකට එක එක edit. මට කම්මැලි බං මොන්ටාජ් එක. අංගුවර මට කම්මැලි පිට වෙලා ලාස්ට් එක සොන් කරන එක එක හදනවා.
Yes, this should do.
Knife deployed. Flashbang.
Spike down B.
It's you and me.
ඔය දෙනවා හොබි
what the fuck KO come peek and fire bro
Last player standing.
අම්මෝ කෝන කැම්පස් ඉන්නේ මේ අපේ ටීම් එකෙත් මෙලෝ රහක් නෑ කෝන එකට වෙලා දෙකට නැමිලා ඒ රිස්සත් තියාගෙන ඉන්නව
මම කියන්නේ TikTok එකට දාන්නේ බං ඒවට මම වීසාවක් නෑ වැඩක් නෑ ඔය දාන්න හොබන්න.
ඔව් මෙලෝ රහක් නෑ
I cut their options. They make mistakes.
මේක නියන් අර මේක වීඩියෝ එඩිටින් කියන්නේ නියන් අර හොබි එකක් වගේ බං.
තිරාර
අයකින්ද මට නෑ views ඉපස්සරක් වැඩකුත් නෑ මට ඔහේද
අඩෝ බලපන් මම වගේ ඔබ බලපන් මම ලයිව් දානවා ආතල් එකේ මගේ ආතල් එකයි මට වටින්නේ යන්නේ එකයි නැද්ද බං
This goes here. That goes there. Wow, this is a nice spot.
එහෙමයි එන්ජොයි කරන්න නැත්නම් කරලා වැඩන්නේ
ඔව් මාත් ආතල් එකට මගේ ආතල් එක මං ගන්නවා
Spike planted.
Enough.
Cage triggered.
One enemy remaining.
Bouncing vacuum deactivated. Reloading. Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be
Dead. Just taking a recap.
අයියෝ වැටුණා
Yes, this should do. That goes there. This goes here.
නෑ ඉතින් මගේ වැඩිපුරම views ඇත්ත බං ඒ කියන්නේ දැනට හතර දාපුවට වැඩිපුරම views ආවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ 610 නෙමෙයි එකක් කියලා බැද්ද මගේ views අන්තිමට ඇන්නකින් මම දෙන්නේ දාපු කාලේක
bomb buddy out.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
behind you bro down nice අම්මෝ ගැහුවා ඒක ෂේප් එක
Clutch.
I bet you never seen a can opener do that.
Make sure to follow my pack in.
මොකක්ද
The
ස්ටිච්
lead's right
channel
to
එක
the enemy.
වාගේ
ළඟේ ඔය මගේ Discord එකේ link කරලා දෙනවා
එයාට
ඒක ටැස්ට් එක කියලා තමයි
ඔය ලින්ක් එකක් දාන්න ඔය මගේ මේ Discord එකේ links කියලා එකක් තියෙන ඒකට දාන්නකො link එක page එකේ හරි channel එකේ හරි
Thanks.
Yes, this should do.
Let's flush them out.
That goes there.
මම ඒක අයින් කරා එදා පොඩි වැඩක
මොකක්ද අයින් කරේ
මගේ Discord එකේ ඔක්කොම link කරලා දීපුවා මම අයින් කරා වැඩකට
දාපන් link
You will not kill my
Okay.
allies.
ආයි link කරන්න ඕනේ කියන ප්‍රශ්නයි Discord profile එකේ
Omen here, Omen here. Omen here, Omen here, Omen here.
Last player standing.
ඒක පස්සේ මාත link කරන් තියෙනවා
I'm no doctor.
ආමෙන් හියා කිව්වට
but I
ඕමෙන්
can
හියා
patch a
නෑ
bullet hole or two. Let me know if you need him.
Em nấp mà.
Help a girl out, would ya?
This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Enemy spotted A.
Ê, sniper.
Cage triggered. Careful now.
Spike down. C.
Back like I never left.
Cage required.
One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted C.
Right here.
Quite clean.
I feel something over there. Can't place it. Help a girl out, would you?
One of the boys says shot tagger. Camera कर लगा camera कर.
That goes there.
Gabus, kayo.
It's you and me.
Who? What the fuck? Okay, my bad, boy. I can't do anything. Even I think what
Spike planted.
did that? He's coming.
Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Nothing will be saved after this.
Nice.
Use it.
Help a girl out, would ya? Help a girl out, would you? Cheers, mate. Oh, shite, I lost my pet rock.
Yes, this should do.
अंदर यहाँ पे मेरा ना एक दिखा bro hold
Last player standing.
What the fuck?
Spike planted.
what the fuck
Nó có kẹn đâu ra mua ốp với nha.
what the fuck
Switching sides.
Another fight? Clean slate.
Let's leave whatever
Io
happened.
Brazil, no?
मैं मना क्यों है ना
This goes here.
I need to blow something up.
what the hell bro why are you blocking me
Satchel out. Hawk out.
I hear.
Blinded.
No bother.
මොකක්ද බං යුනේ
Spike down A.
ISO is flanking
Frank.
ISO flanking boys
One Frank. Spy.
ISO is back
Go. Kyle. How'd you die, bro? Oh my god.
Time to hunt.
One enemy remaining.
Scout destroyed. Reloading.
I Okay.
That's done. Quick break. Reloading. They want to dance? I'll lead.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Satchel out. Satchel out. Enemy spotted C. Reloading.
Left deployed.
Reloading.
One suppressed.
Okay.
Tripwire destroyed.
They are flanking, they are flanking.
Planted the spike.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
What the fuck, bro?
මම කියන්නේ ඔය එක එක හදනකොට ගොඩක් කියලා මම අප්ලෝඩ් කරන්නත් නෑ බා.
පිරහට?
හදලා ආයෙ බලද්දි හෙට් නෑ කියලා තුනත් අප්ලෝඩ් කරන්න තු නිකන් ඉන්නවා.
You're up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
දාපන් අප්ලෝඩ් කරපන් හදලා.
නෑ කියන්නේ අර මට වෙට් නැත්තම් අනේ යන්දෝ ඒක ගන්න තාකට.
Yes, this should do.
Help a girl out, would ya?
Where are you?
Sky, use your blind. Sky, come.
Two suppressed.
Sky, come, bro. Don't watch there. Come here. Sky. Ton, come here, bro. Oh, fucking idiot, can I bum?
What the fuck?
Last player
තවද
standing.
මොකක්ද දෙන්නේ නේද?
So what are you doing?
Sky, what the hell are you doing, bro?
These parasites aren't going to take one step.
You didn't
past
understand.
us.
What did I say? හොඳයි දුවලිස්ලා යට AFK ඉඳලා ඇවිල්ලා දෙනවා ආතල් එක හොඳටම බං බය වෙලා වගේ ඊට පස්සේ
පොඩි තන්න බා. තාත්තා මට ඇක්චුලි දීපාරක් හම්බුණා. අපි ඒත් ඉඳලා මැච් උන්ගෙන්ද බරදුනා සෑහෙන්න බා.
අම්මෝ බා වෙනවා බං.
ඒ කියන්නේ අපි ඒ වගේ තරදිච්ච ආරාස එකකට තිබ්බනම් මම මෙලහකට පැක් 2ක් මගේ කවුන්ට් එක. තාත්තා එන නිල් එක.
Go C. Go B, Cypher.
හොඳයි බං. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔය රේඩියන් එකකින් මෝඩල් රේඩියන් කොපි වලට ඇද්දි හැකර්ස් ඉන්නවා දැන්.
Where is everyone hiding?
ඔය TikTok එකේම දානවා බ්ලැක් සයිඩ් කියලා හැක් එකක් තියෙනවා.
Satchel out.
එන්නේ ඒක දානවා සෑහෙන මිනිස්සු.
Reloading.
Planted the spike.
Time to
ඒක ප්‍රසිද්ධ ඒ බ්ලැක් සයිඩ් කියන හැක් එක.
එරාට මොකද්ද හැක් එක?
scout destroyed.
බ්ලැක් සයිඩ් කියන.
One enemy remaining.
Target sighted.
ඒ කියන්නේ තනිකර අර 100% headshot මේ එකක්.
එරාට
Hawk out.
මහවාට ඕන්නම් මේ සර්වර් එකට දාලා තියන්නම්කෝ ක්ලික් ටිකක් සමහර උදාහරණයක්.
මොන පුකක්ද බං ඒ මගේ අතට ආවේ? මීටට හොඳයි මට ඇරියනම් දාලා. සයිබර් ප්ලේ කරන්නේ. හරිද? බ්ලයින්ඩ් එකත් එක්ක පුෂ් කරා. පුෂ් කරලා බං මේ ෂූට් කරපුකෝ මං කේජ් එකක් අතට ආවා කියපන්කෝ මං. fucking idiot.
Go C. I'm fight.
ඉග්ගයි උනරුගේ මූණ ඉස්සරහා කේජ් එක අතට ආවා.
That goes there.
I fight.
Okay. KO, use your blind, bro.
No, they just KO.
Okay.
Suppressing. suppressed.
It's you and me.
Here, catch! Grenade! Spike. Somebody out.
Planted the spike.
One down.
අයියෝ උඩට ස්පෝන් ලබා ඕමන් 96 ඕමන් 96 ඕමන් inside
Ult ready. Grenade!
අපිට අපත් සම්මුණ හැක්කාව ජෙට් කරා. මගේ වෙන යාළු කට්ටියක් එක්ක ගියා ඉතින් ඌ වෙවිල්ලා පුෂ් කරගෙන ගහනවා
Player
වගේ.
standing.
අම්බෝ පුදුම නෝප් ඉන්න nice try මේ ගොඩක් මේ ගේම් එක ගහනවා හිතන්නේ මේ ගේම් එකේ ලොකුම දේ කිල් ගන්න කියලා.
Nah, bullets are
සිදුව රවුන්ඩ් එක දුන්නොත් එක්ක.
Mà em bắn vào đầu 116 ảo vãi.
ඔව් බං කිල් එක ගහන්න හැංගිලි ඉන්නවා බං අප්පිරිය බං.
Wow, this is a nice spot.
මේ ගැන මට බවද.
අයියෝ.
100 මැච් එක වුණා බං.
Help a girl
මම
out.
ඒත් එක ගන්න යන්නේ රවුන්ඩ් එක දිගිනෙනවා. මම නෙගෙට් ගහන්න කියලා මම පාඩුයි.
There.
රේස් එන්ට්‍රි සයිඩ්
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Right.
Reloading.
අරගන්න හිමින් අනේ මට අප්පිරිය මුන් එක ගහන්න බෑ.
Last player standing. Spike down. C.
Refreshing.
Nice try bro.
Ah, fuck again.
Thanks.
Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking.
Em.
Help a girl out.
Yes, this should do.
Wait me, I have ulti, wait.
Enemy spotted B. That's you, pal.
අනේ ගොන්න එක ආවෙත් නෑ අතට. ඕ මේ මවුස් එකේ ආවා.
Spotted heal up, squad. Back like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
අඩෝ මට කරනවා රිලිස් එකක් හම්බුනේ නැහැ කොහේ එකක් ගන්න රිලිස්
Hovers for invincibility.
මං වීඩියෝ එක හදාගෙන ඉඳියරදී හොඳ ක්ලිප් එකක් හම්බුණා මම මට ඒ වීඩියෝ එක හතරේ කරගන්න.
That's a joke.
ගන්න.
මට පරණේ ඒක මම ඒ කාලේ ගාපු ක්ලිප් එක.
That goes there.
ගම් shit.
අපිට තාම මගේ ෆෝල්ඩර් එක අතර යන්න හොඳ ඒවා හම්බෙනවා බං. මේ ළඟට ගහපු එකක් තියෙනවා යාකට ගිහින්.
Shutting them down. Two suppressed.
Reloading.
Blocks away.
Reloading.
No peeking.
Slammer.
Reloading.
No mom, Pepper.
One less. Drop in a smoke.
Go right. Why you go here, bro? Go right.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike
Race,
down.
what the
A.
fuck are you doing, bro? Come here.
Grenade.
Side.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing.
Like
One enemy
My
remaining.
eyes are better than yours. Cage triggered.
go. Yeah, I'm smoking. Oh, what the?
Race, you are a duelist, bro. Don't lurk.
We move as a unit, okay? Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
Can I get a drop?
Help a girl
Out, would you?
Let's go
Goes
see.
here.
There. Hawk out. Enemy spotted C.
Headshot.
Heal up, squad. Precision kill.
Heo đi anh.
Come B is clear.
Plant the
Enemy
spike.
spotted A.
Talk. Sage in B, Sage in B.
You will not kill my allies.
Sky, behind you, bro.
Pray for me.
Đi vào A luôn. Vào A đi anh.
Reloading.
Run.
Run.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
ready.
Seek them out.
Take
Sao
this
đâu
one.
hết.
Behind you.
Là sao anh?
Oh, bang. Me Sky na me mole me reach again.
One enemy remaining.
ඕන රෑන්ක් කිව්වද?
Oh, rank na මොනවද දන්නෙත් නෑ බා. Sky,
නෑ, උඹේ rank
Match point.
are you brain dead?
Don't sit down.
Mama
We're not
Silva.
done yet.
Sky,
Sky,
he pushed away.
you
Just
play like a brain dead man.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
go.
හරිම අමාරුයි
Let the
බං
lady
මේ
unite.
මේක
Must
ගහන්න.
be ours. It's you and me.
මම දැන් මගේ මේල් account එක කොම්ප්‍රා නැති
Spike down A.
කොම්ප්‍රානවා කියන්නේ මනසට හරි වදයක්.
Đi rồi.
ඕ බං. පිළිම හෙනම් ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් මේ නෑ බං මේ ප්ලේස්ලා හරියට ප්ලේ කරන නම් අවුලක් නෑ බං මේ සද්ද අහන්නෙත් නෑ මොනවත් නෑ බං ඔහේ ගහනවා බං.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
මේක පරාදයක් අම්මෝ ඇතියන්ත.
Defenders
අඩෝ
win.
ලස්සනට ගහපු මැච් එක බං. මෝඩ ටීම් එක සෙට් උනේ එකම එක ප්ලේ කරගෙන ගැහුවේ බං. හරිද?
ඒ මට අප්පරයක් දානවා මම ෂනික ලැප්ටොප් එකත් එක්ක රීස්ටාර්ට් කරන්න.
එළෙල.
මේ ටික ටයිම් රීමැප් කරා ලැප්ටොප් එක රීස්ටාර්ට් කරා මම ආවා.
මේ Rebel sorry.
First stack करे.
5 stack का गहावने 5 stack का सेट करो. Hitua. ඉතින් රෙබෙල් මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඒ කොහෙද ගියේ මේ මිස්?
ඉරිමයනවා
එල.
මාත් එන්නවද?
ඔබ මොකෙන් දෙන්නේ? අස්ට්‍රීට් මොකෙන් දෙන්නේ? අස්ට්‍රීට් ඔයි දේව
ලැප් එක රීස්ටාර්ට් කරන්න ගියානේ. ඉරාට කැම් එක පුළුවන් තරම් උඩට දාන්න ඕනේ. එළම.
කැම් එක දැම්මද ඔබ?
නෑ 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 මේ කැම් එක නේ සයිපර් කැම් එක බං.
ඔයි
ඒක කරන්න පාප්පේ. කැම් දාන්න බෑ හැම. එලෙස කෙලෙස. ලෙස කෙලෙස.
10ක් හම්බුණාද ගන්න? හම්බුණාද account එක?
ඔව්
අරකින් ස්ලෝ එකකින්
ස්ලෝබන් එකේ ඉන්න
ස්ලෝ බන් එකකින් නෙවෙයි.
මම ඒකේ මුගේ account එක හම්බුණා නැත්තම් මගේ එක දෙන්න කිව්වා. අර මේකෙම හේඩිස් එකේ කැසට් එක හේඩිස් කියලා.
හරි.
කවුද?
බෑඩ් කර්මාව තව එක වස්සයි නේද?
හරි හරි ආවදා
හරි. තව එකෙක් ගොඩෙන් බා කවුද බා බලමු ඉන්නේ බා full 5 there Sinata hey gangster hi welcome to the stream gangster bonus එක්කනේ දවස් දෙකකින්ද අනේ wolf පෙන්නන්නේ wolf නේ hide තාර කවුරුත් නැද්ද ගන්න අඩේ නෑනේ කවුරු මගේ නැද්ද මේ ඇස්විට් කවුරු
ඔයගේ මේක නෑ
කරන් අන්රේටඩ් ගහනවා අන්රේටඩ්
මේ මං කියන්න මං යන්න උඹලා ගහගන්න බා
අවුල නැද්ද
අවුලන්නේ උඹලා ගහගන්න
අඩෝ එළවෙන උඹට තාම සනීප නැද්ද
ඔව් බා
යකෝ නිදාගෙන ඉන්නේ නම් ෂේප් එකේ සනීප නැත්ද එළවෙනවා තාර හරි ගමත්තා එළ බා බයි good night අඩෝ මේ ගේම් එක ඉස්සර වගේ මේ තියෙන්න ඕන බං 5 stack 4 stack කියලා හදන්න තෝන මගුලකින් ගහන්න
එහෙමයි ඒක සාධාරණයි 4 දෙනෙක් ගහන්න දෙන්නේ නැති එක.
ඇයි බං ඉතින්
මෙහෙමයි. අර 4 දෙනෙක් හිතපන්. අනිත් එක අනියන බං ඉතුරු වෙන්නේ එතකොට.
අර මෙහෙමයි දැන් 4 දෙනෙක් එකට ගහනවා. හරිද 4 දෙනා එකට ගහන කෝඩිනේට් එක තියාගෙන හරිද?
නෑ හිතපන්කෝ තුනේ එක දෙකේ
එතකොට
එකකුයි
බං අරෝ බං පිස්සු කෙලියොත් බං ටීම් එක ඉවරනේ.
ඔව් ඒකත් ඇත්ත. ඉතින් ඒත් ඒ කොහොම කරත් අවුල් නැහැ හිතපන්
Match
මේ
found.
දෙකේ එකකුයි එකේ තුනකුයි ගැහුවා.
නමුත් අපි
ඈ පස්සේ උඹ කියපු
ඒ
පැත්ත තමයි.
2 ස්ටැක් ගහන්න පුළුවන් නේ.
ආ.
2 ස්ටැක් එකයි සෝලෝ 3 දෙනෙකුයි 5යිනේ.
අනේ වන්දවන්තෝ ට්‍රැක් පන්නනවා.
අයියෝ
මොකද්ද උඹ කියන්නේ?
දෙකේ
නෑ බෝ අන්තරට සපත් දෙනවනේ කොහොමද කියපන් බෑ.
නෑ දෙකේ ටීම් එකයි ඩුවෝ එකයි සෝලෝ 3 දෙනෙකුයි ඔටෝ මැච් වෙනවා. ඒත් බං එතකොට ඊට වඩා කචල්නේ.
ඉතින් එහෙම වෙනවා.
ආ
ඉතින්
එතකොට ඊට වඩා කචල් නැද්ද?
මේ ගන්නෑ. එහෙම වදිනන්නේ.
ඕ දිනනවා නම් තමයි.
ගේම් වොයිස් වල කරනවා.
මං කියන්නේ ඔව් අර මොංගල් කරන එක කොහොමද මොංගල් කරනවද බං සීරියස් ගහන එක කොහොමද ගහනවා සීරියස්.
ඒක කියන්නේ.
ඒක නේ.
ගහන එක ගන්නවා.
ඔව්.
නැච්චියා කවද බං? කවද ගහන කොහොම?
අම්බෝ හොඳ වෙලාවට බං.
ඩොජ්ජුනේ.
ඔව් දාලා බබ්බන් මේකත්.
යා ඩාන්ස් එක නම්
Match found.
අයියෝ.
ආයෝ ස්පීඩ් ඇවිල්ලා බං. දානවද?
sorry.
ලයිව් එක
ඒක ඕල්ගෙන.
මං කේජී ගහන්නද?
දැන් ස්මෝක් ගන්නද බලන්නේ.
කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ ස්මෝක් කර මොක් කරද බං?
එන මම ස්මෝක් ගන්න ඔබ වෙන මොකෙක් කර ගාම.
නෑ යාක කොහොමද ස්මෝක් කරේ?
I've already thought of everything.
මම ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් ස්මෝකර් කෙනෙක් බං.
විසාම නෑ.
ගන්න කැරියර් යන්නේ. දැන් කැරියර් යන්නේ.
ඒක අර ෆොටියර් නෙවෙයි නේද? අර ස්මෝක් නිසා තමයි බේරෙන්නේ කියලා.
ඒක තමයි කොඹල මට ඔය සිගින් එක දාන්නේ. ඔබ මේලා හයිට් යන්න මට ස්මෝක්
හරි සයිඩ් ගේට් එක දාලා ගන්න තියෙන අපි ගේට් එක දාලා ගේට් එක ස්කෑන් කරනවා.
ඔක් හයි දාලා.
I've always wanted to pry my way in here.
උත්ත වමට දාලා ගහන එකේ
Some gifts behind.
අර වම දාලා ගහන්න ඒක පස්ස බං එළ මේ අමුතු වීඩියෝ එකක් තියෙනවා.
ආ මේ ඔබ ලෙෆ්ට් හෑන්ඩ් ගහන්නේ මේ ගේම් එක.
පාස ඇඩෙන්සරේට මාරු කරන ලෙෆ්ට් හෑන්ඩ් රයිට් හෑන්ඩ් ඕන විදියට ගන්නවා.
Placing swarm grenade.
මොංගල් දෙන්නේ නැද්ද?
Alarm bot out.
මම මගේ සෙටින්ග් එකක් මාරු කරනවා
Placing
සතියෙන්
swarm
සතිය.
grenade.
ඈ
Alarm bot out. Turret out.
මෝ ට්‍රැක් උත් දෙන්න.
ඒක තමයි.
බරම ට්‍රැක් මෝඩ් සෙන්සිටිවිටි එක මාරු කරනවා නම් හර තියෙන සතිය. බරම ට්‍රැක් නා.
ඌ යකෝ
මට මේ පොඩ්ඩ මාරු වුණා ගාම් ගන්න වෙනවා.
මගේ අතට හුරු වෙනවා.
ඕ මම දැන් මාස 5ක විතර ඉඳන් එකම සෙන්සිටිවිටි එකෙන් ගහන්න බං.
යකෝ මම අන්න ගන්න ඕනේ නැහැ සෙන්සිටිවිටි හුරු වෙන්න.
හ්ම්
ඒ මසල් මෙමරි ලොස් බං එහෙනම්.
නෑ මං කියන්නේ එකම එකකින් මම කලින් මාරු කරලා ගහුවේ. දැන් එකම එකකින් ගහන්නේ මාස 5කින් නම් මේකෙන් ගහන්න එකද කියලා. නැත්නම් ඉස්සර බම්
එහෙම මම එක සෙන්සර් එකකින් අවුරුදු 4ක් විතර.
මම වැදුන්නේ තුනම ටක් ගාලා මාරු කරනවා බං සෙන්සිටිව් එක.
මාත් එහෙම
දැන් මේ දාලා තියෙන එක මම 6ක් විතර ගහනවා කියලා.
නෑ මිඩ් එක ලයින් එකක් තියෙනවා.
Charukz, Barbarian.
මම
Spike down B.
Betul bang. Ada yang boleh.
නයිස් බං නයිස්. මේ KJ
One
ඉන්න
enemy
KJ ඉන්න.
remaining.
නයිස්. GG.
Bot coming back.
We show them the
singularity.
No, keep them there.
Singularity series lah. Aduh.
අර උඹට මතක කරනවා කයිසරේ කවුන්ට් එකේ ළඟ කාලයක් දැක්.
Placing swarm
ඒ
grenade.
කාලේ තව අපේ කැම්පස් එකේ පොල් එකක් තියන කවුන්ට් එකක් දුන්නා. ඒක පස්සේ. ඒක තිබ්බ සීනෝහන්ට නයිස් එකයි ඒ සිංගලයි එකයි එන.
Guys, kamu kau dulu nih.
කැම්පස් එකේ ආවේ
Boleh campus lah boleh kan. Ada sini boleh.
උන් බලටත් වැඩි වැඩි මල්ද.
Found them. Swarm grenade out.
දැන් මේ අවුරුදු 24ක් තියෙනවා.
Powers out.
Charukz game අල්ලලා.
පොඩ්ඩ බලන්න.
කොහොම වගේද ගෑම් අල්ලන්න හොඳට. පදවල අල්ලන්න ඕනේ.
paper X hole එක.
Spike planted.
අන්න
මේක
Not used that yet.
mid නෙමෙයි B planting.
යා.
Ini hutu bayu nak.
මේ ෂොට් ගන්න එකක් තියාගෙන බං. අඩු ෂොට් ගන්න එකක් තියාගෙන අතන
One
බං.
enemy remaining.
මුතු පිටලා.
අඩේ හුක්තු මේ මෙහෙ ඉන්නේ.
back බෙලියේ ඇලි
ඇලි
nice bang nice try.
ඒජ් මිස්.
අඩු මම මේ මෙතනින් ආව විතරයි මට වැදුණානේ බන්දට ආස් කාලා ෂොට් ගන්න පාර. බයත් වෙලා ගියේ.
ටෙරිපැත් නනේ දියන්කෝ. දා.
Ini mah. Ini mah siapa ya nih?
වෙනවද අප දෙන්න මේකේ ටෙරිස් නැහැ මේක අක්කා.
Placing
Apa
swarm
rati
grenade.
baik?
Placing swarm
යා
grenade.
කොහොම ඉන්නේ මම ටෙරිස් එක පිටිවිද.
Out of charges.
Ini Egi mungkin.
Time out.
ඒකේ මොනවා කරේ.
Egi ඔකට skin ගත්තේ.
ඌ එකයි නේ අරන් තියෙන මුක අනිත් එක යාළු වෙන්න අරන් තියෙන්නේ.
Ah ya.
Found them.
අයියෝ බැටල් පාස් එක ඕක ඩෙඩ් ෆීල් දෙලට එල්ලෙන්න අරන්
Swarm
තියෙන්නේ.
grenade out.
ඒ 149යි බං කිල් ජොයිට.
උඩයි ඩෙගටයි වෙන්නටම අරන් දෙලා තිබුණා.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike planted. Last player
අම්මර
standing.
කපේ දෙපැත්තෙන් එල්ලෙන්න.
අම්මෝ ඒක නම් ගැහුවනේ
Gue
වට කරලා.
KJ නිකන් අම්මට බැටල් KJ එක.
Trust me, they'll know.
ඌ දුවගෙන එනවා ගමේ යනවා වගේ. දරුස්සුඹේ වැඩලේ මාත්.
මගේ ඇත්තේ මේක
කුරුණමේ දාම
කුරුණමි තමයි ඇත්තේ කුරුණමි තමයි තියෙන්නේ.
Thanks.
ඇත්තේ ලූ දන්නෙත් නෑ මම ඌ තියෙන වැඩලේ.
නෑ මම කුරුණමි එකයි රීව එකයි මාරු කරගෙන ගහන්නේ.
Placing swarm
බං
grenade.
එච්චර සල්ලි තියෙන ස්කින් ගන්න.
Placing swarm grenade.
නෑ ස්කින් තුනයි තියෙන්නේ ඉතින්. ඒ තුන මාරු කර ගන්නවා. හැබැයි එල්ඩ් ෆ්ලේම් එක ගැහුවෙම නෑ බං ගොඩ කාලෙක.
අඩ උඹ ගාස් තියනද?
මේ account එකේ එල්ඩ් ෆ්ලේම් තියෙනවා.
මගේ මේන් එකේ තියෙනවා.
අනේ ඩිස්මිසුන් නෑ.
Placing sentry.
රොටේට් එකට දුරට අම්මා රොන රොටේට් දර කියනවා මිඩ් එකෙන් පිස්සු ගෑණි වගේ බං.
මේ වෙන්ට් එකේ ඉන්නේ. KJ වෙන්ට්. ඌ චුට්ටක්
නෑ
බල.
ඔය රොටේෂන් එක මට අම්මට.
නෑ රොටේට්
Spike
වෙන්නේ නෑ.
down A.
දැන් බලවන් KJ වෙන්ට් එකෙන් එන්නේ නැද්ද කියලා.
player standing.
නේ මොඩේ.
Spike planted.
අනේ බං අර බලපංකෝ.
කකුල් දෙක පාන නැති වෙනවනේ බං.
ඔව්
They think they're better than us. I can tell.
ඒ රිපෙලියන්ට
Need a drop. Thank you.
ඒක සද්දෙකුත් එහෙම නම් තමයි මේ ෂෙරිෆ් එක යන්නනේ. යමුතුනේ යමුතු සද්දෙක් කරා.
අඩෝ මේකට රයිට් බඩියක් දාගත්තාම මේක ලස්සනයිද?
sorry I'm sorry අඩෝ
ගෑල්ල සමතතර පස්සේ බං.
මොකක්ද පොඩි සමතතර පස්සේ අද උඹට
You should run.
ඍජු කෝණ ආශ්‍රයත්.
Placing swarm grenade.
මර රින්ගලෙන් දත් නැහැ.
Swarm grenade out.
Enemy spotted. A.
ඒක තමයි මට කියන ලොකුම දේ.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Targets destroyed.
මේක ලෝ මේ
ඒ 50යි බං උඩ ඉන්නේ මේ රෑම්ස් වල ඉන්නේ බං nice
Cutting their vision. Still in sight.
Concussing.
Last player standing.
අරු මේක කරාවම
nice try බං
Remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just
පුරුණමියක් දෙන්න පුරුණමිය.
Can I
ඕක
get this?
මොකද්ද වෙනදා කෝ උඹ ඒ කවුන්ට් එක
මේකේ රීව තියෙනවා මේ මෙව තියෙනවා.
මකරත්
රීව තියෙනවා මකර තියෙනවා යා යා.
මොකක්ද බම්බර් කියන්නේ අලුත් එකද
මකර බං
මකර
බබරේ
බම්බර්
මකර
බම්බර්
Swarm grenade.
මේ පැනේ
Swarm grenade.
වත්ටි ඊයේකෝ ගන් බඩිය දැකලා ගෙවුවා කියනවා.
Placing alarm
උඹන්
bomb.
ගන් බඩිය දැකලා ගහනවා
ගන් බඩිය නෙමේ කිව්වා ගන් බොඩි
I know exactly where you are.
Swarm grenade out.
හැබැයි කෙට්ට ගහද්දී අනිත් එක සපෝටින් බා.
Swarm grenade out. You will not kill my ally.
හරි ඒක විශ්වත් එක්ක මාරුමා.
මෙතන තමයි ඉස්සෙ
නෑ රැම්ප් එක ඉස්සෙ. එතන ඉස්සෙ. ඉන්දී අයිබ. බියන අම්මා දිරි ජෙට්ටගේ බා. එතන ජෙට් ඇති බලාගෙන බලන්න. බඳු හරි මං කිව්වා.
වල්ට් එක දාගනි
Had your fun.
පන්න. ඔය කොහෙද බං උඹ යන්නේ බා?
උඹ ඉඳලා අල්ට් එක ගහපන් බල්ට් එක ගහපන්
30 seconds left.
මම
ඉන්ෆෝ දුන්න දැන් ටැග් ගහන තිබ්බෙම ටැග් ගාලා බා. ඉන්ෆෝ දුන්න දැන්
ඉතින් බාල්ටි ගැව්වත් අරු දුරනේ ඔය ඉන්න තැන
නෑ උඹ 5HP නම්බර කරන්න දෙකුත් නෑ කොහොමද?
I'll see it.
ඔව් මම කියන්නේ අරු ආවෙත් එක ආවත් වැඩක් නැහැ නේද ඒකින් තමයි ටික ඉතුරු කරගත්තා
නවලන්න. අර කුරු එකක් දෙන්න කුරු එක අපා සේව් කරු. ඉතින් මේ සේව් කරන්නේ මාර විදියට.
Placing alarm bot.
යකෝ සෙන්ඩිනල්ලා දෙන්නෙක් විතරක් අල්ල ගන්න බෑ සයිට් එක.
ඉතින් මම මේ පැත්ත අල්ලලා මේ පැත්ත ඉන්ෆෝ දෙනවා ඉතින් මම මේ පැත්ත රෂ් කරනවානේ බං
අපරා සේච් යන්නේ දෙපෙම මිටේ වල දාලා දෙන්න.
Flash out.
Swarm grenade out. Swarm grenade
ඊප මෙහෙ ඉන්න එක සයිට් එක. සයිට් එකට පුෂ් කරා.
ඔව්
වෙන්සයිට්. කේජේ සයිට් එකේ බං. කේජේ බෝ එකේ දැන් මෙතන ඉන්නවා.
still in sight.
අර
Where is everyone hiding?
Spike planted.
රෑම්ප් එකට අල්ට් කර.
Enemy spotted A.
Impeccable kill.
රෑම්ප් එකේ ඉන්නේ අනිත් දෙන්න රෑම්ප් එකේ එකෙක් සයිට් එකේ.
මම මේක
Launching smoke.
Last
අපෝ
player
මේ මෙතන
standing.
උඩක් ඉන්නවා බා
Placing sentry. Turrets destroyed. destroyed.
ඌ දැනගත්තනේ මම එතන.
දරුවරවා සයිට් එකේ ප්ලේ කරන්න.
Time to take his arms for a spin.
මට කුරුණා මේ යද්දි.
Can I get this? Thanks.
සයිට් එකේ ප්ලේ කරන්න ඕනේ මං චරුක්ස් ඔබ ඩයරෙක්ට් රට් එක දාලා දුවලාවට වැඩක් නැහැ.
මම සයිට් එකෙන් උඩට ඇවිල්ලා හිටියේ බං උන්ගේ
මේ දැන්
හතර
බීය ඉස්සන්නේ ආරෝබීන්.
Placing swarm grenade.
ඔක්කොම ඔක්කොම සයිට් බං.
මම යනවා B එහෙනම්. මම මිඩ් බලනවා. මම මිඩ් බලනවා.
ඒක මිදුවල මිදුවල.
මේ පාරත් ඒ වගේම B එකේ රත් දැන්.
Placing sentry.
ඒකේ සපත් තියෙන. ඔව් මේ ඉන්න.
Enemy spotted A.
Recalling my bot.
Enemy spotted A.
මේකේ ගේම් එකට බූස්ට් එකක් දාන්න තියෙනවද බං FPS බූස්ට් කරන්න?
නෑ.
මට එහෙම එකක් කාරංචි වුණා.
ඈ? පුතෝ එක් පාටිය දාන්න බව බයන්නනවා.
Spike down A.
ඒ
උතන අල්ලන් ඉඳපන්.
බෑ බං ඒ වන්නකට මේ අපේ ෆෝන් එකේ නෝ.
My ultimate is ready.
දරුසුමේ මොකද ගදාපන් ඔය තන මැද්දේ.
කේජ් එක නෝ.
මෙතන මැද්දේ.
අවුඩ ඉන්නේ.
දැන් දාන්න මොකද? නෑ උතනින් අරු වෙනවා. සමනේ ලියනවා.
ඌවා.
ආයිබ පික් කරන.
One enemy remaining.
සමනනේ දෙදුන්නා ඔක්කොම.
ඒ සමනලි එදා කුඹේට වීඩියෝ එක තමයි මරුවේ.
මොකද?
සමනලි වීඩියෝ.
Where are we going this time? Remember what
අර උඹේ සමනලි වීඩියෝ එක.
අම්මට සමනලිගේ මරුනේ.
ඒක උන් හොඳට හතර දිනන හැදෙන්නේ.
අලුත් ලීක් එක බං සමනලි.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing
දරුස්
swarm
දන්නේ
grenade.
නැහැ වීන් එක.
අර ඒ උන්දන්නේ.
Placing alarm bot. Need a drop.
මම දන්නේ
අර රන්දියන් ඉතින් සල්ලි තියෙන මිනිස්සු ඉන්නවනේ.
ඔව් අරුගා සල්ලි තියෙන්නේ බං.
බී
මේ මිඩ් එකේ බං.
Enemy spotted mid.
බී එකේ තියෙන.
මං එනවා.
Recalling my bot coming back.
Easy. Adios. Enemy spotted mid.
One enemy remaining.
මෙතනින් අනිත් එක මෙතනින්.
අලක් එකක් ට්‍රූ කරපන් ඉතින් ආතනක් දෙන්න.
Stop playing checkers.
අන්න මට මගේ පැන්තම් එක ගත්ත බං.
We doing this or what?
ආස නැද්ද මට කිල් එකක්වත් දෙන්න ආස නැහැ.
කැරි වැඩ කරන්න බා.
යරි සමාජෙ බම් මේක.
ඒක නෑ හැමෝම දන්නවා.
ඒකනේ සමනලිගේ එක තමයි හදල්ලා.
අපෝ ඒක නෑ සක්කිලි හොයාගෙන ඉන්න ඒක නෑ. අරවත් හොයාගෙන ඉන්න.
Placing swarm grenade.
දරුස් දන්නේ නැහැ.
දන්නේ බං මම හරි අහිංසකයි රටක් පටි.
Placing sentry.
කරනවා.
Destroyed.
ඌ ගැහුවා නෙමෙයි මම දූෂණය කරා අරුන් දෙන්න.
ආසයි.
ඔව් බං උඹ කියන්නේ හතර දෙනෙක් විතර ගැහුවා බං.
You should run.
ඩාක් පුෂ් කරන්න එපා හැපුස් පෝ. වැඩිලා දින්න.
අපෝ.
You will not kill my
දෙපෑන් ඕනේ බම්මු.
Swarm grenade.
හෙවන් ආවා.
Swarm grenade out.
මාත් ගහන ඔල්ටිය.
කප. කරුන් අර යන කොහම.
නයිස් බං.
නෝ හෙවන් එකේ පැන්න ඔන්නේ නෝ අල්ටි කඩන්න ඔය පිටිපස්සේ බූරු.
දැක්කේ නෑ. මම
කිනේ නෙමේ කන් ඇහෙන්නේ නැත්තේ යකෝ. උඩට චූටි සද්ද නම් ඇහෙනවා අත්තර ගාම අලි පෙරලනවා වගේ සද්ද දීගෙනේදී ඇහෙන්නේ නේද?
අඩු විරාවට ඇහුන්නේ නැහැ කී සද්දේ.
Spike planted.
ඉවන් එකේ කර දසමාර්ථ හිනායන වගේ ආයව.
එයාට බලපන් ගෑ.
නතුන මග ඉඳී බං ඕකේ අනිවාර්යෙන් එකක් ගහනවා මෙතන.
මගේ ඉඳලා.
ඇලීව. සිටි ඉන්නවා එකෙක් ලෝ එත්තා.
Last player standing.
කිව්වේ සීටි ඉන්නවගේ නායි ගිනින්දර ඔය.
මම හිතුවා වෝල් එක පාල්ලයා තමත් කියලා බා.
ඕල් එක ගහලා
වෝල් එක ගහලා වෝල් එකේ කොනේ ඌ හිටියේ.
ඔය මුංග තේරුම් ගන්න මං අද ඩිග්‍රියක්වත් කරන්න ඕන මං
මූමන්ට් තේරුම් ගන්න.
වෙනවට අපෝ පැනලා මේ මෙහා පැත්තේ ගිහලා ඉතල පැනලා මේ
නෑ උංග තේරුම් ගන්න බෑ කියන්නේ මොකක්ද දන්නවද? ඒ පුස්ත මුංග පුස් කරන්න බෑ මුං පීක් කරන්න මොකද මෙන්න මෙහෙ පීක්
Placing
කරනවා.
swarm grenade. Alarm bot out. Turret out.
දාපු ඒ කවුන්ට් එකේ ෆැන්ටම් තියෙද?
ඔනියදී.
පස්සේ ගන්න.
Smoke's down.
I know exactly.
අයියෝ මං එයාට ගත්තා.
Swarm grenade out. Swarm grenade out.
ඔහො බය වෙන්න එපා.
උඩින් ඇවිල්ලා ගහන්න නැතිද කියන්නේ?
Found
So,
the
ma'am,
kill
wala
by
lang.
bot.
බලන්න. ඇට ටික කැඩුවද බං කලින්ම ගණන් ගන්න එපා. ඔමිනා.
ඌ බා ඌ ගැටුවනේ.
ඔන්න ගහ දැන්
Spike down
දැන් නම්
A.
ඉන්න තැන දන්නවද? හරි. නයිස්.
අය සෝ හෙලන්න න.
උඩ බලයින.
One enemy remaining.
අර ඌ හෙලන්න මෙන්න මෙතන.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
හරි ඌ කන්න ගියා ගණන් ගන්න බා. හරි හිතන්න. නයිස්. කැරි ගෝසේ බං උන.
ඕනේද?
අර නිකන්
Last
මේ
round before the switch.
කීප ඔළුවක් නෑ බං අර ඔළුව ප්ලේන්නේ කැප් එක නිසා බං.
ඔව් ඌ ඔලෝ හෙන්න
ඔළුව නැති කිව්වා.
අඩු
ඔළුවේ කපලා අයින් කළා බං. ඔළුව මහලා මේ මට දාන්න ඔබ මේක. කුරුණක් නෑ.
ආම්බඩ කුරුණ.
පිටිපස්සෙල්ල ඔබ දාන්න.
Can I get this? Keep it cool. That's how you survive. Placing swarm
මූ
grenade.
මෙතන ඇබිලිටි එක දානවා නේ මන් දාන්න ඕනේ නෑ නේ බොරු.
Get out of my way.
නයිස් බා. උන්ගේ ක්ලොව්වයි KJ වයි දාගත්තා නම් ගොඩ බං අපි. අන්න අරුගේ අයිස් එකට මම B වලට යනවා මේ සෝරි A වලට යනවා. එක්ටු ඒ වගේ නේ.
තා පොයින්ට් එක ස්මෝක් එකක් දාන්නද?
පිට එකෙන් ඒ ගොඩ දුරට ටැංක් එක
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
මිට් එකේ සයිපර්.
නයිස් බා. අඩෝ හරි අමාරු කාර්යය දෙන්නම ඩවුන් බං. ඊසි.
අපෝ බම් මේ රේඩ් එකෙන් නෝ සේජ් බී හැ.
අම්මෝ දුවන් යනවා එන්න මොකද?
අම්මෝ දා.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
මට උත්තර එක ආවේ නැහැ පොන්න වැඩි මට. දෙන්න මේකට පීක් කරා. දෙන්න බෝතලින් ගිහින් පීක් කරපන් අර අතනින් ගිහින්.
Standing.
දැන් හරි. අම්මෝ W को පාගෙන ආබන් කිඩින් දුවගෙන. අප්පන් Charukz. අර වැස්සවහින එක අමාරු බා.
Is everyone's tech still working?
අර
Double check
දිගටම
it,
වැස්ස
please.
තියෙන මැප් එක ආවුත් කොහොමද අතල්.
ආතල් මේ වෙස්සල වැටියකෝ.
ඔක්කොම.
නියම්
ලුස්සල වැඩේ දුක.
අර මේ පීස් එකේ අර මේ රයිස් බොක්ස් එකේ හිමි වැටෙනවා වගේ.
අයිස් බොක්ස්
පොඩි පොදයක් ගහන එකත්
ලස්සන
පොඩයක් ගහන එකත්
නෑ සිරාට නෑ ස්පිට් එකට ඒ වයිබ් එක සෙට් වෙනවනේ ස්පිට් එක පොඩ්ඩක්
හැබැයි ස්ප්‍රිට් එකට
නෑ බල නිකන් අර ස්පිට් එකේ උඹලට නිකන් ජපන් ඇනිමි එක වගේ නෙමෙයි ද එන්වයරන්මන්ට් එක
ඒකේ මම මේකට දාන්න උනා දිරාපත් වෙච්ච මැප් එකක් අප්පා.
ඔය කාන්තාර වගේ ෆ්‍රැක්චර්ද
කාන්තාරන්නේ ෆ්‍රැක්චර් එක නිකන් අරගෙන මේ පාළුවට ගිහින් දිරාපත් වෙලා වගේ එකක් දාන්න ඕනේ. ෆ්‍රැක්චර් නෙමෙයි ස්ප්ලිට් එක. ලස්සන ස්මෝක් කරනවා.
Smoke's down.
ඒ මැප් එකේ ෆ්‍රැක්චර් එක
ෆ්‍රැක්චර් නෙමෙයි මේක එහෙම හදන්න ඕන මම කියන්නේ.
මේ ස්මොක් කියනවා සයිට් කරනවා
Placing swarm grenade.
මේ අරු ඉන්නේ මේ වෙන්ට් එකේ KJ වෙන්ට්
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted A.
ඒ ෆ්ලැන්ක් කරනවා මෙයා ෆ්ලැන්ක් ජෙට් ෆ්ලැන්ක්
Spike down A. Last player standing.
ස්ක්‍රීන් එක පිටිපස්සේ
දෙනවා වෙන්න පුළුවන්
අරු ඉන්ෆෝ දුන්නා අපි
එන්ගෙනවා කොහෙද බයි වෙඩි දීපෙනවා ඊු දන්නේ මොනවම ආවගල මං ඉන්ෆෝ දුන්නේ නැහැ
ආයතන පීක් වෙද්දී ඌ දැක්කා වගේ නේ උඹ හම්බෙන් වගේ නැද්ද
Reloading. Where the hell's the reloading?
මට
එයක බයිකට
නෑ
අච්ච ගහනවන්නේ
ඔතන අරු බූම් මුගේ බොටා දාලා වෙන්ට් එකකින් මම වෙන්ට් එකට ග්‍රෙනේඩ් එකක් දාලා කඩන්න
අන්ටයි තින් කුමාරපනේ කරන්
Swarm grenade out.
Reload. Someone is A.
Sage kill.
නයිස්
Found them. Alarm bot
What's the
down.
video?
අන්න එලාම් බොට් එක එනවා පිටිපස්සේ
ඉවර
හරි උඹ බීපලේ මම එතෙන් ඩිස්ට්‍රැක්ට් කරලා එන්නද एक गहा नाइस ब्रीच oh
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
nice එකයි ඉන්නේ බලාගෙන ගහපන්
කො මෙතනින් එන්නේ අන
30 seconds left.
ඒ බින්නෝ ඉන්න
Last player standing.
ඔන්නේ අම්මේ නේ
තොනේ
අර උඩ nice well done bang අඩෝ nice
ඔය උඹ කොහොමද උත්තු ගහන්නේ එහෙම ෆිට්
Drink some water.
අඩේ
Reload.
කරා nice බං
Let's get back at
right click එකක් දවන් ගැහුවා
ඔය රයිට් ක්ලික් එකක් ගැහුවේ මට පේන්නේ මූ නිකන් ලැග් කියලා යනවා වගේ වා
අඩෝ ලස්සනට බං
ලැග් ගලා යන එකක් කියන්නද කියන්නක් කල්ලා
මට පේන්නේ හුත්ත නිකන් මේ ලැග් ගලා ගියා වගේ වා ට්‍රිගර් බොට්ටක් ගහනේ වැත්ත කියලා
මෙන්න මේක බලන්න ගොඩක් කොහොම මැරිච් වෙලා වැඩ මේ ක්ලික් එක බලන්න
චෝ අයියල් වෙනවා බලන්න කියලා අන්න ඉතින් බඩු වගේ බටේ යනවනේ හැමෝම චෙක් සයිට් එක නෑම පීක් කරන්න ඉතින් දැන් පීක් කළා මැරෙන්න බෑ මම කවර් එකේ ඉද්දි
නෑ මම පීක් කරේ නෑ උන්ගේ කේජ් එකේ බොටා දාලා තියෙනනේ මේ හරි
කරුණ මන්තල දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා බං
පුටින අරුන් එනකන් ඉතින් අර මොකද කරන්නේ බලමු මිට් එකේ එන්න සවක් ගන්නවා මිට් එකේ අර
කවුද සයිබද අපි කැරකි
ඔක් කරන්නද
क्लाउड स्मोक करा
Down you go.
නයිස් බං
සයිඩ් බෑ
කොහෙද ඒද බීද
Cutting their vision.
මෙතනින් එනවා
දීපා
අපිට එන්න මට හික්
අර
ගියා
දුවගෙන ඇවිල්ලා ගිහුවා
30 seconds left.
අපෝ ඒක සියාතර මං ජෙට් ඌතු මම මොඩියුලින් ඩෑෂ් කරා
I know exactly where you are.
බොරුවක් කරන්නේ අඩෝ මං කෙලින්ම දුවට
ඉතින් දෙකම ඔබ බීප අම්මට දෙන්නේ
One
Time
enemy
now.
remaining.
ටයිම් නෑනේ
කොහෙද දුවන්නේ
10 seconds left.
අපරාධ මයි බෑඩ් මට මොඩයක් එක්කුණා
අර පුෂ් කරන්න සයිඩ් ඉන්සයිඩ්
අඩෝ අපරාධී ලොස් මයි බෑඩ්
මේ ඉතින් බෑ අපේ මේ සයිකල් යරුයි වටේ යනවානේ බා
ඒකින්ද තමයි මං එහා පැත්තෙන් ගියේ ටයිම් කියලා අපරාධ
බෑ පුෂ් එක ගන්න හැදුවේ මම සයිට් එකට මේ පහම යන්න ඕනේ එතකොට යනවා නම්
බී යන්ද බී
බී යන්නේ ඉතින් අපි
Need a drop.
මට බී which cabin
come together come
yeah terus over dia
ඕයි
tuh
Spike down B.
I have retrieved
උඹ
the
බේල්ල
spike.
මට මම උට ගහන්න හිතාගෙන බලාගෙන මම ගියේ
Reloading.
අත් මෙහෙට යන්න බෑ සයිතරේ
බස් ජෙට් කිම්
වලට යන්න බෑ කේජේ ඉන්නවද
Reloading.
කඩපන් වගේ උන්ට අස්තිනවා
Cutting their vision.
අහුණා කියලා
මට හිකේ දැකලව
Spike down A.
බේ වමේ ඉන්නකේ
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
අඩු
මේක අමුතු එවුන් ඉන්නවනේ බ්‍රීස
අපි අමුතුයි බා
බෑවා අපේ බ්‍රීච්ලත් එක එන්නේ නෑ සයිට් එකට යන්න
මග පුදින බා උන් පැලක් ගහගෙන මග බා
10 seconds left.
උන් සයිට් එකට යන්න ඉනිෂියේට් කරන්නේ නෑනේ බං ඉනිෂියේට් අරගෙන
ඔව් බං ස්ටන් එකක් ගන්නවත් නෑ උගේ
ඔය
සීය එක ගහන්න
ගහන්න උගේ ටීටි ඩොට් දාගෙන විතරනේ මට ෆැන්ටම් නැති අඹ
Need a drop.
Aremma. Cyber, don't look. Cyber, come here. Push together.
Alarm bot out.
Instant smoke කරන්නද? Instant smoke ඕන?
මොකක්?
Instant smoke ඕනද කියලා ඇහුවේ.
Stop.
Did beacon here.
අnder රහුට මාන රැස් කරේ බං මෝඩ වගේ.
Help ready. Enemy spotted A.
My ult right.
Go.
Reloading.
පද බා මේක ප්ලාන් කරලා.
Spikes down.
ඕපන් එක දෙන්න ප්ලාන්ට් එක අතල්ද කිව්වා
Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
One enemy remaining.
මට බ්‍රීච් බලපන්. ගාන ගයිද දැන්. ෆුල්.
සම්මත ඉස්සරහනේ.
ආ
ඔක ඇතුලේ ඉන්න රයිඩ් 40.
Clearing out.
මේ පුරාණ ඔය ආල්ජෙක්
Swarm
ඇත්තේ
grenade
ආරන්නේ.
out.
උන්ට නයිස් ටයිමින් වලට පීක් කරන්නේ බං. අච්චර බලන් ඉන්නව වෙන්නේ නැහැ.
Concussing.
Last player standing.
බලින්න ගන්න.
They're all dead? I have more tests to run.
ඒ කියන්නේ අපි අර
උඩ පෙර දුවපන් උඩ පන්.
Not being shot at.
තාත් නේ
Doing something
අපි අපේ
wrong.
කවුන්ටරින් ගහනවාදී මේවර කොම්ප් කරන්න බෑ. අපි වෙන විදිහකට ගන්න දෙයි.
ඔව්. නෑ මේ පුෂ් එක යන්න. Bitch, don't look, bro.
I will find you.
ඌට සිංහල තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඌ යනවා.
Get out of my way!
Smoke's down.
සයිපර් රිප් දාලාදී. දාලා දෙන්නේ සුත්තා.
කේජ් දාලා දෙන්න බා.
කැඩුව එක. දෙන්නම් මේ.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Right here. Taken down. Like butter, baby.
One enemy remaining.
Smoke's down.
Spikes down. My ult
සයිපර්
placing
සිප් වයන
swarm grenade.
ආදල්ලක් දුන්නානේ.
Placing sentry. Placing alarm bot. Flawless. Recalling my
අපි
bot.
නැත්ත බං ලස්සන නැත්තම් තියෙන්නේ.
Swarm grenade out. Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't
What's
just
that?
shoot. You
ලස්සන
have to
නැත්තම්
think.
තියෙන්නේ නැද්ද කියලා ඇහුවා.
අර උඩිනුත් ගහනවා බං අර කී අතුලට වෙලා අර ජරාවත් දාගෙන
අපේ පොල්ලෙක් ඉන්නවා. ඌ ගහන්නේ
කොල්ලෙක් ඉන්නවා.
නෑ නෑ. ඒ අපේ පොල්ලෙක් ඉන්නවා කියලා කිව්වා. ඌ ගහන්න බෑ 800 0.15 බං.
Placing alarm bot.
ඌගේ අපේ පොල්ලෙක්
යකෝ මේක ගහන එක ගහන්නේ 1-1 බං.
අපෝ ඌ මොකද බං ගහන්නේ?
ගන්න.
800 වල බං. ඌට
Launching smoke.
දෙන්නම ය හරිය. ගොබ්බෝ දෙන්නම මේක.
Stim beacon down.
අර ඉතින් තනියෙන් ගිහිල්ලා අපි කරනවා බං අපි එනකන් ඉන්නේ නැතුව.
Smoke's down.
Cutting their vision.
අලෙට් එකක් තියෙනවා මගේ.
ප්ලාන්ට් එක ගන්න.
මේ මේක ඇතුලේ උඩින් එකක් බං.
Initiated.
අර උඩක් තියෙනවා ඒක.
Last player standing.
Lockdown එක.
teammate ලා fucking bad බං.
මොමුර. දැන් දුවන කිල් එකක් ගහන්න
How's that
දුව
for a
මාරු.
plan?
මේ ගෝවන් මේ මට තියන්කෝ මේක පුරුණම්.
Can I get this? Thanks.
නපො සල්ලි දීති මගෙන් එල්ලනවද බං මං හිතුවේ මට අරන් දෙයි
ආ
කියලා.
මම සල්ලි දැක්කේ නෑ. ඒ ඕක මෙව කරපන් ආයි. ඕක මෙව කරපන්.
මොකද කරපන් දැන් මෙව්ව කරන්න බෑකෝ ටැක් මේ ගඳ ගහලා තින්නේ.
පැතිලා ඉන්න කොහොමද?
ආ මම නේද මේ මෙව කරන්න ඕනේ මේ.
Alarm bot.
අනේ සෝරි.
Smoke.
ආයි දෙන්නත් මේ බමුණු උත්තර කරන්න ඕන.
Stim beacon
අරක් වගේ යනවා ගන්නෝ. මේ සයිට් එකට මේව කරා බං.
Placing swarm grenade.
අයියෝ.
Swarm grenade out.
ආම්මෝ මේ පෙට්ටියක් අසේ බං කේජි.
Last player standing.
අන්න
Flawless.
මට තේරෙන්නේ නෑ බං. සෙන්ටිනල්ලා දෙන්නම මේ ගාස්සේ
Come
ඉන්නේ බං.
on. Get me in the line of fire.
ලබු තම්බනවද ගියා ඒ ගස්සේ මට.
අපි ගහමු බී.
බි ෆේක් කරහන් බි පුෂ් කරන්න බෑ මම මෙතන ලර්ක් එක කරන් පික් එකක් ගන්න try කරන්න පික් එකක් ගත්ත ගමන් රොටේට් කරන්
උන්ට පොඩ්ඩක් වෙන්නද ඩිස්ට්‍රැක්ට් කරනවා.
මං හිතන සයිපෝ හේ දැන්වත් ඔහේ මේව කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා. දැන්වත් කරන්න නැත්නම් වැඩක් නෑ බං.
මේ ජෙට් ඉන්නවා ජෙට් ඉන්නවා.
සයිබර් don't push සයිබර් don't push.
ඒජේ ඔහෙද?
කේජ් එකේ නෑ. සේජ් මිඩ් එකේ. ජෙට්
යහෝ මේ
main
දෙන්න තුනක්.
ඔය ෆේක්
නයිස් ජෙට ඇවිල්ලා.
අඩෝ කක් අරුට දුන්න
කොතනින්ද මේ උඹට
ආයෙ B ආයෙ B
Spike down
ඔටින්
A.
ගෑවනේ
ඔලුවටම ගැහුවා රෝඩින් එක බා.
You will not kill my ally.
ජටාවත් පිස්සුව
ඔලුවටම ගැහුවා.
Reload.
30 seconds left.
Molly.
යකෝ
Last
වාස්තුවා
player standing.
අනිත් පැත්ත බීක් කරන ආයේ ඉතින් මේ ගම් ලේස
කිසිද බා. යහොම මේක බ්‍රෝන්ස් 3 බා.
කවුද
Match
Spike.
point.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's send this quickly.
මේක මේ කන්න එපා
firepower. Use that.
ගහන්න පුළුවන් මැච් එකක් හැබැයි.
Placing alarm bot.
That
Got the
blocks the
spike.
spike.
Launching smoke.
My ult's ready.
මේ මුගේ ගේජ් ඉරා ඉන්න පුෂ් එක යන්න බෑ
Don't go.
don't push ගේජ් එක කැඩුවද දෙන්නේ නැහැ කැම් හංගල අනේ වන්දව ඊයේ කියපු පාර මැද්දේදී
මේ පැත්තේ එද්දි වැදුණු.
Enemy spotted.
මට උඩින්
Last
ගියුවා
player standing. Long.
මටත් බෑ බා.
Defenders win.
දැයි නුතර ගහපම් මම
මිනිස්සු දැනගන්න ඔටෝමේෂන් සෙට් එක මොන වගේ ආසල්ද කෙලින්නේ කියලා. Ronald, thank you so much for the live.
ඒ ඩාක්. නම්බරේ වල තියෙන එක බලන්නකෝ.
දැන් දෙයට තියෙන්නේ තව එකක් ගහලා මං යනවා හතරට ළඟ ඒවා ඈ කවුරුත් ඒ ගහන්නේ
මං කොහොමද ගන්නේ?
කොහොමද ගහන්නේ උමරිලා බා
මට තවද ඇහෙන දීපකෝයකින් ක්ලික්.
Match
ෆෝටෝනේ
found.
මොන්ටරේ මේක ආ
ඔව්
ආයක තමයි 60 වලින් ඔච්චර ගන්න බෑ
ඒක වලින් මාලාට ගහන්න බෑ කොහොම.
ඔච්චර කැටයන් තිබ්බේ නෑ මුල් කාලේ
යකෝ මම හිතන්නේ මම කොච්චර කාලයකට පස්සේ ගත්තා කියලාද? මම පහකට එහා 60 මොන්ටරේන් ගියෝවා.
ඔව් එහෙනම් මං කොයි කාලේ නම් සතුටු ගියාක්කෝ 60
හරියනේ තමුසල කොච්චර ගන්න ගේම් ගහනවද මට වයස ගියද කියලා කියපන්.
හරියදී කියනවා
කවුද ගහන්නේ?
අච්චා අපි ගේට් ගහන්න ඕනේ
Icebox.
අය තෝරලා ඩොට් කරන්නද?
මේ ගේම් එක ගහන්නම ඕනද
නැහැ නේ බා.
ඉතින් මේ ගේම් එක වෙනවා ඉතින් දැක්කේ සතුටු වුණා තරහ ගත්තා ඔක්කොම කරා
නේ මොනවද කරන්නේ මම ඩොට් ගන්නවද?
මේක ගහනවා මං කියන්නේ මේ ගේම් එක නෙමෙයි
එහෙනම්
මේ පුටු වෙලරට් එක නෝ
මෙහෙම ප්‍රශ්න තියෙන දැන් ඔයාලා පෙන් කරලා තියෙන හැටියට බැහැනේ නවත්තන්න අන්න ඒකත් ප්‍රශ්නයක්.
මම ඉච්චට ස්පෙන්ඩ් කරලා
උඹ කරලා නේ.
තියෙනවා ඉතින් කරලා තියෙනවා.
ඒ ගැන වැඩි ඔළුවට ගන්න නැහැ නේද?
Match found.
රන්ටන් එකයි සේෆ් එකයි බැටල් පාස් තමයි තියෙනවා.
මගේ බැටල් පාස් තුනයි ගන්ඩල් තුනයි ෆැන්ටම් දෙකයි මාෂල් එකයි ෆැන්ටම් දෙකයි මාෂල් එකයි ඔක්කොටයි ෂෙරිෆ් එකයි නයිස් එකයි.
වටරස් මෑන්
ඒ පාර ලෝටස් මොකක්ද ගහන්න කියේ.
Nothing stays hidden from me. Nothing.
Lotus.
දොස් ගහන්න
අඩෝ මේ චයිනවල තියෙනනේ පට්ට අයිට් ආතල් මේ හවුස් සීන්. අඩෝ ඌවම් මේ මන්ද මේ වීඩියෝ එකක් බලනවා නේ. හවුස් ඒ කියන්නේ modern type mobile houses මහ ලස්සනයි. ඈ
වයින් හවුස් කියලා පෙට්ටි කෑලිද?
පෙට්ටි කෑලි නෑ පෙට්ටි කෑලිත් නෙමෙයි අර ඔබ කියන්නේ කන්ටේනර් බොක්ස් නේ. නෑ එහෙමත්
නෑ ඒවා නෙමෙයි කන්ටේනර් බොක්ස්.
ඔව් පෙට්ටි හැඩ තමා. ඒත් මේ මාර ඩිසයින් එකකට හදලා මාර ලස්සනයි. අඩුම ඒ වගේ එකක් අරගෙන හිටියනම් හරිවා. ආතල්ලගේ
උඹට මොනා කරන්නේ?
ආතල්ලගේ ආතල්ලගේ ඉන්න තියෙන්නේ.
එහෙම එකක් කරා මම කියන්නේ උඹට දාන්න ඕන එක බස්.
අඩු හිල්ලගේ ඉන්න තියෙන්නේ.
තනත් දාන්න පුළුවන් බං මම කියන්නේ ඉතින් උඹට.
අඩු සිංගල් ලයිෆ් බං.
ආද?
no pain no gain.
the investment tab by
again. Anna planting
Spike planted.
අම්මෝ තුනක් පීක් කරා.
අම්මෝ හිතන්න කම්බුන්නේ ගැහුවා.
හරි වගේ. හරි පේට් ස්වැප් බා. මට කොරද? ඔව්.
එහෙනම් අපි ටෙස්ට් ගහන්න ඕන උත්තර ඔක්කොම.
මම කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ ජෙට් ගැන බා.
ගන්න ඔබ දැක්කනේ ඒකනේ.
උගේ නම ලෙවියතන් බං ඌ මේ ෆෑන් කෙනෙක් කොහෙද?
ජෙට් නා account buy කරපු ඩයල් ලැබ්බා.
ගොඩක් විතර. ඌ ඇත්තටම එහෙමනම්
අම්මලා අමතක වෙලා buy කරාවා.
තනස්සනේ.
හරි සිද්ධිය බං. මොකයි සඳ? මම සයිට් එකට බලන්න දැන් විසනේ දාන්න.
Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
අනේ යාද බං මට සපෝට් කරපු එක ආවා.
මම මලාද?
අඩෝ සෝරි.
Spike planted.
කිව්වනවා ගියා. මම මැරිද ඇති.
හරිස්වා කලින් ආනම් මං ගැම්මා තත පුරකල්ටයි.
හරි හරි ගන්න හරියෝ.
මොකද බං හිටියේ?
අල්ලලා තිබ්බේ තදවර කරන්න බැරි වුණා.
තදවර වුණා. ඔය බලන්න. තද කොර වුණා කෙසේ වෙතත්. තද කෙසේ වෙතත්.
තද කෙසේ කොර වුණා.
කන්ත බව මාෂල්ලේ.
අස්සරයි නේ.
අමුකුයි ඒක නිකන් අර ලස්සන විදිහට අමුකුයි බං.
That goes there.
CS එකේ මේකත් වගේ.
අර හේනම කවුන්ටර් ස්ට්‍රයික් වයිබ් එකක් තියෙනවා.
මට මං වෙන ඔප් එක ගන්න හරිද?
Enemies are A. Somebody's there. Enemy spotted A.
ඔබ අහුවේ
Spike down A.
Get inside quickly.
ඕලේ අල්ලපන් මට උදව් කරන්න සූත්තාවට.
Right there.
Behind me.
One enemy remaining.
My ult ready.
nice.
බෝ බය වුණාට.
Spike is
කවුරු
safe.
හරි මට දැක්කක් පිටුව බං.
Okay. Kaka! Keep this momentum.
යවුව මාසල් පාරක් කරගෙන. ළඟට ආව ආරෝප ගැව්වා බං.
ඊටාරද බං. ආරපුරෝ බන්නේ ඊටාරද දෙන්න.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
ෂූටින් එකක් ෆෝන් කරලා ගහන්න එපා ගේම් එක.
අම්මඩ දෙයි. මචං කැම් එක කැඩුවනේ බං.
Tagged.
ඔය එතන ඉනෝ. ෆේඩ් එනවා. මෙතන ඉන්නවා.
Watch behind you.
nice. මෙතන ඉන්නවා ක්ලවුන්. ක්ලව් මෙතන.
Player standing.
130
මෙතන බලපු ගමන් මෙන්න මෙතන ඉන්න මෙතන ඉඳන්. යකෝ අස්තර පින් කරන මූ අරහි බලනවා.
උතලෙද බං.
Cypher.
මට ඒක අයිඩියා වුන්නේ නැහැ බං උඹ එතන කිව්වේ කියලා.
ඌට මුගේ මොලේ වැඩක් නැහැ
නෑ නෑ මම ඌව කැම් එකෙන් දැක්කා.
ඩක් වගකීමෙන් කිව්වේ මූ පොඩි කාලේ මූ වත්තල දිනවා බං 4-5 පාරකට වැඩි.
පාර
වැඩ නෑ බං.
වත්තනෝනේ කියනෝනේ මම අර කස්සින්
ඕකේ වට්ටන්
වැඩිපුර වැටිලා බාම
බිමටද?
බිමට ආස උඩට වැටලා තියෙනවා. බීය එකපාරට බීපාලයන් බී එකට බර දෙයි කියනවා. බර දියම්
බර දුන්න
මම අපේ ගීකෝ ගැම්ම අල්ලනවා. ඊකට බර දියම් උතර කඩින් යයි.
හරි බර දීලා තියෙන්නේ.
ටිප් එකක් දාලා මෙන්න මෙතෙන් පුළුවන් නම් මෙන්න ඇවිල්ලා නේ මං කිව්වා උඹට
ඇවිල්ලා බං.
එනේ දුත්ත ගියා.
Caught one.
මම එකනේ කිව්වේ ගන්නට වීයා.
බර දෙන්න නම් අමාරුයි දැන් 26 තියෙන්නේ.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
පන්නල ගහපන්.
One
Yes,
enemy remaining.
nice GG.
ඒ ඩක්
Don't insult me.
මම බලනවා මේ අර ජෙට් එකම ඇවිල්ලා ගහද්දි ගමන් මට ඌ එන අඳුරුවට පෙවුනේ. පාස්සේ දැක්කේ ලැප් එකේ බ්‍රයිට්නස් එක 5යි බං.
I find them. I kill them. Simple as that.
මම බලන්නේ කැරිය අඳුරුයි.
කැරිය අඳුරුයි.
ආසුද අඳුරු කෙට බල. පරිචම් මට ඉතින් ඌ ලයිව් එකේ.
අඳුරු නා දහස.
අඩෝ පියුරියා ගෙන්නන්න ඕන කොම්මුගේ ලයිව් එකේ.
හවුද?
ඔව් කියන කතා එක්ක.
You want to play? Let's play.
ඊරිනේ හුත්ත ඩැගව ගෙන්නන්නද?
අපෝ මෝ බෑන්නේ ඒක.
Enemies in attacker spawn.
මෝ බෑ.
Why all go B? Oi ඒ කෑගහන්න මොඩේද තමසේ ගුරු එක්ක කෑගහන්න එපා.
ඔයි ඔයි dude.
Right there.
Where is
ඒ අර අල්ට් ගහන්න.
Spike down A. Enemy remaining.
අය? අහුත්තදී
Spike here.
යන්න එපා පික් කරන්න එපා ඉතින් අල්ල බෝම්බේ අපි ගාව මචං.
අපි ගාවද?
මචං උඹ සයිට්
ආ,
එකට
මේ-
ඵලයන් මචං මං කියන්නේ.
මට ඊයේ වෙච්ච දේ මම අද මුන්ගේ මේ ජෙටාට
30
කරා බා.
seconds left.
මචං මෙතනින් ටිප් වයර් එකක් දාපන්. නොතනින් දාපන්. දැන් ඕන්න පිටිපස්ස බලන් ඉඳපන්. පිටිපස්ස බං උහුම නෙමෙයි අයියෝ මෙන්න මෙතනට වරේ. ආද එතන කේජ් එක දාපන්. එතන කේජ් එක දාපන්.
ඌ මෙතෙන්ට ඇවිල්ලානේ බා.
Careful.
ඔය කැරකේ තී බම්බරේ වගේ හරි බං.
ඌ ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ ඒක කරලා මරු ඩයල් එක නේ.
and then they will die.
ඌ බලපන් ගොල්ලා. මොකද්ද බෝ පිටිපස්ස බලන්න කියලා අදහස් කරේ මට එතන ඉන්නකොට?
දැන් උඹට මේ හිමිනේ
අත දාන්න පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්න.
මේ ඌ ට්‍රැකර් මේකන්ත ගන්නවා ප්ලේස් මෙහෙ බලනවා නම් උඹ බලන්න ඕනේ පස්ස ෆ්ලෑන්ක් එක විතරයි බං.
This is a nice spot.
ඌ වටේ කිකොෙන් හරි ආවොත් බී එකේ දොර කඩලා තිබ්බද දන්නේ නැහැ මම. කඩලා තිබ්බොත් ඌ වටෙන් ඇවිල්ලා ගහුවොත් තමයි.
මේ පාර මේ
Spike
කොල්ල
down.
කීදුක
Attacker
කමරුවා.
spawn.
Cage triggered.
සී
සීසී
One enemy remaining.
ඈ මේ අරුණ මාත් එක පුදුම වෛරකින් ඇත්තේ. උන්ගේ ජෙට
ඇයි
උන්ගේ ජෙටාට පළවෙනි පාරත් උගේ ස්මෝක් එක ඇතුළේ ඉඳන් ඉද්දි ගැහුවා හරිද? දෙවෙනි පාර අල්ට් එක ඔන් කරගෙන උගේ ස්මෝක් එක ඇතුළේ ඉඳි ඒත් ගැහුවා බා.
ඊටට මට මගෙන් 80 ඒව.
ජෙටාට මගෙනුත් 80ක් ඇතුළේ තියෙනවා.
අයලා මගෙන් 80. අම්මත ජීවිතයත් මරණයත් අතර සරණක් ගෙනියන්න හදන වෙන්න මෙතන ඉන්න.
That goes there.
නම්බර් එකේ ඉස්සරහට ස්මෝක් එකක් දාන්නද?
එපා ස්මෝක් දාන්නේ බායි ඉතින් මෙන්න මෙතන දාන්න.
sorry. Naba? Abang gahal?
Somebody's there. Enemy A.
Launching smoke.
Face your
මේ ඌට වැදුන්නේ නෑද?
fire in the hole.
Last player
අඩෝ
standing.
අර ඊය මෙහෙ බලන් හිටියා බං ඉස්සර.
ප්ලේස්
ඈ
මම ඒක ක්ලිප් කරා උඹට පෙන්නන්න සුපිරි ආදරලක් වුණා මට.
Sorry. Only bright enough for me. Reloading.
See you on the other side.
That goes there. Oh, this goes here.
හරි පක් කරලා දෙන්නද?
ඒ උන් සීබා අනේ බී එනවනේ.
Careful now. Tripwire destroyed.
See ya.
Destroyed. Camera taken out.
Spike planted.
Crash got a hit. Right there.
One enemy remaining.
behind you, Silong.
One enemy remaining.
ඩිෆිස් අකු කෑ ගන්න ඇයි බං අර
ඔව් බං. මැරෙන්න හදනවනේ.
අයත් උනාව ඌ කෑ ගහපුවා එකපාරට පප්පියට කරන්න ඕන බවුගේ
We try the same old tricks.
Thanks.
Can someone buy me, please? Can someone buy
Charukz
me?
කරුණ බයි කරා.
බයිරා.
That goes there.
දා මගේ HSS percentage එක බහැන හොඳට බං.
This goes
දවසේ
here.
මට ඔක තියන්න
Right there.
කත්ත ගම්ස මට රීල් එකක්ම දායක නැතුනේ.
වර
නෑ නෑ අම්මට කිව්වා. මොකක්ද යා ගෝලේ උනේ?
Right there.
Tree.
Gotcha.
අයියෝ 29 බං අරුට.
Last
you
player
are.
standing.
බලහම් ඒ ටයිමින් බං
අම්මා.
උම්බියා
Where will they go this
උන් හැම තැනම බං.
හැමදාම කොහේ ආවද හිතාගන්න කොහේ
කොල්ලෝ හැම තැනම.
Did it go away?
This is a nice spot. Yalla, mshina.
මේ ඇන්ගල් එක හැමතිස්සම සෙට් වෙන්නේ නැහැ බං.
ඉන්න මෙහෙ නෑ බං
ඔව්. බී.
Rotate A.
නයිස් බං.
Spike down B.
Tripwire destroyed.
Charukz මරු තැනට ගියේ
මම අරුට කව එකට ගියේ බං. අරුත් එක්ක අරු තනියම ගියපු හින්දා.
A-link.
මටත් කෙලුණා උටත් කෙලුණා.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing.
මට ඇහුණා අර හෙන් 100කින් එනවාක
අපෝ කුස්තිය දිපා.
Charukz එහෙම පුෂ් කරලා මැරෙන්න එපා අපි ඩිෆෙන්ස් නෙමෙයි
ඔව් නේ. මම අරු ගියපු හින්දා උගේ කව උගේ මේකට ගියේ උට බෑකප් එකට. ඌත් මරන මාත් මම අපරාධ.
අපරාධ ලස්සනට ගහන්න දෙපා එනකන් ඉන්නලවා
දා මේ ගණින. අර දෙලිප් ගහලා
මේ පාර පොඩි සීන් එකක් කරන්න.
උත්තෝක තියලා බලන්න. දෙලිප් එක තියලා බලන්න.
දැන් ගම වටේම එනවා බං ඉන්න බලපන් එක සයිඩ් එකට එන්නේ
This
නැහැ
goes here. This is a nice spot.
එක කේක් මේකද මන් දාන්නේ මේ එකේ දාලා බලන එක
මං කෙලින් මෙහිට මේ මුන්ගේ ෆේට් මෙහි ඉන්න. අපගන් ඩෝන් ගන්න යන්න මෙට්ට.
ඕකෙන් බල ඉන්නේ බලන්නේ ඕකෙන් බලන් යනවා මේ පරියන්
Right there.
C.
Cage trigger. Camera taken out.
උතරින් ඉන්නවා කියලා දන්නවා නයිස් බැක්කෙන් ඊයන
Gobi, gobi, gobi.
චෙක් කරන්න පුළුවන්.
ඇවිල්ලා.
නයිස් බා.
Where is everyone hiding?
Start the hook.
එයනවා.
30 seconds left.
ඒ රේස් මේ සුඹගා මොකක්ද තියෙන වෙපන් එක?
හැන්ඩල්
මේ ඔප් එකක් තියෙන දෙන්නද?
Enemy spotted A.
2, 3. Both in 3, both in 3.
One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Cheaper. Be just me and a bottle of scotch.
Switching sides.
Let's ruin their day.
දුන්න ඔපරේටර් පාර.
ගිමි.
Need a drop. Thanks.
ගිනි.
Yes.
මට වාරුවා. මට අර හොරලා මෙතනට මෙන්න මෙතනට ආපු ගමන් පේනවා බං.
Keep your guard up.
අයි.
Launching smoke.
අරු අතන ඉන්නේ.
Here.
ඒ බොක්ස් එක පිටිපස්සේද?
ඔක
මෙතනින් ෆුට් එකක් වුණා.
Enemy spotted A.
Tripwire destroyed.
අනන් ට්‍රැප් එකක් කැඩුවා.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
ඒ ෆ්ලෑන්ක් එනවා. අරු ෆ්ලෑන්ක්.
Spike ගානේ කවුද හොදිත්තේ?
Here.
ඕයි my bad බං.
බලන්න ස්පයිස් කරන්න බලන්න.
Nice.
මයින් බස්.
GG.
Give me a moment. I need to set back up.
විස්තරට
Need a drop.
මට බඩු දින ඔල්ලගා ඕන තරම්ම. මේක බඩල් එකම අරගෙන.
මේ ලස්සනයි නේ බං මේ ස්ප්‍රේ.
ට්‍රයි කරපු ගමන් ටැප් වුණා.
Launching smoke.
පාරණ තිනම් විසික් කළා දුවනවා වං ගෝප්පේ වගේ බං.
මම ගියා ගෙදර.
වරෙන් මේක තුලට වරෙන්.
කරපන් ඉතින්. අනේ උත්ත වෝල් එක ඉස්සෙල්ලා
One enemy remaining.
That's it.
Nice.
Reloading. Race into the spike site. Gun here. Gun here.
This goes here. Reloading. We will reveal their secrets.
දැන් පීලයන්නේ
Smoke's down.
Spike dropped.
යන්නේ කියලා ප්ලෑන් කරේ නෑ මතන් තාම.
Got the spike.
Adios. Pathetic. My ult's ready.
වර මම පොකර.
Right there. Spike planted. Enemy C. Heading down.
Three souls.
Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Behind you.
slow bane jetut me hole
On the bomb, on the bomb.
ගනිමු වැන්ඩල් එක වැඩි
මේ වැන්ඩල් එක මෙතන
Weapon here. Wonderful.
ආ ඒ මේක
Great to see how
Guardian.
frightened they are.
අනේ මන් දබන් මූ ගහලද
අපි ගහලත් අන්නේ මන්දවා ඊටත් මු ගස් වෙනවා මන්ද
නෑ මම ඒක දැක්කේ මේ අරක වගේ බම් මේ මොකද්ද මේ
Oh, this is a nice spot.
කන්වඩියක් වගේ
නෑ ප්‍රීලූඩ් වැන්ඩල් එක වගේ දැක්ක බං
පුත්ත ගාඩ්‍රේල් එක ප්‍රීලූඩ් වගේ තියෙන උඹට අනේ මන් දබන්
මම දුරේ හිටියේ සුද්දා
Launching smoke.
ඒ යන්න එපා අරු ගහනවා අර
Stim beacon down.
අම්මට ඒන් පස්සේ බං ඒ
ඒ උඹට කොතනද බය වෙන්නේ
නිකන් තීත් ඔක්කොම වැදුනා බං මට
ෆ්ලෑන්ක් කරනවා
My ult's ready.
දැන් මචං උන් එන විදිය උඹලා නවත්ත ගන්න අමාරුයි නේද
Reloading.
2.3
Right there.
Enemy spotted A.
ඔය බය වෙන්නේ දැක්කයි
අරු බී යනවා බං ඒකට ඩිෆෝ කම්ප්ලීට්ලි
ඒකෝ කම්සි බ්‍රෝ
Enemy spotted C. Here.
Launching smoke.
උඹ වෝටර් හෝල් බං ගියේ උඹේ ටීපී එක වෝටර් හෝල් දාන්න
වෝටර්ෆෝල් මෙන්න මෙතනට දාන්න
Seconds left.
No more charges left.
Reloading.
Out of here.
I must wait a moment.
Who trained you?
අයියෝ
One enemy remaining.
උඩින් යන්න නයිස් බා
Molly.
නෑ නෑ ඌ හිටියේ වෝටර්ෆෝල් නයිස් බං ජීජි
නයිස්
That's the lot of them.
මං ඒ ගහපු දැක්කවන්න
එන්නක් තද කරව ඈ
If they mess with
මං
one of
ගහපු
us,
එක ක්ලිප් කරලා
they
වන්න
mess with
කොහොමද
all of us.
මට ඉන්න වාරල් දෙක කියුවා
Reloading.
උගේ ටීම් එක ගැහුවා ඉතින් හැම එකම ක්ලිප් එකක් නේ බං
Need a drop.
අර වදින්නේ හැබැයි වදින වෙලාවට ක්ලිප් එකක් ආවේ
මට මේකක් දී පාවු ඉතින් කොල්ලා හිතර ඉදේනිව අංගත්තවා
මොකද්ද
ආම්බි ගුරුණියා කිල්ලන් ගියා ඉතින් මට රික්වෙස්ට් කරනවා දාගෙනවා
Get you have money by random.
Smoke's down.
දැන් ටීක් කරන්නවත් නෑ ඔන්න එනවා රෝගි රජමකුල් එනවා මේක ෆේක් කරන්නේ
ඔය එතන ඇතුළේ ඉන්න ඩාක් බලාගෙන නයිස් ඩා
Tripwire destroyed.
ට්‍රැප් එක කඩුවා
එතන දාම ට්‍රැප් එක
දෙම
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
මම මේ අපේ මේන් එක ස්මෝක් කරනවා මේ මේන් එක
Wow, my eyes are down. Cage triggered.
හරි උඹට ෆුල් බේට් එක දීලා තියෙන ගහන්න ඕනේ
I'll take it.
ගැම්මැල්ලු අපේ ගේකෝ I love you bro ගැම්මැල්ලු
You fat ass.
ඒ සයිට් එකට ඇවිල්ලා පයියත් කරන්නේ මල දෙන්න මාස්ටර් වෙලා
One
ඉගල්
enemy
කර
remaining.
කරවත් ඉඳ පයියකෝ
ඉතෝ ඒ රවුන්ඩ් එකේ සිටියාරු
අපෝ මෙතන ඉගල් කරවත් ඉඳපන් මේ
Batteries. And I need a recharge.
I have extra money if I need a
ඔය
drop.
අරුට සපෝට්
ගේකෝ මාව බේරගත්තේ ඉන්න ඔක්කොම බා
මම අරුට සපෝට් හරි
Gun here.
දෙන්න ඔරගස්
Yes, this should do.
ඒ ගැන හරියද අර
අරු උඹට දැන් හැමතිස්සෙම රීව පැන්තම් මැද දෙන ගණන් ඉතින් එක පාරක් කිල්ලවන දැන් කරන් දෙන්නේ අර
ආ දෙනවද කොහොදිය
Need a drop.
ඒ බෝස් එකට
ඌ රීව
no give me phantom
Get out of my way.
Smoke's down.
ඕ දිව්ව බං ටැංක් ට්‍රැප් එක දැම්මද?
දැම්මා.
Reloading. On the money.
නයිස් බා.
Reloading.
ගන්නවල ගැහුවා ඉන්නේ.
Launching smoke.
හරි බා.
Enemy down.
You had your fun. My turn.
ඒ
Last player standing.
අනේ උත්ත. අදෝ.
නෑ රූම් ආව ඩිස්ට්‍රැක්ට් කරාවා. කෑරියා.
කෑ ගහලා නේ.
ඩෑෂ්. මෙහෙට දුවන් ඩෑෂ් කරේ මෙන්න මෙතනටද ඩෑෂ් කරේ.
මට no idea.
මට සවුන්ඩ් එක හිතාන්න බැරි වුණාම ඩෑෂ් කරපු.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it. Need a drop.
අලුත් ගන් සෙට් එකක් දාලාද? අලුත් මේ
රෙඩින් ස්කින් හම්බෙන්න ඕනේ වරු. දෙනවා ටික ඉල්ලන්නේ නැහැ.
Embarrass them.
ගැම්ම අල්ලනවා.
This goes here.
Launching smoke.
සත්‍ය නැතු පවට් ඉඳන් බලන්න.
මම කෝක් එකක් දැම්මා.
මොඩේ ඉන්නේ මම.
ඒ උත්ත කියන්න බෑ.
ඔය පවට් එක බලන්න. පපදෙනා. අර අහල බල උඩට ගන්නවා. ඊයේ ෆ්ලැන්ක් යනවා වන්න.
අඩෝ මගේ මැප් එක පස්සේ ලබන් ජෙට් විෂන් ෆෝන් එක වෙන්නේ. සමුන් එක කියනවා සීයේ කිව්වෝ. අපි යන්නද?
බරේ.
බෝ මේක දාලා අයි එක දාපන් මම බත් කියන්න සප් එක.
Right here.
30
එක්ස්ට්‍රේට්
seconds.
මට යන්න බෑ බං.
Face your fear.
නයිස් බං.
Fire in the hole. Top ගියා බං.
එතන ඉන්නවා. නයිස්.
Enemy spotted A.
අනේ බලහම් බං අර මේ ගේට ගෑනු උත්තක්ද දුන්නා.
Last player
ඒ
standing. One enemy remaining.
මනේ මට නම් තේරුන්නේ ඌ ඇවිල්ලා ගහලා ගියා බං ඊසි පීසි.
අපේ මට හිතුණා හුස්ස වටෙන් යන්නේ කියලා.
මට උනේ සීන් එක දැක්කේ කැතම සීන් එක.
හිතුණා මම වටෙන් ඇවිල්ලා කියලා. ඔය වෙලාව ආසිපති ස්ටෑර්ස් බා.
Pinche read.
උද ස්ටෑර්ස් කිය.
ඔව්.
ඒ ඩාක් උඹ මොනේ ඒ කියන්නේ වින්ඩෝස් වලින් අර බ්‍රයිට් අනේ
අපි 100න්ද ඩාක් 100න්ද
කරන්න නැතිනම් අරු දෙනවා මචං අම්මට සිරි ගාපම් මචං දෙයියා කියලා දෙනවා
ඒක තමයි 30ක් ගහලා උඹව ගැරි කරනවා අපනදාය
ඒක කඩපන් යකෝ
Enemy spotted.
නයිස් බං.
මෙන්නේක ගන්න එක පාන මින් බලන්න
ඒක නෝ
Smoke's down. Dip beacon down.
Where is everyone hiding?
Bro plan.
Plant the spike. Molly.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Oh my bad.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Nice
ඒක
try.
බං ආයි මිස්සුනේ එකක්
අනේ කියන්නේ බෑ බල්ලෝ
Going again.
Match point.
Their head
මං අතන දෙලා ස්පෑම් කර කර හිටියා
මිස් එක බලවාගෙන විනායකින් මම ගැව්වා තියෙන එක.
ඒක අවුලක්
Reloading.
අස්සේ තමයි දන්නේ මේ කේස් එකක් කියලා නැද්ද බං?
මම දන්නේ නැහැ මම ඒකෙත් ඌ එක ඩාට් එකට එන්නත් කලින් ඉඳන් මම හිතුවා ස්පෑම් කරගෙන ඉතියා.
This is a nice spot.
අර මේ සෙන්ටර්නේ ගැම්මන්නේ බා.
මේ
ඒක මම ගත්තේ අනේ.
රෂ් එකේ ගහම
අර ඊවර්ට් එක්ක ආව නැහැ.
ගැම්මත් තොද කරනේ මම.
රිවර්ට ආසනේ.
මම එච්චර ආව නැහැ ඉන්නේ.
මේ ගන්න එකක් පස්සේ ඉන්නේ කාගෙද මම එඩිට් තියෙනවා.
මටත් ඔය බග් එක දිනනවා.
මේ ස්මෝක් ඇතුලේ ඇති.
මම බලන් ඉන්නේ.
Spike down A.
Got the spike.
පුෂ් කරපන් ෆයිට් එක.
සයිට් එක පුෂ් කරන්න අර ඒක.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Enemy defender response.
ජීජි බයි.
Attackers.
කිල් එකක් අල්ලන්න දිව්වයකෝ හතර වටේ. බැරි උනේ ඒක අල්ලගන්න.
බලපන් මෝ කිල් අල්ලන්න කියලා.
කිල් එකක් ගහන්න අර ෂොට් ගන් එක ගහද්දි ෆේල් එක පිටිපස්සෙන් දිව්වා ෆේල් එක පිටිපස්සෙන් දුවා දිව්වා මන් ෆේට් එක ගැහුවා.
ඇත්තේ නේ දැන් 4ට 5යි. 5යි බා.
ඇති දින්නනේ මචං ජයග්‍රාහී මානසිකත්වයෙන් නිදා ගන්න පුළුවන්. හරි කමන්නේ. ආයි ගෝ සිල්වර් 2 ආව මචං. හෙට අචීව් කරමු. ඔව් හෙට ගහමු සිල්වර් 3. හෙට ගෝල්ඩ් ගහමු. ගෝල්ඩ් 1 ගහමු. හරිද හිටි? එහෙනම් ගහන්න රයි එකක් ගමුනේ. අඩෝ ඒ වුණාට මේ උඹලා දැන් මේ අපේ සෙට් එක ගහද්දි මැච් අදිනවා බං. මේ අනිත් වෙලාවට වදින්නේ නැහැ මැච්. අපි 4ක් ගහුවොත් 4න් 3ක් හරි ගහනවා. මේ බලපන් මගේ කැරියර් රිසල්ට්.
මේ මම නම් අතල්ලා දැම්ම මගේ account එක බ්ලැක් දාන එක මට ඒක ඕනේ ගෝල් 3 උතර වැටි පොම්පත් මැච් දෙකක් යවුවනම් ප්‍රැක්ටිසින් කරන්න දැන්
ඒක තමයි
බලමු වෙලාවක් ගන්න
යාමි පිටුසරක
එහෙනම්
ඉතින් මට වුණා කියාර විතර ටික බං
ඈ
මට වුණා බලු වැඩ ටික බලන්න
ඇයි කොහොමද මොනවාද අද ලැබියතන්ලයි මෙයාලගේ මැච් එක නේද G2 ලගේ
අපෝ ලැබියතන් ගායිද
දෙගොල්ලොන්ගෙන් පොඩි ආදල්ලක් තියෙනවා නේ දෙගොල්ලොම අරින්නේ නැහැ
Look for info back in these kind of spots. Icy doesn't do it because he's not particularly aggressive and they don't have as many set plays. They're going to invest the drone here though, and Trent realizes nobody's in A main anymore. Unfortunately for G2, it's only Leaf right now defending the B site, and Valen's got to book it to get over there in time.
Going for a split. Players up for mid.
මම නම් කියන්නේ ලැබියතන් ගායිද
Over the cage up to try and
මටත් හිතෙනවා ලැබියතන්ල ගහයි කියලා ඒ වුණාට G2 ලා ෆෝම් එකේ ඉන්නේ බං
knife against the back. That's going to be taken down the setup, but not before the cages are sent up and flying. Dart revealing, but weaving in and out. Valen.
බලලා මේ මට කියලා වෙන තැන මේ බලන්න
I mean, he's just the actual imposter in the midst of them. But as the war fades away, so do some of the chances, maybe. For Leviathan, King, going to try and bail them out.
One enemy remaining.
Carve out a partner, success. Trent is left alone
Ban,
in the
ban.
1v2.
Valorant හරිද
From this team,
ආතම් බලන්න Valorant
it's
හරි
down to this. Only
අම්බලි
advantage
විත්
Trent
නෙක් ලිෆ්ට් එක
has
කොහෙද
is
මං ගහන්නේ
slightly
කියලා
in down,
තදම
but
නිකන්
timing.
තන්නේ
There's a
එතන
chance
මම
to
හරියට
get
ගැස්සුවා
wide and out. The players
හරි
not ready.
අඩු අඩු
They can't
අඩු
contain this guy.
What is this බං
හරිද
Unbelievable 1v2.
නවතා Valorant හරිද
අඩු හිට් එකක් නේ උට
That distracting com in the moment, and you see it. Former teammate there,
Mate, what
Tex,
is this,
stunned
bro?
by what he's witnessed. 3 rounds in a
Yeah,
row
that
now
ain't
for
bad.
G2.
ඒක තමයි බල ගහන්නේ මම කුඩම හරි බලන්න
Red ball clutch.
ඒ කියන්නේ
අර
කන
නෑ ඌ ස්මෝක් එක දානවා
What's the timing just as King goes out from pillar?
ස්මෝක් එක මේසන් එක බා
His crosshair placement is off because he had to break that recon. And Trent's amazed. What a play to go for there.
ෆකින් ටයිමින් එකක් දැන් අර බලන්න
Can barely believe it now, unfortunately. Some bad news.
අර ඒත් මැරෙන්න ඕනේ බා
ඌ හරියට
අර
ඒත්
බලන්න.
වදින්න ඕනේ 160ක්
ඒත්
වදිනවනේ බං
මැරෙන්න ඕනේ බා නැහැ බා එකක්වත් ඇදලා තිබ්බේ නැහැ උට
ඊට
ඔව්
Audio shit.
අවුට වැදුනා කියලා හිතලා අනිත් පැත්ත නිසා ආයෙ බැලුවා නැත්තම් ඩබල් ෆීල්ඩ් එකක් මෙතන
Yeah, some problems not
අරුන් දෙන්න අහක බලන් ඉන්නේ
solved for it still. How many more talking points do we have? Oh, he's gone.
ලේස බැලුවද මේක
Yeah, they're just. This is becoming a
ලේස
serious.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get our best people on the job for that one.
I mean, that is our best people, and they're doing an amazing job.
අන්න
Not you,
ටෙක්නිකල්
not
ටෙක්නිකල්
me flying under the desk.
ෆෝස්
It's okay, I'll get it solved.
මොකක් කරුණා බම් මේ ලෙවියන් ලගේ PC එක
Spectacular stuff there from G2 to get up 3-0
Oh.
at the start of this one.
It's a lot of momentum on a map that we would be favouring Lev, right? As a team, expecting it. I mean, I certainly think of Breeze in that way and fashion. It's a matter where your best players can really flex and try and take fights.
PC එක
I
down
think this is a good opportunity as well. While it looks like this is going to take a while to solve, to zoom out a little bit from this match,
Okay.
right? Because yesterday we were talking a lot in that upper bracket final where G2 was playing against 100 Thieves about the winner having a big map veto advantage and setting up for that. 100 Thieves with their win in split, clawing things back towards the end after an 8-4 half that G2. I think Josh Artil think that they let that slip through their fingers.
අපි බලමු boys මේ
They was
match
talking about it in
එක
that
ලෙවියන්
coaching
ලගේ
meeting as
G2
well,
ලගේ
the
match
fact that they
එක
were
බලමු ඒක
focused
ආත
internally on making sure
At some
stuff like
point
that didn't happen.
on that match for G2 against, you know, 100
ඔබතුමාලා
Thieves,
දෙන්න
split
මොකද
was
කරන්නේ
10-4.
Yeah.
It was a
ඔබතුමාලා
10-4
දෙන්නෙක් නෑ
lead on
ඔබතුමා
split,
විතරයි ඉන්නේ
and they couldn't quite close out the map.
Yeah, you really can't let those get
යකෝ
away.
මේසි
But
කියා මේ මේසි
again,
ලුකු මේ
this match is to
ඇස්ටික්
get
යකෝ
an
කියන්නේ නැතුව
opportunity to
චුත වෙලා
face 100 Thieves and look for revenge.
මොකක් කරේ
Both of
යන්නේ
these
වෙන්න
squads have lost to 100 Thieves on the run
ඔව්
through.
කියන්න තියන්න ඌ මෙල්ලට
And
යන්න
whoever wins here today is
ඌ
going
අර
to be in
වීඩියෝ
the
එඩිට් සීන්
grand finals
නේ
of our
බරට
mid-season playoffs. For a chance to
ටොක්
skip this group stage,
දානවා
but an
එකකට
uphill battle. No matter which way you slice it, doesn't matter how dominantly you win here today. Even if Leviathan smoke this one 3-0, they are still going to be going into the grand finals with a map veto disadvantage, probably forced to play on the perma bans, whether that be Sunset for G2 or Split for Lev.
Listen, a hell of a struggle. I mean, Sisyphus will be proud, I think, with the run they'd have to make. Really, they really would. Well, ahead of playoffs, we also sat down with King to talk about why this guy became one of the best IGLs.
Bueno, la primera vez que me convertí en un IGL en Valorant fue poco más de 2 años cuando estaba en Australs, y fue más que nada porque era un rol que había que filiar y nadie quería hacerlo, y dije ya, yo lo voy a hacer. Y nada, desde ahí que al principio no me gustaba mucho, la verdad, me costaba, me daba como ansiedad, cómo hacerlo bien, y
අඩු
nada,
ලෙවියන්
con el
ලගේ
tiempo
ජර්සි
le
එක
agarré
පට්ටනේ
el cariño, me enamoré del rol y nada, ahora feliz y orgulloso del IGL que soy hoy en día. Yo creo que ser el IGL tiene una carga muy grande, no solo por lo que implica, sino que cuando las cosas van mal, todos los dedos apuntan.
ඔව්නේ මගේ අනිත් සෙට් අනිත් බර නිකන් මේකේ සිද්ධ වෙනවා නිකන් මම බලමු බඩේ බබා
ඕකේ එකක් ගන්න
y hacerlo bien. Es un rol estresante.
මෙන්න ඇස්විඩ්ඩා මම ඔබට බැන්නත් එක්ක ඔබ කියන්නේ නැතුව ගියා කියලාව
නෑ නෑ මේකත්
sacar adelante el equipo de ser como una persona de
da
la
bamba
que todos dependen básicamente y que todos te sigan sin dudarlo, es una sensación muy satisfactoria.
මං කිව්වර කැට පාරවල් ගියෝගේ
ඒ කියන්නේ අර ලයින් එකට අල්ලන්න යන්න එපා ගන්නට බලන්න අර ගාන ලයින් එක අල්ලනවා ඒක අර මේ ගහති හැදෙනවා මම හිතලා කියන්නේ ඒක වෙනවා
අඩු නෑ පිටිපස්සෙන් එවල ගහපු සීන් එක නේ
තේරුණාද ගන්න එක මොකක්ද කරේ
පිටිපස්සේ ඩාක් පිටිපස්සේ එක ගහපන්
අර වීඩියෝ එකේ වෙනවා මට
මේ ඔය විනාඩිය දීපම ටක් ගාලා පල්ලට කියලා කන්න අරගෙන මොනවා හරි
ගන්න ක්ලික් එක බලමු Ini මොකක්ද? ඒ ගාන ෂොට් එකම හරි. ගහන්න
උඹ කතා කරන කොයි එක යනද?
ඒක පොරේ එක තමයි.
ඒකේ ටිප් එකේ කොයි වෙන්නේ? කිල් එක.
මේ ෂොට්
ඕක ගැහුවෙන් පස්සේ මගේ හෙඩ්ෂොට් පර්සන්ටේජ් එක 16 ඉඳන් 28ක් නැග්ගා.
ඉතිසම් මොකද?
Well, we're back into the action.
ඒකයි මම අර
I swear to God,
consistency නෑ
sure we're getting the issue resolved.
Consistent නෑ.
Players in the seats. So,
ඒ කියන්නේ
yeah, here we go. Fist bumps. There we go. Ready to get this one going again. 3-0 so far.
ගිහින් බඩු වගේම අපි කියවන
This round, pretty decent beginning. Aspas, what's that doing in your hands? Nice little rifle.
Yeah, going for it because
Hey,
he's
that's
only 2
big,
away from getting the blade storm active. So even if he gets absolutely nothing done here, a death will get him 1 away and then an alt orb in the next, and he's good to go. A great time to get a hero rifle into his hand. But if you remember back, it didn't work on bind. The one time they tried that
Let's see though. Looks like they're leaning into an A split, mid control and main control. You're going to be seeing probably Com using a drone. Rest of the team trying to follow up with it.
I mean, to be honest, it doesn't look like they want to commit to this. Aspas backing off. When you have a hero rifle, you kind of want to just post Aspas up and see if he can get a pick, and if he fails, see if he can, you know, someone else picks it up, maybe King or something like that, and see if he can snowball around that way. Passing it between you.
Oh, good time with the drone. Trent is going to get that recognition. At least now they can hear the rumble of the footsteps. It's the corrugated metal. Right past this one now with Aspas and the dash. Now activated. He's missed the timing for it, but he's really cut up the corner.
I'm back.
fucking lucky මේ මුගහර ෂොට් බලපන් ඔයි. fucking lucky ෂොට් ගහන්නේ උඹ.
මේ මුගේ නේද? ඇස්ටි කියන්නේ.
ඕ වා මේ බලන්න.
නෑ Charukz වෙන්නේ
ලයිව් එක බලන්න මට.
මවුට දැම්මා.
මූ වැන්ඩල් එකට සෙරි ක්ලාසික් එකෙන් පීක් කරනවා. මූ ආතල් දෙන්න බා.
බලන්න දෙන්නයි.
බාබා.
4-0. G2.
බලයි තන්න ටීවී එක
They managed to gain, but should now have the weaponry online. Of course, Aspas.
ඔබ normal නේ.
So he's going to have to
අපල ඊළඟ ෂොට් එක බලන්න.
across the map. G2 could fit that into the game plan.
ඒ නයිෆ් එකෙන් රයිට් ක්ලික් එකක් වදින්නේ නැහැ මත සාමාන්‍යයෙන්. හරිද? උත්තර දුර හරිද? ඔන්න බලපන් වදින්න.
For example, you have
head shot.
flash around and
හරිද?
triple swing.
No score.
They made something of that idea. Is what now I see the timer paused at the top.
That's not.
ඔක
Listen.
නෝ ස්කෝප් එකක් වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒක නෝ ස්කෝප්. මරුවා. මට මේ කවු කියලා තමයි යන්නේ. මේ අනිත් එක බලන්න. මේක බලන්න. මේක නේ.
No.
G2 are grinding
ආ
this
නෝ කොප් එක ගහන එක.
round at a
මේක බලන්න.
Yep, even chewing the cables the night before. They put an all the
Think about
necessary plans into motion. Like, oh, we'll make sure King's audio is ruined.
Aduh.
මේක ගාලින් මැච් එක.
Tilted.
නෑ අපේ මැච් එක නෙමෙයි.
in all chat.
I mean, to be honest,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
very
that's-
disruptive when you have
උඩ යන
issues
කරත්
like
එක්
this.
ෂොට් එකක් ගන්න ඕන බලන්න.
It can be very difficult to get your head back into the game even when they're resolved, you know. So
One enemy remaining.
something
Aduh.
for us to keep an eye on when it comes to Leviathan. You've got to deal with a lot of emotions when you're a pro player, but frustration certainly one of them. It can come in many shapes
Nice.
and forms.
බා.
But listen, I
Make
think
a ball,
we've got a chance to discuss things.
ඔය
I wanna
මොකක්ද
continue
වෙන්නේ?
kind of zoom it out a little bit. We've got
Make a
all our
ball.
teams now settled for Shanghai across
අපෝ
all
අර
the
අර
and we've
Terus
got
ෂොට් ගන්න.
two being that first ascension team to
උමර
make it.
උමර
Another one in
Aduh.
උමර දැක්කේ නේද?
Dragon Ranger.
Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Look,
Yes,
I'm
logo,
the
best name in
kid,
DCT, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that team.
කිල්ල යනවා. ආ කිල්ල යන්නේ නැහැ නේ.
So,
Kill again,
two of
never.
our teams from
Ah, kill
Ascension
again.
making it over to
Ah,
Shanghai.
kill.
I think
Enemy
the
remaining.
Unnora.
expectations
රේස්
are
මානේ නෑ බා.
quite different for
No
these
scope.
teams. In terms of where you would
Oh,
expect
more
to
bá.
Headshot, no
be
scope,
bá.
into a tournament like this,
Headshot,
at the
no
beginning of the
scope, bá.
season, we're all talking about it, and I think the expectations
තේරෙන්නේ
haven't shifted
නැහැ
too much.
අඩු
ඒක
අර ෂොට් එක
ගන්න
වදුන්නේ නැහැ. ෆස්ට් ෂොට් එක වදින්නේ අර
To be
සෙකන්ඩ් ෂොට් එක
winning
ලාස්ට් ෂොට් එක
tournaments,
වදින උඩනේ.
placing top two, making finals.
අර බලපන්.
Of course, there's other teams in
මට
our league
ඒක
as well
කොහොමද
that
බං
have those same
ගහන්නේ?
expectations. Teams like
මේ
NRG or
බීජයක් මොකද්ද මේ ඇස්ටි?
Madrid, who are not
මගේ
here.
RTX 36 එකක්.
I think
30-50
losing
අද
this match, losing this BO final, and the Valorant final, and being the third seed into Shanghai.
උඹ ලැප් එකේ මොන්ට් එකෙන්ද ගහන්නේ නැත්නම් සෙපරේට්ද?
Great that they
ඔව්
got into
ලැප් එකේ
Shanghai,
මොන්ටර්
but at
එකේ
the same
චූටි
time,
උත්ත
it's not where they'd like to be
පේන්නේ
played. Whereas G2
ඔය
feels
මේක
like they're
බලපන්
running house money now.
Couldn't agree more. I think it'll be a bit of a disappointment for them to end in that third seed position. Well, Leotards IGL King is returning to the global stage. We asked him to reveal the things most important to him. Here are his essentials.
නෑ මගේ කෙනෙක් කෙනා උඩ
TikTok literalmente veo las cosas más raras del universo. De repente, no sé, si me salen cosas de fútbol, me salen cosas de...
අඩු අරුන්ට ආයි ගියා කියහම අරුන්ගේ ආයි මේ
muy
ටෙක්නිකල්
random. Literal, mi TikTok es una mezcla de estupideces. Hola, Américas.
Balagir
y
sound
estos son mis esenciales.
අර තියෙන එක තමයිනේ. ඕකට ක්ලිප් එකක් හදන්න පුළුවන් අපිට.
අද ඕකට බංගර ගාඩියක් දාලා හදුවා.
Hombre, tú no quieres ir a pero mi horror,
soy muy cercano literalmente a todos. Soy una persona soy un mamón, soy muy cercano a todos mis hermanos siempre, así que es difícil estar como si inclusive a la distancia. Literalmente todos los días con mi novia, que es súper importante para mí, así que bueno, aquí está mi vaquita, se llama Nivancho, para mí es muy importante y es imposible ya vivir sin ella porque básicamente representa como un apoyo de mi novia, por así decirlo, y siempre que lo quiero ir, por así decirlo, me dice como no importa como que estemos lejos, no importa que estemos a más de 10.000 kilómetros de distancia, siempre voy a estar contigo. Mi celular es muy importante para mí, realmente creo que siempre estoy demasiado pegado a él, es un poco porque
Carrying spike.
Con ellos,
Plant the spike.
literalmente todo el día hablando, entonces me es imposible.
Spike carrier's down.
Es la única manera de
Spike down B.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
We'll catch them.
අඩු ඒක නෑ
Okay. Who's got the snacks?
No puedo salir sin ella, literalmente, aunque sé que no la vaya a usar. Más que nada porque si que de repente me dan ganas de comprarme algo, una agüita, una bebida, lo que sea, tengo mi tarjeta conmigo para comprar y también para siempre llevar el ID conmigo porque mi madre siempre me decía que hay que tener el carnet, como le decimos, por cualquier cosa. Bueno, básicamente elegí el teclado porque representa básicamente toda mi historia, mis inicios en el gaming y por la razón que estoy acá actualmente, gracias a mi hermano más grande, entré a jugar a los 6 años. Nada, significa mucho para mí, literalmente ya no puedo ir sin un teclado. Bueno, elegí el perfume porque ya hay un punto donde estoy viciado con los perfumes. Actualmente, antes no era tan importante, pero a medida que fui creciendo me fue importando mucho como entonces, nada, no puedo vivir sin perfume literal. Muchas gracias por todo ese tiempo de evento y esenciales, así que nada, muchas gracias.
Fresh one.
Here.
Spike down B.
Currently,
it's a best of 5 tech pause as well.
බොයිටි රේස් ප්ලේ කරපන්කෝ මේ කොම්පල බම්බට වදීන
It's a 2-1, I've been told.
ඇයි
කොම්පල රේස් ගන්න මලාටම මම රේස් ගහදී ආතල් ගන්න විතරයි මම මට රේස්
I'm
ගහන්න
just making a joke and it's just
oh yeah, we're getting rolled by the tech pause if that's what you mean.
Yeah.
I mean, Brent and Josh long since run out of material, but we are here, of course, to remediate that. That's right, because we're a tech pause, it means it's time for Yep, we're doing it again. We want you to send us pictures of your Valorant-loving pets using the hashtags VCT Americas or VCT. And we'll share them to everyone here. And you have some time as well, to get those in, and we'll show them on the show as they come up. I'm not allowed to really partake in this because I've already demonstrated.
Yeah, I'm actually, maybe I'll take a picture of this little guy right here, and this can be my
That's gonna be your little guy.
Is that
This is
yours?
my pet. Yeah. Look at him. He's so cute.
Yeah?
He's all right. At least when he
He's the
sits
best
up,
little
What
guy.
is this rabbit from? Is he just like one of like the little animals that's around the map?
Yeah, he's
Yes.
the rabbit with the knife that's like sitting in a scent. You know, he's having,
Yeah, he's having
the
a meal.
wine.
He's
and
on
the...
breeze too.
He's not having a beer on.
I said a meal.
Oh, okay, well, okay.
I didn't say he's having
What
a
are
beer.
you saying?
It's been a long day at work.
really hotly defending the diet here of Mr.
එතන ආයිත්
Rabbit's son.
අර
Great, is that
කාගෙද
his
මෙයාගේ
I'm
ගියා
just
අනිත්
calling him
කෙනෙක්
Mr. Rabbit's son.
නේ.
Yeah,
All right,
horrific.
Mr. Rabbit's son, love it.
He's allowed.
Good name.
He's allowed to, even though we found him on a scent, which is no bearing to anything.
Revian
Japanese, but
lagi bang.
that's how I've decided it's going to be.
IGL ගේ මේ
I haven't had a new
පීස්
pair
එකේ
of badges.
මම හිතන්නේ
You know,
කොම්ස්
I-
අඩි කරන්න
Do
නැතුව
you have
ගියා.
any pets right now?
ඒක හදලා
I
අනිත්
have a
පැත්තට
cat.
ආයි කොම්ස් අඩි
What's
කරන්න
your
නැතුව ගියා.
Hugo.
Hugo?
What do you think?
අනික උන්ට ලෙවායතන් කියලා නෙමෙයි කියන්නේ.
Boss.
ලෙවියතන් නේ.
He is. He looks like he's wearing a
උන්ට
tuxedo. So I guess
ලෙවියතන්
we just
කියලා
need to,
කියන්නේ.
you know,
ලෙවියතන්.
a
ඒ කියන්නේ
boss
I
name
like
for
it.
him. Yeah.
Yep.
Here's the
උන්ගේ
best
වෙන රට කැප්ටන් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නේ නම කියන්නේ වෙනස්
That cat is
ලැන්ග්වේජ්
crazy.
Cypher Cat is
Like it is,
excellent.
like a cat.
Give me a tweet.
ලෙවියතන්.
That's
Leviathan.
awesome.
Best tweet, actually, right? Oh my god, what?
Oh, the duck
අඩෝ
in a hat.
කීපේ
We do have
වන්දනා
some. Is that
තියෙනවා.
sideshow?
ඒ
It's like a
ඉන්නවා.
crochet
That sideshow
hat,
shirt.
බොයි
Yeah,
ඔක්කොම
this is
හදලා
also
මේ
their profile
ෂෝට්ස්
picture.
හදපන්.
Yeah.
True.
And it's
So I
good
did-
for
මම
photos.
මම මම TikTok එකේ දාන්න.
I think it is the duck.
The duck tweeted this.
Did you know the ducks are free and you can just
YouTube
take them?
එකට ෂෝට්ස් දාන්න.
Yeah.
YouTube දාන්න නෑ. YouTube තාක් කරගෙන.
Law
They're
enforcement?
free.
Yeah, my honest reaction to that
ඊටදී
statement.
TikTok හොඳයි මම.
රීච් වෙනවනේ ඉක්මනට.
That's incredible.
This dog
ඒකද
looks
ඉස්සර කරම
disappointed.
අඩු ඒක නිකන් මම වීඩියෝ එකක් පොඩි දැම්මත් අඩු ගානේ views දෙක තුනක්
This dog
තියෙනවා.
is not happy. This dog wants to see gameplay.
I'm thinking this is this is
එයා
not the
මට
first time I've
views
seen
එකක් නම් දන්නේ නැති views 50ක් තිබ්බත් මම අප්ලෝඩ් කරන එක දානවා.
Car on sync. Son of car?
YouTube එකට දාන්න කප කරයි බං ඒකට වීඩියෝ දාලා TikTok එකට බං පික්චර්
You should
net
know Son
කරා
of car.
He was a player
තමත්
in
දැම්ම
like
ටැග් දැම්ම
Challengers,
එච්චරනේ.
in Challengers qualifiers. He
අර
had like
කි-
an insane game against
ඒවා
Shopify Rebellion and stopped them from
කොපිරයිට්
qualifying.
බල බල ආතල් දෙන්න මගේ ඔක්කොම කොපිරයිට් වීඩියෝට අදලා තියෙනවා.
You live in
YouTube
Los
දාන්න
Angeles. You
බෑ.
should know a lot
ආ
about
එහෙම
cars.
තියෙන්නේ නැත්තේ
I wish I didn't. I wish I knew much less about it.
Oh, that's
These are
a
some
beautiful
great
dog.
dogs. Shout out, we kind of skipped over the last dog, but I like the little
Wait, he
like.
has a riot
looking
buddy
up.
on his tag.
Oh, lit.
Yo, yeah, hit up Vipez FPS for the Riot Buddy, everybody. The IRL Riot Buddy.
That dog is actually the guy who runs Riot.
I believe it.
මගේ කියන්නේ
Yeah.
ඒ තුන පුපු දුපුලිය දාලා තිච්චේර මගේ ඩූලස් ගහපුවා තියෙනවා.
Oh, he's got a little cone on.
Donut.
Really
That's a
sad
great
photo.
name.
Okay, so you like human names, but also names of food.
Well, he likes food
For-
names.
for
I'm a
pets?
human name fan.
Okay.
I'm just a general name fan.
I just like names.
I'm a
I love a good
two-syllable
name.
name fan.
Yeah?
2 syllables go crazy.
Really?
Uber, Mimi, Wyatt.
Wild. So you're saying you hate Wyatt?
Wyatt is a
ඒ
2-syllable name.
හවුද? Charukz
අබ
No, that's gotta be
ඒ
Wyatt.
වල.
Mimi, do you know how syllables work?
You're right.
නබ.
I didn't do great at that little clapping game.
That
I learned
TV
Wyatt.
is
Brent. One
It's
syllable?
from
Are
the-
you kidding me?
Wikipedia that.
He's a one-syllable
Shit.
elitist.
Okay, this is what. So
This is Jet Valor.
I'm assuming this is the cat's name.
Yeah.
No,
And
it's
it's not
that's
just like-
the agent.
Jets. That's cat.
Yeah, this is like, it's like they pull up the DSLR.
It's like a black and white.
Triple baby.
That's a long
I think
cat.
walking cats is extremely nice.
I agree.
Yeah.
Especially, yeah. I mean, in Australia we have outside. Watch
අඩු නෑ.
Those go crazy.
Stray cats that live in my neighborhood, and like 2 of them just like will walk around on my fence and come into my backyard and
Yeah.
stuff all the time.
That's
Pretty
almost
cool.
like you have 2 cats.
Walked into my house once. Actually, multiple times. He was pretty chill.
Cool.
Cool cat. Again, also similar to ducks.
Take a picture. Tweet
Similar to
hashtag
ducks, if you
VCT.
see a cat outside, they're free.
All right, I mean, let's play another game. We've got some time here. We'll play another game of Where Are You At? You guys should know it by now. Actually, we haven't had that many tech pauses in recent
No.
years, so maybe you've forgotten. But Where Are You At?
I'm in
Very
Los
simple
Angeles.
game. Ender's very good at this, as is Mimi. Mostly Ender, though. We will
I
show...
own in this game.
Do you though?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Ender
going
was
down.
kind of cracked last time.
No.
We're going to show you a really small
Fake
portion
narrative.
of a map, and we have to guess which one it is, right? Which map it is from, right? So let's get started. Let's look at our first one here. I knew like none of these last time, honestly. Don't spend enough time in the server.
What?
It's Breeze.
Oh yeah, the
it's
speakers.
It's the
Yeah,
speakers
yeah, yeah.
at the bottom
That
of
is
bridge.
by mid, right?
Yep, it's in mid by attacker spawn.
Oh, I hope you guys have a lot prepared because we are breezing through these. We are ripping through them.
Ooh.
I didn't want to own that pun. I actually just wanted to move on, but now I have to.
No, now you do.
Here we go.
Tough. Cool
They did
cat.
this
Yo, the sign in there even said cool cat. That was my honest reaction to all those tweets.
That's awesome.
They totally did this up for the Clove release, right? They changed that part of the map.
Did they?
Yeah, I think they had like an album
We play
cover that
Valorant?
featured Clove or something like that.
I don't. Maybe they did. They
I
probably
dodge
did.
when I get breezed. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes. Whoops.
All right, let's have a look at our next
the
one
problem
here.
with
Our
rank.
second snippet from one of our Valorant maps. Look, we're in a
Is
loft.
that Haven?
It's kind of, yeah.
I feel like that looks like one of the
It looks
rooms
like
inside
the
Haven.
top of
root side?
A on Haven.
Yeah.
But is Haven even legal for this game? Could
I
it be
feel
a
like-
Yeah, you know, we can do that.
That's a
fine. I
curveball
just haven't
throwing in
sat in
Haven.
I haven't sat in this map for a hot minute.
I don't know if it is Haven.
We're not doing deathmatch maps, right? It's only.
I think it's only like
yeah.
no, like
Deathmatch maps
pro
would
play
be
maps.
crazy.
Yeah, that would put us out there.
I
All
don't think
right,
I can
say-
name all the deathmatch maps.
No.
Could you name one?
So anyway, we're gonna have a look at which map that came from. I actually don't think so. No, I know them. No, I thought I
Is
knew
it
them.
Cospo one?
Casbah, yeah. It's like, yeah.
Sure. Is it
wait,
Haven?
It's like
Is it
I
Haven?
hope it's Haven.
Split-esque, I thought.
It's
Oh,
Haven.
look at that.
Nice.
So
nice.
out of
All right.
the rotation maps are in play.
Piazza.
That's good to learn.
Piazza?
Piazza,
Piazza?
yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Piazza, that is real.
Actually, so easy. God. All right, let's go. One more here. We got one more, folks, to guess here. While I basically just tack onto the answer of these two and claim credit for it.
Is this?
I'm
තාමත් ෆ්‍රේම්
guessing
කරනවා
Is that,
චරු.
who's that
නෝබ
in the
මම
photo?
මේ
It's
ලයිව් එක
this could also be
Is that like a young Rays or something?
දැන් මොනවද ගහන්නේ?
It could be like one of the shop windows.
දැන්
up
මැච්
there.
එක බලන්න
I'm kind of split between Pearl and Sunset though. Because I feel like those are the
අඩු මේ
This,
බලපන්කෝ
I feel like I've owned the other ones. I've never seen this before.
Yeah, I'm really clueless.
Where is Pearl set?
Pearl's
පංගුව
underwater.
මැච්
It's in
බලන්න නෑ.
it's
It's in
based
the
on
ocean?
Portugal though. I
මම
think.
මම සෙන්ටිනල් ලගේ
It has the same yellow
G2
tram.
ලගේ ලගේ තන් ලගේ බලනවා
But it's like
අරුන්ගෙත්
future.
බලනවා
It's like
එන්ආර්ජීට
zooming on
No,
rails.
that it's the same yellow
මම
train.
අනේ මට
It's like a really iconic
කොච්චර
symbol of this.
මම ඔය KTM ගහුවොත් මට ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් නැහැ ඒවා බලන්න.
I think that's a good guess.
Final answer. Because look, if I'm seeing like
හැබැයි මම
some
කනගෙන නම් බලලා තියෙනවා.
it's not Sunset.
No.
It's
Kaga?
not
Why
Los
would there be like
Angeles.
it's,
People play
it's
soccer in Los Angeles.
No, they don't.
Soccer players in Los Angeles.
No, they don't.
Rise
they
up.
just don't. They don't.
it's kind of
Doesn't Los Angeles have a soccer team?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
the
has
Galaxy.
anyone ever been to a game?
Galaxy?
No.
I don't know if it's
No.
I
No
feel like
one
that's an
plays soccer in LA.
irrefutable
This
fact.
is just a fact. It's a fact.
Okay.
I would say like it could use a boost in general, but
Yeah.
it is.
We
Soccer
play
is played out here.
baseball here.
All right,
Yeah.
Football.
get us out of our misery. Show us which map this one originates from. Is it Pearl?
And it is.
It's
It
Pearl.
is. Wow.
There you-
Okay,
wait, you're
nicely
kinda-
done.
Look at me
You
go.
kinda owned.
I'm telling you.
You kind of own.
All right, there you have it. Okay, well, the team's hard at work right now trying to fix the audio on stage, so we're going to have a quick tech time out. We're going to be back after these messages.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none? None.
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
අනිත්‍යස්
මොකක්ද කිව්වා?
සීක්‍රට් ලැබ් ලගේ ගේමින් චෑට් එක
Red Bull gives you wings.
Still into the post part we go. Valin doesn't set his sights towards a player.
Turns the flash. Gun advantage, health advantage. And of course he falls. The mind game's being played and the shots come through for us, Bucks.
Welcome back, everybody, to the lower bracket final of our VCT Stage 1, or our mid-season playoffs, rather. Thank you for sticking with us so far through this tech pause. Of course, we still got some of your submissions from Tech PAWS coming through. And we'll, of course, enjoy them as they come. We're told we're not too far away here, but again, still sat in this break, still waiting on our experts out there to resolve the issue. How are we going? I mean, we can talk about tech pause. We can see them come through. We can also talk about the game. We have also seen a couple of notable things over the course of this series, right?
No, I don't want to say anything. I want to watch the game, Uber.
Okay.
Start the game. So can we start the game,
You know what?
please?
Embodiment of chat on my desk. We're going to do just that. We're going to head now down to our casters who are ready to take us back in, everybody. That's right. It's time for more Breeze. We're going to join the game as G2 are 4-0 up on the defense side.
Okay, now before I let it in, we're back into the action, and that was a lie. I lied to everybody, but this time I've been assured. I mean, listen, I was seeing a PC getting swapped out. There was a lot of trials and tribulations happening over on the stage, not necessarily even in the server. But King, he's locked in, he's ready to go, and I believe that means we are also ready to go. 4-0 for G2. Finally, a bit of a buy online here for Leviathan. But again, cast your minds back. It feels like eons now. But Aspas did end up forcing into that prior round. So he's one away from his Blade Storm. And G2 could choose to cook up a strategy around trying to punish the orb grab.
And that was what we were theory crafting. This play over towards A. Icy late to the spawn barrier, but is in position to go for something aggressive. Aspas picks it up. They have to dodge the knife radius there, G2, so they're not in position to punish. But they do go for a re-clear.
Yeah, late re-clear as well. It's a dart and a flash. TP back, Valin. Could be catching the contact of a multitude of players. Nobody clears this corner. Barrel sticks out, but Tex with the response. Does equalize it. Now the door opens wide. Smokes at the feet. Snakebite. Vulnerable's up, but not enough really here for Tex to get anything going. Aspas still with the knives. Hobson over. Hunter's Fury. Shouldn't like fish in a barrel. Whacking your head though with the updraft. Aspas with the movement. Can't quite avoid it. 2v3. King looked his way deep into the backline with the damage done. Set up. Pryor doesn't know where to expect that secondary player. And Leaf shutting it down and bringing it to the 2v1. We'll play this one together. You can see that discipline, but shot through the wall. Leaf falling low. Com wondering which position to play from, not knowing what Icy could be. As a dart, no theft.
Leaf going down, boys.
Advantage surely the G2 here, at least with the players, but it might just be a bit of those heroics. Shot dart close, backing away. Just needs the one kill to set things into motion. Haven't pushed him back and away, but he is guarded. And the fuse stuck. Let loose as well, so Icy can earn up a dimensional drift.
And this is a disastrous beginning here for Leviathan on a map that really should be favoring them. I think it was 13-6 the last time these two teams played. Wow. I think I just saw a flash of a tactical timeout there. But bear in mind, guys, that the teams don't have the ability to talk to each other during these tech pauses, so it's not like the Lev coaches have been discussing strategy this entire time. They haven't had an opportunity to really adjust the flow of this game. All right, so this one, tactical, not technical.
Yes, tactical.
Don't worry.
Tactical this time.
Let's talk about some tactical things that went wrong in the prior round. Because for Leviathan, that triple walk up holes I thought was a nice play, preempted by Valin. But then the actual engage out through the switch door was horribly mistimed. Tex got a snakebite at his feet and decided to go forwards. Aspas decided to go backwards, so mistimed already. And then when Aspas committed, bumped his head and the movement wasn't quite there, and it wasn't synced up with the rest of the team. So really missing these teamwork elements and not on the same page, Lev, in terms of the timings that they're going for. And really that's down to a comms issue of, did Tex call the commit and Aspas didn't follow? Was it the other way around? Do they have a protocol there where they're supposed to be cancelling and it was a mistake? Either way, G2 sitting pretty here. A map we didn't think that they would be able to find huge advantages on, and they're 5-0 up to begin.
That's a hefty lead. Ult's online as well to see if they can turn the tide of this round as well in particular. Again, another one to break the back, I should say, of the economy of Leviathan.
Mazzino one away from his KO ultimate. And so, I think that's why they've started to flash the setup.
Real proactivity!
Oh, that's amazing.
And a delayed dart! We're gonna light them all up. Icy set up for a quick two-piece. And Trent, I mean, he's offloaded the Hunter's Fury to support, but it wasn't even necessary. Trent's in a different direction. Tex getting a run on and a move on, seeking to punish Trent. Locked away into the drone, but now he's the one who might just be punished. Doors opened up as well. Too many angles, too many sight lines. Knows that one's a clone, but how does he manage that? He just can't. It's traded.
These defense rounds are being played pretty much perfectly by G2. Icy there to back up Trent as well. And Lev, they found a gap into the B site, but they're in a 2v4. Forced to take a fight before the plank goes down, really. And this is where the discipline of G2 is just excellent. Valin's not really taking an aggressive position. He's on an angle where he's massively favored, and then Icy Leaf doubled up. And they've spotted the aggression from Lev. Now Lev are forced to go for the plant and just play the 2v4. How do King and Mazzino work this?
Valin way ahead of the pack, but you're right, how do they work this particular spot?
Icy going into ult here does give them opportunities to gather info, but it does mean that that double up, Valin has to go and fight with Leaf now so that there's the buddy system intact.
That's the one, Cosmic Divide. Split up the site, forcing a play now out of these players. No one to really disrupt this one. Who is going to be holding the wall? Mazzino catches the first, catches the second, right through the wall. King! It's beautiful. Magnificent work from them. Jonah P. blooms and blossoms the orb. A tap as well. Just wondering where Mazzino's position could be played. And out in the open. What a turn of events here for Leviathan.
the least likely of the rounds for them to be able to take away. A 2v4
කවුද දිනන්නේ?
played
දැනට
brilliantly
ගහලා
by
තියෙන්නේ
Mazino in
4යි
particular.
G2 ල ලිවිතන් ල එකයි
He
තාම.
got one with a peek playing backside.
Pahai
And then the
එකයි.
second off screen. Let's take a look at the replay. Because this one, back of the head of Icy, who just didn't quite realize where Leaf had died from. Normally, these are the rounds that G2 clean up very nicely. Buddy system, double up, trade people out. But Lev found those aggressive peak timings, and G2's set play comes to naught. Remember, the beginning of that round was absolutely fantastic, and they invested huge ults there as well.
So a bit of a full reset when it comes to that ult economy.
Yeah, and again, because Mazino has his KO ultimate up, you see Leaf here playing inside halls with his setup over on the opposite side of the map, so he can't get shut down by the null command. So two separate anti-KO setups, one aggressive and one, this one, more passive, but both achieving the same goal of making this hard for Lev to get into B.
It's almost too readable here for Lev. Shot down close, just in case. The trips are still up here. Nepal and a snake bite! Combined might. Can't get past the choke point here, but lit up. Gives him an opportunity. Trent, take it out with a wall bang. Still playing a bit of patience for G2. Slow this one down here. Give them access to the site. Still open fight as well to be taken on these sightlines, but it's only Com who's left alive. We'll try and get this plan down as well, but the back sticking out means he's even denied that. No chance of the extra money.
That's a fantastic anti-KO setup. You've got the pull, and Valen's on the opposite side of the map. You've got two trips to play around. Not that they had as much impact, but still, that pressure, that fear in the minds of Leviathan. And then you've still got the snake bite that comes through from Jonah P right before he's taken offline and suppressed. Beautifully worked there, G2. 2 rounds in a row. Yeah, they didn't win in round 6, but the actual game plan, the setup was still immaculate, and it took a hero 2v4 to win it for Lev. So far, G2 are playing an amazing game on Breeze.
It's a map that we didn't really accredit to them.
Yeah, and the reason for that is that when things went to the attack side, they only won 2 out of 12 rounds last time. Hopefully, they've made that look a bit better. Otherwise, we could be in for a storming comeback come the side swap.
That's true over the top here. You can look at the pulls that's being used. G2 seeking to delay the inevitable here, which is the overwhelming might of Lev, seeking to take some names and potentially some guns if they can get access to the side as well. Jonah P, head on a swivel, knows he's being postured and approached onto this spot. Can't open himself up and needs some teammates to back him up still. Evened out now. 2 left to stand. They know what Aspas's positioning is in a crouched peak.
Trend going down.
Valen.
Planted the spike. My ultimate is ready.
Too hard of a fight here for Aspas, and Tex now left. Essentially an unwinnable scenario. Unless he can hit some miracle shots, but G2 never one to let anything slip.
Especially considering they just lost a 4v2 in round 6, making sure that they triple up in that spot and offer Tex no opportunities to deal a death blow to his former squad. Clean anti-eco there. I think it's fair to say G2 have completely dominated this half already. Even if Lev run it back all the way, this is still a very successful defense side. And it would be surprising to see Lev turn it around at this point. They've got a Hunter's Fury to try to work with. Com's normally good at being able to get a pick. You know, you'll often see the Hunter's Fury coming along this lane of the map, putting pressure along where the classic Cypher position is.
Right here. We'll pit down over towards A. Knife is used early into mid here by Lev. They're not going to have this one, at least for the first 30 seconds or so, for an exec into B, which looks like that's what they want to gear up for.
And we've seen both teams put a pretty heavy emphasis towards these halls lurks. Tex going for it, Trent watching for it.
Slow round.
And again, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, does G2 have these level of game plans once we get to the attack side? But we'll have to wait to see all about that. Here, Lev takes some elbow control. And Com's is still in a good position to go for his Hunter's Fury.
Well, Knife's back online, and that's going to signal a chance to really move forwards. Knife is actually dodged here. Leaf setup. Still alive and kicking. Throwing through the choke. Double flash is being utilized here by Mazino, just underhanded in their approach. Valin, though, is cut it up. Still this war they've got to deal with. They don't really know how far these players have actually committed, but impeccable work. Lee for the crosshair placement. Drops up and props up that cage, but still Aspas claims it's one of the kills. 4v4 now, Pit dropped down by King. In through the back lines, and Valin, a necessary agent there. He's trying to sow some chaos, but he's not able to get it done. Clone ignored, Decay still there. King gives up the Pit because they know exactly where Icy is. Spammed away, bullet tag down to single digits.
And a nice round executed by Leviathan. Creeping up behind that defensive wall. It's not their attack side wall that was being up there, but really nicely used G2's wall to their favor. I gotta say, this is the Aspas round that we've been waiting for.
Oh yeah.
We were talking about the fact that we expected him to be the star player for Lev on this map, on the attack side, on the defense side, both. And here, picking off both of those B site anchors, making things winnable for his team.
Operator investment here for Icy. And the mid play by G2. This is aggressive. Orbs up. They know this is clear. They've got plenty of players in front of it looking to punish the solo lurk plays. And King is in danger. There's really, no exit strategy. He's going to have to fight his way out.
Yeah, his angles are good, though, when he tucks in that corner. As long as he doesn't get timinged, he's probably going to find his way out, and this is going to be horribly awkward in mid.
Yeah,
could be for either team. It just depends who gets the info first.
6 cents for King for him to back away, but as the cage goes up, they're just not making any noise. They're creeping up. I know! And plenty of targets. A rich environment, but can they drop them? Only the one.
It's the spike, though, that's been dropped in tunnel.
What a critical misplay. King with the timing, taking it past it. No one was covering that drone. The reclear from Trent. Spam into the box. Lev have got that firepower. They could manage to carve out a path, but it all comes down to this. These fights right here, Leaf. Tip-tap just dancing around the pillar. Valin getting caught and chewed up there by the trip. So now it is a chaotic beginning. Potentially end to this entire round.
Not a great play by Tex there, swinging on his own, allowing Jonah P to pick up a free one. Another swing alone into 2 players, like you're saying, from G2. Need more coordination from Lev in those kind of spots. And now it's all down to King trying to make a miracle happen again.
There's just no time with the position that they've got. Have to pull off the impossible.
10 seconds left.
Only a few seconds left at this point. Yeah, will fall. 8-2.
A ball on the spike as well. G2 holding passively in a few of the rounds that we saw prior, and then decided to go for a much more aggressive look. Not necessarily stomping their way down mid, though, quietly tucking themselves into crossfire positions. That setup would have been amazing against an A split, and then as soon as Tex threw his first cyber cage, they realized it was a B split and were able to get that timing behind as well. Of course, it could have gone badly for them if anybody on Lev had taken a look back towards mid, but it's an unexpected spot to clear. Another round, I'm afraid, where you're looking at Aspas to try to make miracles happen for Lev.
But he's blinded up. Can't take a fair fight there, not against Icy, and Icy gets out of dodge, commits the TP nice and early.
It was G2 that only got 2 rounds on their attack side last these 2 teams faced. Lev could be held to the same here. Trent with another nice timing down.
This is so proactive by G2.
Yeah, they're finding amazing gaps.
Being watched. Any overextension by Trent would be punished.
He heard a footstep.
He did. Should be making a call. They'll know it, no. At least with the Viper wall going up. Trent, there's the punish. No horse lurking action here. The players are working their way in, though, using the cages, but it does not block the bullets. And still Jonah P not being cleared out. Dividing up the site, just splitting it up. Up trap, play by Aspas matters into his own hands. It's going to take more of that, I think, if they're going to stand a chance here in this particular round. Drone through and abound. Getting that tag, Aspas. He's hoping for a fair fight, at least potentially an easier one. Shock darts. Narrowly avoiding death and defeat there by Com. Now going to be sticking that plant. G2 will try and take these fights together. Valin, flank attempts occurring. Icy from behind. Everything falling apart.
G2, they squeeze things down there. Amazing reposition from Icy. Using that dimensional drift to ping out the locations of the Lev post-plant players, and then taking up a spot in A main that cut off another few angles for the rest of the team. Love how G2 are playing this one. Every defense setup works. I want to point out as well that when Jonah P is taking a fight on A, he they don't bloom the smoke immediately. They allow Jonah to take a pick first, and then the smoke comes up from Valid. This is really nice usage of the Astra. It's not the basic stuff. They've got layers to what they're doing, if you couldn't tell already. This has been pretty much 11 rounds of excellence from G2. Even the rounds that they were losing, they had fantastic ideas.
I'd agree. Little moments where they just choose to switch up the tempo, past the conditioning, because it's all been slow play, not too much in terms of proactivity. Aggressive defensive plays here. One away for Mazzino to get that ult in the final round here, the first half. Util already flying forward. It's going to be delaying them. Aspas the only one who can really get into the sight, and the barrel just sticked out enough for them to collect Jonah P. Still revealed though, underhanded flash. No one really going to be revealed out into the open. Everybody playing anti towards it. Dart into the back clears it, and Aspas is eager to take some of that space. Map control for them. Hunter's Fury here. Popped off in time. Mazzino, he will survive, but a moment and a distraction is necessary. The Tex to just be causing all sorts of issues. And still not aware of it. Aspas, a deep pushed up position from all of that. Util onto the side. Tay cannot win the fight. Tap goes the rifles, but eventually the team there to clean it up for Leviathan. A 9-3 finish. I mean, not what they were looking for or anticipating.
Nowhere near what they were anticipating. Lev, coming into this, would have been expecting that they were the favorites. And that's all it took. To take away Jonah P, suddenly that smoke no longer has any danger. And that's the big thing that Lev was struggling with the whole time. A 9-3 half looks immaculate for G2, but last time they only got 2 rounds on attack.
Let's send it down to Smith. She's standing by with Shy actually at the co-streaming booth, someone who's deeply familiar with both of these teams.
Thank you very much, Josh and Bren. As you said, sitting here with Shy as well as Dan, thank you very much, Dryad, for the translations. Shy, I know that you obviously were on Leviathan last year. You're intimately familiar with King and Mazzino. Obviously, Aspas was a power addition to that team. What do you think it is that he brings outside of the obvious fragging prowess?
Bueno, sabemos que conoces mucho a Leviathan estando con ellos el año pasado, que conoces mucho a King y a Mazzino, pero con la adición de Aspas, ¿qué crees que le trae Aspas al equipo?
Siento que Aspas es uno de los mejores jugadores del mundo, uno de los mejores duelistas, y lo que más destaco que llegó al equipo fue esa calma de ser un jugador como que no se acelera y como que trae siempre calma al equipo, y sobre todo el firepower, y siento que ahora son uno de los equipos con mucha mira y demasiado firepower a la hora de jugar.
I think that Aspas is one of the best players in the world, one of the best duelists in the world, and what he brings to the team is that calm in tough situations, and bringing that calmness, and also bringing the firepower for the whole team.
Absolutely, and I feel like another player that has to help with that mood that you speak about is King, the in-game leader. You obviously played under him. What do you think his strengths are as an in-game leader, especially in these tense best-of-5 situations?
Y alguien que conoces también mucho es a King, que siendo el IGL, ¿cuál crees que es la fortaleza que tiene, especialmente en una serie de mejor de 5 como esta?
Lo que más destaco de él es sobre lo sincero que es a la hora de expresarse con el equipo. Conversé mucho con él ayer, y lo que me decía es que por más que no esté tuviendo una buena serie, él siempre intentaba expresarse al equipo, intentar apoyarse para él volver, y que el equipo también supiera que necesitaba como más de ello, y como esa vibra que tiene de apoyarse en sus compañeros, siento que lo hace unirse más.
What I highlight from King is how honest he is with the team. I talked a lot with him yesterday, and he was saying that when he's not having the best performance, he is relying on the team, and he's being honest about needing to rely on them, and being honest about asking them to do more and to help out when not everybody's going their way.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for taking the time for this interview. Josh and Bren, back to you guys.
And we are straight back into the swing of things here. This is aggression off the rip by Lev, doubled up, creeping down into halls. But G2, what is this anticipation? Spotting just the heads there. I think Icy maybe even just gate crash back into the action, and they can't escape from it. Trent bites back, classic in hand.
Not turning to try to deal with that, not expecting that G2 would go for such a quick re-clear. 3v5, looking horrible for Lev. This map,
round, man.
I mean, it's gonna take something to pull this one back.
Really is. Maybe Mazzino could be the man to step up towards it, but just jumping around, it's too much to overcome. Swarmed! And that's a 10-3 round differential. G2 with a pistol round win. Looking inevitable.
G2 recently against 100 Thieves let a massive lead slip away from them to lose their spot in the grand finals of this tournament. But this time they're up 7 rounds. They're on an anti-eco, and so far they've demonstrated some incredibly good game planning on Breeze. So surely not again. They were very aware of that double push coming down halls on the pistol. We've got another double push happening over on the opposite side of the map there. Kind of this route through elbow. Leaf just monitoring that with his cam and his trip as the rest of G2 look to try to drive things into A.
Getting a tag as well. Com going to be backing away from that angle. Do they spot the player towards the back? It's a pull. Oh, Icy in danger. Certainly so, and more so. G2, they just can't quite really handle these kills. Leaf even a bit tenuous there into the mid angle. They are dropping like flies. Jonah P, how have you managed that? In a blink of an eye.
And I hope I haven't spoken it into existence.
Yeah, man, I mean...
This wasn't even a round where Lev forced into this.
No.
They had very little going for them in terms of the economy.
That is so confusing as to how that even happened. I mean, Icy getting caught out.
Yeah, I mean, didn't exactly see all of it from Icy's POV, but yeah, they're not aware of a recon dart that gets thrown in. Nobody breaks it. Icy's way ahead of the rest of his team. Oh. And yeah, doubled up to try to deal with Leaf, who was playing through mid as well. That is a rough one, but it's not going to matter if G2 can pick things up once Rifles get on board.
Aspas with the Outlaw. He's definitely got at least sights onto Jonah P.
You do not want Leviathan to build up any level of economy for Aspas to start opping. In this round, obviously, the Outlaw against no armor or light armor, that's going to be phenomenal. But once we get into rifle rounds, you can't allow Lev to build up crazy eco and just get it. That's how snowballs happen with Aspas.
Yeah.
He's going to be taking fights aggro, disrespecting your utility, and probably winning duels at long range on this map.
Full group up now from G2.
Yeah, playing things quite slowly. Looking to try to head over towards B. There's some very common execs that we'll be looking for here. Teleports into the back with an Astra Star. I actually saw Lev pinging that out during the halftime. So they're really aware of this kind of stuff, but this is different.
Yeah, okay. I mean, a bit of a fake gate crash. It was a knife that stunted the initial push, with Valen also falling and toppling Dart. Gonna be really aware. Look at it. Just gives the perfect time for Mazzino to spray down through into the smoke. What away from the ult, by the way.
Worth him chasing for the glory and for the ult.
And for the ace. But are they gonna leave him alive? I mean, Aspas has got one bullet left. Oh, okay. Still.
Well, I think we're about to see the upgrade, I would imagine, because everyone on G2 is going to be buying full armor. So do they go for dropping an op for Aspas?
30 секунд.
Lovely round from Mazzino there.
Yeah, it is.
But round 16. This is where we see whether the comeback is real or not. I know that seems strange when they're 5 rounds behind still, but yeah, again, nobody going for the op purchase for Aspas. He's got to make this work with an Outlaw against a team of full armor. Mistimed though by Lev. They needed that molly to come earlier so that the vulnerable was applied.
I mean,
still doing good chip damage.
Trent, he's going to be thanking his lucky stars, I think, that he's still alive here. But yes, good chip damage, but an ult gained.
We've also got this classic setup we see from both of the LATAM teams where you've got an opper there and somebody holding over towards elbow.
Aspas.
Here.
He's directly down into it. I think G2 were jump spotting this one, even considering using a drone to clear him out.
Obviously, I say opper, but again, Aspas has to be using this more like a marshal, going for the headshots. He's aware of the eco. He knows that these guys should be using full armor.
Hard to cross into mid, but Lev. Pretty good read that this is going to be landing and ending over towards A. Com. Jump spotting, all the noise in the world being made. Oh my god, he just missed the timing on that one, and now he's going to be met with a couple of rifles and bullets. Players here through the wall. Might get lucky and claim a kill. No, instead it's King who falls. Aspas forced to back away from this one. He can't take a fight close and personal, not with that outlaw into his hands. Flash is dodged by Mazzino, but Icy too quick with it.
G2 are going to get a nice post plant here. The Lev players not in position to go for any kind of fast retake and actually getting locked out by some of the Astra util as well. Not sure whether... No, Valen does not have any stars on recall, so he's not going to have that pull on the spike, but I don't think they'll need it. Maybe if Tex can root Valen out of this spot, and in fact he does, so the game is on.
Yeah, the game is on. Like you said, not going to have any of that post plant pull util. G2, a couple of players need to find their shots. Leaf, he's heating up. Drops it down to just the 2. And a reminder again, Aspas with the weaponry, it's not ideal. Time ticking. Leaf will take the peak and take the fight, but really his team should have this one in the bag.
Any damage here, though, is good. They've already knocked armor off Trent and Icy, but if they could take another weapon, unfortunately, yeah, this explosion is going to be between the two teams, stopping Lev from harassing the rest of the G2 players who get up to 11. So it's good damage from Lev on their bonus round, but they'll have been hoping for more there. A conversion would have been just what the Doctor ordered to start the comeback from happening, or to start the comeback happening, I should say.
Killed them.
Now that we're heading into the next round, though, almost guaranteed that Aspas is going to go for the operator.
Oh, yeah.
And here it is, round 17, Aspas off. And considering that G2 have been putting a premium on taking A main control and farming the orb and that kind of thing, and the fact that Icy is 1 away from the orb, I would be expecting Lev to be challenging A main with that. But they're not going for it.
No,
they're going to allow the ult to go the way of G2.
Down into mid. Orb in his face, though. Aspas can't really do much with that. Has to be worried about multitude of other angles, so he backs his health away.
The thing is here, as soon as you don't see Icy's ult come online in A main, you might be thinking that the root of G2 is somewhere completely else. That's why Aspas is trending over here. It doesn't feel like they've taken heavy A main because the Yoru ult didn't come online.
Look how concerned he is that they've looked their way up through mid.
I think they've got a great read here just because that ult orb hasn't been taken onto the premium target.
They can hear it. Footsteps, at least. Aspas knows that something's up. Door opened up. Go now straight through. King is locked in this position here. Bit of a one and done now, and the approach comes down into the double door angle. How does Trent go down to the util? Still, Mazzino is ducking and dodging it. King! This guy was never in trouble.
He knew there wasn't any real pressure coming from A main. He dealt with that target and then swung around and added another 3 to it on the G2 players splitting through double doors. What is that?
Time for King to step up.
Yeah, Mazzino and King, the two core players from Leviathan, showcasing why they've survived the chops and changes on this roster and its evolution into a super team. Look at that. He's been so great in spots like that. And he's helped Leviathan start the comeback in reality now. This is where you start to knock G2's eco down.
I can't believe this by Aspas. At least the window angle being held. Dash is popped and active, but no one's going to be giving him any sort of easy kills. In fact, spotted by the cam.
It's actually the fight over towards A main that is most dangerous for Lev, I think. That flash doesn't even catch onto anyone.
G2 want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, they have. I mean, Lev boldly have full read cleared out A main in this timing. That's going to give them plenty of info. But G2 have been playing around mid control, and so that's where Aspas is focused, not towards B. A drone, though, from Com clears through double doors as well, so they're very confident it's not an A split.
And they're starting to stack here with players too. They have a knife and a lot of delay util. There's the first one.
This is the
use and flying nade as well.
Potential for that TP into the...
But they don't want to take it.
Yeah, well, actually, I think it was
in the process by the knife, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So lovely play by Mazzino there, disrupting that execute. Normally be a gate crash into the smoke.
I get worried about the time here for G2.
King could win the round again.
Absolutely could. Still locking it down here. Even with the pistols in hand, it's a beautiful fun. Oh, he might have not. Bats it away.
Better to be lucky than good, and King's got both, hasn't he?
12 seconds left. Leaf, got to go down here. Take a fight. Don't want to be saving that one into the next. So This is Lev, like you said, the comeback is on at this point. It's not a huge round buffer they've got to work with, of course. I mean, G2 only have to convert 2 rounds, but this might be the time to do it for them. Plenty of ults in the back pocket, cornucopia of it.
Exactly, this is G2's opportunity to stop the momentum now that they have a bunch of ultimates online. King has been a menace, though, dominating towards A main. I think G2, rather than focusing on an ult play, might just want to make sure that any retakes over towards A get stopped. Aspas is going to challenge this take over towards elbow right at the start.
Again, full trust in the window position being held here with a cage. Popped up here, deep knife that's cross map.
Again, A main being re-cleared in this situation.
This proactivity means that Lev can heavy stack, but they've got to get the players to get a move on. Dimensional drift up. Going to be spotting out Aspas, in fact, with a body block damage. Done. It's the assist, setting up Aspas! Oh, this guy will not be removed. I see. Still something to say about it, though. Get themselves onto the site to pit down into the post.
This pit,
chances here.
This pit is difficult to play around as the post planter because you just get surrounded. Aspas on top. Turret mode.
Yeah, they weren't expecting that one. I think Aspas updrafted just behind the Cosmic Divide. Obfuscated it. Any intent that he was going to be playing perched up. Now it leaves it to Jonah P. He's got the pit to maneuver around. Finds the first, finds a second. 5 HP. Molly, straight to the sky. Now retreats to a more defensible position. Spamming away. Aspas. Options running out. Time. Jonah P. This is a masterclass from him, and yep, time has run out.
Outrageous from Jonah P.
Could not hunt him out of the pit, could not stiff him out.
Oh, and the operator goes as well. The economy is still good for Lev here, but G2 getting up to 12 in a round where Aspas was popping, and Tex got double kills defending the B site. I was ready to talk about the fact that pits like that are really hard to play around because your opponents can surround you. You don't have a safe back up against the wall position, but Jonah found the timing on both of those players. G2 have played a lovely game here, and they've found the individual moments when it matters. Just as Jonah
plays,
did.
Man.
Time to jump.
Deep knife again here, but this is a turning point for G2. Lev have managed to put an operator in Aspas' hands.
Leaf's position here is really nice as well.
I mean, that's a spam from Tunnel. Straight down when they see the orb popped up. Mazzino lying inside of it. He's got to be worried. No contention, though, from G2. Not for now. Not that they've lost this player.
If King goes for information, or Tex goes for information.
Have a repeat and punish. Aspas, quick. We're not quick enough to escape. The Ira G2, somehow this advantage situation turns to a 3 versus 3.
I don't think King is making footstep noises here as he leaves the pit. So Leaf doesn't know he has a timing. But as soon as the pit drops, he's going to start thinking about it.
It's cross placement.
Should they head back to A here? Leaf's going to be giving them these kind of comms. But G2 are playing very spread right now. And King's positioning is pretty difficult to get a read on. Could get timinged if Leaf was playing aggro, but he's not. He's just holding his position over towards A main.
For a re-peek, potentially.
And the re-clear towards elbow.
Okay. 30 seconds.
30 seconds
G2.
left.
Which direction? King spotted. Sees 2. Going for the re-fight. Com. Drop down. Sat down towards the spectator seat. Almost the entirety for them. And guess what? They're going to be exiting them soon enough.
I know exactly.
Just G2 on the precipice here of taking this map. Make it nice and even, 1-1 here in this best of 5 lower finals. And there it is. Final kill of the Mazzino will seal it up there. So here we stand, 1-1 in our best of 5. A map that we really were trending towards the direction of Leviathan to have all the advantages.
And Lev couldn't get themselves online. There's a chance that that defense side would have ended up running out for them if they hadn't given away as many in the first half.
Yeah.
But G2's game plans were so good. This swap up of getting the Astra involved in their composition paying massive dividends. And both teams have stolen each other's map pick. And really making us question what we know about both of the squad's map pools as well. If G2 have Breeze that they can now rely on, maybe we need to start thinking differently about this squad. I think perpetually underrated in their run through playoffs because they've looked like a different team.
They have entirely, man. I mean, the whole qualification process in stage 1, They were fluctuating, wins and losses, and now in a best of 5, you really get tested in terms of that map pool. It's one of the overarching questions we had for both of these teams was really just checking out the form, seeing how they're going to look. They both made Shanghai, but well, time for a quick break. When we return, the analysts, of course, are going to be getting us nice and ready for that map number 3. Still into the post plant we go. Valin doesn't set his sights towards a player.
Turns the flash. Gun advantage, health advantage. And of course he falls. The mind game's being played and the shots come through for us, Bucks.
Well, it's starting to feel a little bit more like G2+2 because they have won every pistol round in this series. And for those keeping track at home, that is 4. G2 with a bounce back on what really should have been Leviathan's map. That breeze showing from them was incredible.
Yeah, no, they did a fantastic job of shutting down Ospas, not allowing them to get a lot of value with the operator. Of course, their own defensive side was super explosive on top.
I think for anyone that was still a G2 doubter, this is such proof of the level this team is at. Their breeze, I think, was probably the biggest weakness in their map pool, not looking super great.
Yeah,
with
they
that
got owned
solo
the last
Euro
time
comp.
versus
Yeah,
Lev.
it was like 13. They were kept in single digits by Leviathan. But now they come out with a brand new comp with some fantastic ideas, and they dominate Lev to recover in this series.
Yeah, and they've obviously been working on their breeze over the course of the last few weeks, but now we get to see it come out, and what a time to show it Trent, someone who, for me, was a big standout over the course of this series. He looked very, very good. He's already someone we're picking up as a bit of a star on this squad.
And honestly, the way that he converted in this third round, this is the bonus round, he's in a 1v2, is able to pull out the dart and use that as a distraction because he knows one person has to turn to break that. They're thinking he's going to go for the spam through the Viper wall, but he just peeks through it like an absolute Chad, and they go on to win the first five rounds in a row.
Yeah, it was an incredible start from this G2 squad. You were talking about the pistol rounds earlier. It was those early wins and that bonus round conversion that got that momentum, courtesy of Trent. But really, I think the thing to walk away from and talk about here is how good G2's ideas were with this Astra comp. I think on both sides of the map, they had incredible implementation of it, you know, on their defense, having a lot of really cool set plays. On their attacking side, shutting down Ospas. It was lovely.
Yeah, I think especially there was a few of those like early round moves, right, where they were able to find those ideas, whether it was a smoke and a Yoru getting active.
Because there were like, quite a few occasions where Valorant in a post plant doesn't actually have like any Astra util that all was dedicated to setting Icy up to have impact on that Yoru.
Yeah, and I wanted to look at a couple of rounds in particular here of this setup, right? Because I think on the defensive side, they had these aggressive looks, but they also have a lot more passive looks where they're playing around that suck. This is one of those really forward things. It's a flash combined with that suck, and then the dart is coming in late once everyone already stuck.
They're trying to hide in a smoke, and the dart pings them.
And then this is another bit of value, right? That Astra global control means you can play anti-KO setups with the suck on either side of the map. Normally, it's kind of a gimme round for attackers. When you pop that KO ult, either the Cypher or the Viper is offline, you're always having additional stall utility. So consistently on that attacking side, Ospas was rarely getting value on the exec because the stall and the setups from G2 were so good, and that continued on the attack.
Yeah, when you switch over to the attack, then was really where I think the power of it once Ospas got the operator, because he wasn't getting kills with the op, especially early in rounds. And it's because G2 really took their time. And by combining the Viper orb right outside of double doors, that shut down Ospas' ability to fight through that lane, and then using Astra smokes in halls or the pullback stars outside of B main or A main when they're execing so that they can scale out on either side and remove those initial lines of contact that Ospas was trying to hold. He really struggled to find value on those initial picks.
We saw like those deep Astra smokes inside halls, really very good at keeping somebody there, like pulling people over to that particular lane and kind of stretching the defenders a bit more thinly.
It adds so much more depth than you normally get on the attacking side. Generally, you're playing this with the solo Viper as your one controller, so you're pretty committed to either be going for splits or just hard executes, because you just don't have the tools to.
And you kind of give it away with the wall, right?
Yeah, and it's a lot harder to like explore options in the halls, explore kind of setups where you're early taking mid control, then pivoting back. Astra gives you that flexibility, and Valen called around it beautifully.
And it's because when you're playing defense, right, one of the really important things you need is forward information. That's how you call around of defense. You need your jet on a forward line, whether that's halls or double doors or outside one of the mains. And because G2 were not just shutting down the operator from getting kills, but shutting down those lines of vision, every time Ospas is trying to hold an angle, there's smokes coming into his eyes. Leviathan just didn't have the info they needed to be able to call around.
So coming out of Bind, we were kind of scared for G2. We thought, okay, Breeze is probably a given for Leviathan. That means that Icebox, which again is a map that both of these teams have had success on, might be the decider. But now we're getting to the tail end of this series, or at least the meat of it, with Icebox and Lotus still to play.
Genuinely winning Breeze is a complete lifesaver for G2, right? That was one of the two maps that they had lost previously against Lev, and now they're going into what should be their best map out of the remaining three against Leviathan. It's a map they've looked good on recently. Remember that game against Crew where they dominated with a great game plan, and Leviathan have been struggling in their last few showings.
Yeah, they absolutely have. Leviathan, I'm wondering if we do get any change up here. We've seen them previously kind of just attempting to go for just the old school Harbor Viper that Loud is kind of the only other team still running. It's a map that I think they've struggled to find their full ideas with, but we get a little spoiler there. I see maybe a Sova in the mix too, maybe getting more on the page with these kind of Gecko Sova ideas, which is what G2 has been so good at.
It would certainly be interesting because I think that Harbor could actually have a little bit more value for them against the style that G2 has been showing lately, which is that heavy flood back into sight.
They might keep the Harbor though, and then just go mirror against G2.
Sure, yeah, I think having like Harbor ideas to sort of give you that second wave of smokes and the slow especially would make it a lot harder on that A site, because G2 love to flood 2-3 players out through heaven every single round on their A retakes. The Harbor wall could really throw a different look in there against them.
Let's talk about implications for Leviathan. Leviathan. We thought Breeze was going to be a gimme. They got dominated here, and we saw some rough stuff from them mid-rounds where we're swinging out into mid, individual players taking timings, and it looking a little uncoordinated. That was a Leviathan that was kind of out of whack. This map, they're going to need a big recovery.
And that was what we sort of saw from them in their series yesterday, right? Against Crew. 3 halves in a row. They're
Even
all
like
out of sorts.
early days of this season, those were those same issues, and I'm kind of fearful of seeing that crop up again.
Yesterday, they rallied around Osbos with some ridiculous performances, getting his team back into the game. He's going to have to show up again, sort of rally those troops if it's similar scenes in their camp.
And we've seen him be a monster on Icebox. Rend Agent Select, it's that same comp we've talked about before with this Gecko and Silva. G2 are excellent at it, especially on their defensive side with the flood retakes and those reclears.
I do think I want to see Leviathan take some advantage with more contact plays because there's no Jet on the opposite side, because they do like to play a little bit more passively. I do want to see a Lev that are more willing to play slower rounds and creep into that space before exploding. Think how they played their bind. Very slow early rounds and then popping off.
Here it is, your comps are laid out for you now, and map number 3 is there for the playing. Let's head back down to your casters. It's Brennan's Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, really getting into the thick of things here with this series. Best of 5, 1-1 between both these teams. Unexpected, honestly, as well. Yeah, I agree. Each taking their own map pick, and or the opposing map pick, I should say. And now we're heading into Icebox. This one's an interesting one. I'm going to be paying close attention, I think, to individual players. Mainly Leaf. This guy's been dominating on the Killjoy whenever he gets access to it. Mainly down to the maps, I think, as well, because G2 are very comfortable on this Icebox.
They certainly are. It's looked like one of their better maps that we've seen, but their map pool's so difficult to put your finger on at this point.
It is, yeah.
They've been evolving all throughout playoffs. But last time we saw G2 play, you remember the kind of plays that they were going for? 4 stacking over towards A, getting Leaf the Killjoy deep into A nest. And those were specific anti-strats, always farming the ult orb. That was specifically anti-ing Crew. That doesn't really work against what Lev are bringing in here. They have shock mollies, and they're going to go for a B split on the pistol.
The preparation has run deep so far. Why would it stop now for Lev? Looking to overwhelm this position, but it's all being called and collected. Corralling up these players. Jonah P delivers at least 2. Worried about his back, but his teammate has it. Icy with a dizzy and a repeat. You know where Mazzino is.
You did good.
Seeking to put them down here. A lot of isolated fights being taken. It's Con winning 1 versus Icy, but Trent catches the rotation, and with that, essentially the round should be over. Still, anything could happen on the pistol. Upgrade acquired.
And there's still a minute left here, Brent. So there are actually chances for Com to try to isolate some picks. They've completely lost information.
They don't know where he is.
He's playing. No, they have no idea. So that does give him chances to hit a timing. And that kind of variance is always going to favor the player that's down in terms of numbers.
Slow and steady now.
And again, all of this utility is kind of meaningless in situations like this because you don't want to give away exactly where you are.
Exactly.
On both sides.
30 seconds left.
Trent is positioning. Oh, it's a game of timings. I think it's been won out, yeah, by Trent. The G2 squad. Enough damage really done there. Pretty good read of how to dismantle that one when you go into the B split. Punish for the creativity on Icebox.
Definitely. But I also want to point out that G2 did the same strategy again, where they're doubling up against Aspas's entry. Look at that. He swings Aspas alone into 2 players of G2. Yep. Keep that in your head, because that has been happening all the time throughout playoffs. It's how they shut down Oxy. It's how they shut down Kesnit. And it might be how they shut down Aspas as well. He was limited to only 2 first bloods and 4 first deaths on Breeze. That's not the kind of numbers you expect to see from the superstar player of Leviathan.
The Dawn and a Cascade ricocheting. Able to take that front B main control. G2 posting back up. Look at this from Jonah P. I mean, tucked to the side.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of teams being very stubborn around their positioning towards yellow.
Yeah, Aspas has activated it, looking for a fight. Orb though in his face. Jonah P. Surely you gotta evade this one. You're the one with the rifle. Backs away now, retreating. Wash pit. Be any follow-up with that. Lev on their eco, looking to get a plan down as well. So the extra money's available, but wrong crosshair, wrong positioning here. G2 cleaning up the stragglers.
Yeah, making this one fairly clean. Com's going to go for that post-plant flank, something that he loves doing on maps like this. But caught by the
Player
alarm bot,
standing.
shut down by Trent.
Yeah.
Good awareness, and only Mazzino left.
There's a player left, they're still min-maxing the ults.
Yeah.
You know, the IC's like, what, 4 away, 3 away now, I suppose. Even closer now that he went down, but...
So, again, if you're keeping track at home, that is G2 with another pistol round win. Leviathan are yet to win a pistol. It is so difficult to win series of any type, frankly, if you're not winning pistol rounds. It's because it gives you that excellent beginning to the half, the opportunity to snowball. You're more likely to have your ults online as well because you're getting more of the kills.
Enemy remaining.
And here, G2 have that opportunity to capitalize once more. It's 4 players over towards A. This is a strat they ran against Crew where they push somebody into Nest. Look at that ping on the minimap, though. Lev already thinking about it.
What are you expecting it? They know Leaf's been doing this one. This was their bonus round strat last time. Exact same playbook. High Tide whips its way across there, cutting away the available positions of these Lev players. How does Leaf choose to pay this one? I mean, doesn't exactly have long-range weaponry, but still Com will fall. This is some trying to find it. Did they spot that one? Oh my God, Leaf will not be able to escape.
So 1 for 1, and now I think Lev should have a great understanding of how many G2 players there are around here. I mean, they've got to know that this was a very heavy stack, but they don't really have info on the rest of the map. Valen's in a very committed position here, looking to try to win the round out himself.
No one's there to play off him. That is nice by Tex. Wasn't really holding the crosshair placement for it. Still adjusts in time. 2 players towards the back of the site. I think this would cause a bit of a pause for Lev, but I actually want to commit the ult instead and just try and clean up these players. Make it nice and easy now. Still 2 left. Trent finally stunned up, holding his ground, finally falling.
Player standing.
And they know that the final player was behind. Jonah P broke the turret, so they'll be super aware of this kind of stuff.
Get a bit of noise as well. Top of the ropes, Mazzino. Flexing on us a little bit.
So Lev chose to have a really kind of safe opening to the round as soon as they realized that G2 were fighting over A. That high tide coming through, indicating that there was a fight to be had, but Com just gets unlucky in that
Unfortunate.
spot. But they still managed to get the punish onto Leaf, and they don't start that kind of massive snowball that we saw in the game against Crew, where Leaf was going crazy. He was picking up the Outlaw constantly and dominating with it. He's got that weapon again, but everyone on Lev has full armor.
They're very aware.
Yeah, I think you can see here that Lev has done their homework.
This is basically the same playbook, I think, for G2 on the defensive half. When they get the Outlaw in Leaf's hand, locks down the sight line into mid. Just with brute force, though, making sure that they can take this A side. Look at it, not even worried about a high tide. Already past it, contacting. Using the drone to make sure that everything's cleared. G2 going to be fully off the sights here. Not sure what they've got up their sleeves to see if they can delay and deny this plant. Mazzino inside the cove really does hide where the spike is going to be planted.
He also didn't take any damage somehow, not quite sure.
And King wants to fight forwards. I mean, Leaf rips it away. What a shot to the brain. Mazzino, he's there right when it matters, but eventually dropped anyway. Still got 2 players. Still player disadvantage. Here for Leviathan, going to be playing now. Forcing out his ultimate with Aspas falling. He saw down a Tex up onto the high ground. Icy already spotted. He's got to know that nobody was on it, but G2, that's a clean flood attempt right back into things.
Lev knew that G2 were going to go for the flood. That's why you saw Mazzino and Com, I believe it was, swinging aggressively into backside. The problem was, Aspas wasn't with them. Tex was back, playing over towards the post plants. It just didn't look as coordinated. They clearly know that G2 are a flood defending team. But here, when King and Com fight with Mazzino, 3 of them fighting forwards, but they don't quite deny it in the way they're looking for.
Yeah.
Nice! Yo, I'm a menace with this weapon, bro.
It's so true. He is a menace with this weapon, and he's going to keep it into the next round, where now everybody on Lev is a one-tap.
Absolutely going to be getting value. Leaf loves to go for his deep pushes. Down the tube occasionally. This time he will hold his ground, which is the top section of Boiler.
G2, though, are going to use this round to get up to massive ultimates that can be used for retakes and all sorts of other things. I mean, the combination of the Harbor ult and the Silver ult is a menace on its own, and then Icy's one away from Thrash, so... Yeah. If Lev were able to put together some kind of thrifty, this would be the perfect timing. But more likely, G2 are going to look to try to mop up this B hit as it comes through. They're headed towards Leaf, who again has got that Outlaw. Everybody is 1 shot, 1 kill.
The smoke's in his face though with a high tide. Packages it up. I mean, Lev going for a pretty similar play. They did this one round 2, seeing if they can take control of all of the intersections of the site. Good awareness, Aspas. Time to come alive from him with the Guardian in his hands. A few shots rattled away. Only the one casualty. Hunter's Fury, good connections. The tech's falling. Comes down to these big moments, and Aspas. Again, it has to be him to step up to this challenge. Ults fused, reckoning inside the cove. King takes the fight towards him. Will not get away with it, though, with his life. Mazzino, high tide. Up in their faces. How do you deny this one? A quick tap as well. Only got bullets. You're gonna have to get lucky indeed. Body blocking the first layer of things. Valen sticking all the way. Earned his half. Round aside. Jonah P seeks to deny.
And G2 with plenty of time are going to mop that one up. Lev also invested some really big ultimates in there. They thought they had a chance to be able to win it. And another thing that I'm noticing is Aspas is playing for the late round. He's on Jet, and he's frequently been the second to last or last player alive in these situations. That doesn't seem sensible to me. He's got the tools to fight forwards. He's got the aim to maybe create you advantages in these spots, but he's not being able to find his moments to take those duels. Instead, it was people like King there looking to try to make the play with his frenzy inside the cove. Leaf keeps the Outlaw again, refuses to part with this weapon, even though it's once more full armor for Lev.
Walls propped up on either side. Trouble is with the Outlaw conditioning as well. I mean, it does force you to buy full armor. I don't think any util is going to be missing from Lev, but
it just means you're more likely to get ecoed, you know, an extra 1 time, maybe 2 times over the course of the attack arm.
Yeah.
Or over the course of the game, I suppose. Lev looking to try to take front A control at the same time as lurking people up B, and it's rewarded. King picks off Jonah P, who was looking to go for the rotate.
Jonah's drop, that's going to be calling now for the rotate. I mean, that's actually breaking the drone.
Yeah, and
it's pulled 2 players back.
They can pivot in either direction. G2 have got a very spread defense going on here, and Lev just looking to try to punish them for over-rotating. It's worked a treat, but you've still got to convert in this spot, and it's not like they're grouping up for a massive player advantage. This is only a 3v2 for Lev on site right now.
Exactly. It comes down to seeing if the shots can get hit and nailed. Com there, still holding for the walker. Mazzino just goes down to it. I don't know where he is with a spike drop down as well. What a critical mistake now here. The G2 players see if they can hold their ground. Reckoning. This will supplant them. Supplement at least for them to try and get the fight going. Forwards, not expecting that Com could be onto that angle already. 12 seconds. They're barreling over them. Has to be brute force, Valen. A nasty transfer.
Spike planted.
Lease of life, King snaps it back around. It could have been anyone's game in the final moments.
Crazy hero play there by Valen, shut down by King. Both IGLs going tete-a-tete in terms of the calling and also the rifling towards the end. And King getting the better end of it in both departments actually in this round. Opening things up, closing things out.
Down A.
Playing them like a fiddle.
Enemy remaining.
That doesn't mean it was easy, not by any means. And actually, all of that eco damage is still going to affect things for Lev. They're forced to buy full armor because they're worried about Leaf's Outlaw. And as you were talking about, Bren, it does put a strain on the economy. You can't see it just yet, but Aspas has the Blade Storm, and one of the players on Lev is probably going to have to take a Bulldog or something. Can't get that rifle online. Either that or the light armor, of course.
But adjustments need to be made here for Lev.
Well, you say that, but at the same time, they actually had a really good game plan going into the start of that round.
Yeah.
You know, the take of the front of A while double lurking with Tex and King over towards B, that found success. It got them the pick onto Jonah P. And I think, you know, it's G2 here that are actually taking the time out. What they were doing, the rotating based on where Lev were looking to commit, going for the flood defend, they're worried that that might not work out as well. The big thing that I keep thinking about is that we're not seeing Aspas set up on super aggressive post plant positions. That's what I was expecting to see watching them play Icebox. I've watched Aspas dominate on this map so many times by once he gets his team in a position to put the plant down, he's looking to fight people as soon as they're coming through choke points. We haven't necessarily seen that as much, or at least he hasn't been able to find his timings.
Up and over though, Leaf still holding it with the Outlaw.
Yeah, and King does not rebuy full armor here.
Everybody's grouped up. Surely they hear this one from the sound cues as well with that mid control. The G2 They've gained and gathered. Deep push as well onto the flank. So Leaf, if he gets one and gets out, maybe could be looking quite ideal. Still, Cove propped up, hung with the wall. Going to be escaping and evacuating, waiting for the rest of his team. Says he didn't see anything, but now it's time for the Thrash at least, sending it forwards and flying.
Cascade cut off the turret behind.
It did indeed. And now that flank timing, it pays off massively. Right from behind, but they need to kill at least the crucial targets. It's King who's got this pit state. Right back up, Aspas into the back sight.
Lovely reaction here to fight aggressive in the post plan.
And Leaf knows it. He's got to try and back away here. There's the 3 players that he's being accosted and assailed onto the position. Aspas, this guy is deadly. Just trying to run them all the way down. They flipped the map almost entirely. Time ticking.
They've left King, and King can actually defend the defuse.
The time is ticking. King still with a snake bite. Pit will fall. I think they've done enough, surely. Positioning out of nowhere. Hunter's Fury. Forced out at Com. He doesn't even know if he doesn't have it. It's a classic in the face. What the hell is going on?
And I mean, technically, that is a Red Bull clutch from Com there. But I think it's King who delays long enough and stays inside his pit. Those players from G2 who are running through, they just didn't have the health to go for the defuse in that spot.
Yeah,
they're getting chunked down the whole time, and then there's a snakebite laid on top. That was a wild round, but it all starts because G2 do a triple push down mid and then cascade off the turret. So as they come through the flank, Lev call a really nice reaction to go forwards with Aspas, who was playing those aggressive positions. And that was what I was criticizing Aspas for not doing enough. That round pays off amazingly. That's why Lev need to be getting active in those post plans.
Looking to run it back again over towards A.
Well, they have the lockdown for it if they wanted to invest that kind of stuff. G2 dropped onto a bit of an eco. Icy is actually full invested. So that's a bit of a weird one.
It's a weird one, right, with the money.
Definitely strange.
2 rifles. Will they choose to use the ults? Valen's holding at least a bit of utility. Cascade forwards. Wall up as well in their faces. Gonna be stunting that first wave of the utility that Lev are just using to see if they can gain any space over towards the A site, and they call for a rotation anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen Dizzy, you've seen Recon, you've seen Cascade, you've seen Killjoy utility. You know it's a stack. Well, they didn't have the lurk to be able to go quickly over towards B, but
on the P.
Still sending it into Jonah.
Yeah, orb up, make sure that he can make his escape, but not quite actually. Choose to post back up over towards the yellow box.
And if it was a rifle round, maybe he could rip the ult here, but instead he goes for the fight over towards yellow. Dies though.
And take risks.
On top, aggressive positions, paying off.
And everybody's been chopped up here on the G2 side of things. Shock darts. Push back the plan at least. Revealing here. Only 2 players from G2 to really do anything, any form of damage. Hello. As Valen pulled that one from, but you need a few more potentially. Are they going to double up now and try and take this one? Fight together, Valen. A decent job of things. I was hoping for a bit of a better gun. Lev, not willing to let this one slip. Already pushing way ahead of the high tide. Doubled up together.
A great call by Common Text there to try to take the fight forward into Valen. Would have been much harder if they got locked off by that Harbor util. I think this adaptation has been nice from Lev. The tack timeout for G2 was called, understanding that they were actually losing the strategic battle, even if that wasn't reflected in the score. And G2 have not been able to really recover.
Death is cold.
The triple flank was a great attempt in round 7. And now we have another chance for G2 to stabilize things. It's 4-4 right now, but Lev, they're the ones that are making the adaptations and looking like they've got the answers.
And it all begins and starts always at this A side, just an exchange again with the walls. A few bullets raining down.
And this is a weird one, right? Because both teams have lockdown, both teams have Harbor ult.
I mean, Mazzino with the Reckoning, did they want to use a lockdown for the post?
Yeah, you're looking to try to use lockdown here for the retake, but Lev will try to deny it. Aspas is already on top of screens.
Yeah. Fighting forwards.
So G2, they need to be investing Harbor ult here to even... Oh, I was going to say to get the lockdown into position, but they choose a passive one.
Used in kind, pound for pound. Respect going to be shown.
Yeah, and this doesn't get G2 the space that they're looking for. Everyone on Lev is still going to be on site here. This Harbor ult has got to be massive from Valen.
Take it back up again once more. Reckoning has to clear its way through here, but a stun's connecting. Comms there, spray not quite online for King. Still Aspas high ground, backs himself away. Playing this one into the 3v3. Already Nano Swarm deaded off. Icy on the defuse.
The Nano
at least
Swarm
with the wingman, it did miss, but denying at least the wingman still. They got to know the wall. The position have to be guarded. The G2 surely doing it. No way! Tex! That's monstrous!
obvious the position of the diffuser, but under enormous pressure from the other two players who are seeking to defend Trent. What incredible aim there from Tex to be able to deal with both of those bodyguards. And hit the Red Bull clutch. That's 4 in a row there for Lev. Oh, and the timing.
Final bullet, man. Final bullet. Yeah, that is ridiculous. 0.22 milliseconds away. Tiniest of differences to decide that round.
Double ults used by G2 as well in that spot. But they still have one to work with. This is a very light buy. And these rifle rounds have been super close. But Lev are taking them. And then they're also being able to convert the follow-up. Here, Jonah.
Oh my god,
it's good damage, but he's going to get flanked right now.
Surely not. I mean, yeah, it doesn't get out. Whoa. Okay, the Bulldog could be unruly, don't get me wrong, but...
Put a leash on that thing.
Yeah, Com eventually secures the kill with it.
As Lev decide to rotate back over to A, though, they're going to be looking towards Valin. They're probably not going to want to use utility here to give away the fact that they've made that rotation. But they are pinging it out, looking to just clear it.
He's got too much to worry about. His head spotted as well with a jump up. Yep. Easy pickings.
Nice contact clear of that spot.
Lev are going to be so aware of just those deep push plays. I mean, G2 were doing it all the time. Last time they ended up playing Icebox. Splash the way this guy moves around the map. Look at this.
I love this.
Playground for him.
I love how much more aggressive and confident Aspas looks compared to the first kind of 4 or 5 rounds where we were watching him. He's finding those timings to press the advantages.
I see Sheriff in hands, but revealed by the dart gives him the perfect follow-up. The lead now more than steadily being accrued. I mean, Lev, like you said, they've been winning the gun rounds and they've been winning these anti-ecos relatively cleanly. Great ideas in terms of how they want to play this map.
G2 have tried a few different ways of mitigating this. They've tried to push players into aggressive positions. They've looked for a triple flank over towards mid. None of it's really been working. I think that the triple flank through mid was the closest to finding success. Getting that cascade onto the turret, but do you really want to go for something like that again? Here, they can rely on Trent using the Hunter's Fury, but Com is going to look for a pick at the start of the round. He does this almost every time he has this overall. Drones, if the drone gets attacked, he insta-ults. But this time, everybody from G2 respecting that drone, knowing what's coming.
No dice. Heavy stack though from G2.
And disguised as well, because they didn't see anything with the drone.
Completely dodged it. Leaf. Oh, slight awareness there, just in time. Brings down Tex, still that ult. Will find a target into the corner of the site. Still evading that one for Valin. Down the swarms, causing some issues. Vulnerability as well as that. Aspas forced to retreat, and a call to pivot is made. Jonah P. Surely going to be hearing some of this one now and expecting at least some presence. But does he know where these players are coming from? Getting that game of timing.
Yeah, both so quiet here, the Vipers.
Footsteps though, heavy presence by Mazzino, running his way along. He's going to be confident making the call, but doesn't know if they've already at least got themselves around. Vulnerability applied by the snake bite, forcing release him off the spike plant.
Com and King could both win the round independently here.
Comes down to it.
Mazzino's got no help.
Mazzino, he still can't get this plant down. King finds it, plucks him out, but the Hunter's Fury will follow it anyway.
Unusual position for someone to get caught by that, and look at this. Com going for the same flank he just went on again.
Just flanks on flanks, Com.
The school of always be flanking.
Exactly, this time switching it up here, but Mazzino already rips away the life of Leaf. Trent follows it up onto Aspas, still 2v2, damage done. And Wingman diffusing, they can free up their guns now, they can watch this one in a different direction, and Com forced to reveal himself. Dart, it's there. Still the onus being onto G2, but for now, Com is not on the position, and Icy knows it, sticking it.
Great awareness there from Icy, knowing that Com couldn't stop that from happening.
Last round
5 to 6, doesn't even opt into the duel, doesn't give Com any chance of clearing it. That round though could have been super different if Lev had just broken the wingman.
Yeah.
If those bullets had landed on the little bro, Com could have had a great chance there because they really didn't know that he was coming from kitchen. This round got crazy.
It did.
Enemy remaining.
G2 weathered the storm though, doesn't matter how crazy it got. Got that round win.
And that's super important because that breaks what would have been a 6-round win streak. And now Lev do something completely different. Almost looking like that pistol round play, I think it was, where they B-split.
Yep, same strategy it looks like being employed. It's going to be walls up in their face. lot of footsteps. Don't have B main control. Ult's flying forwards. That's a Thrash. Gonna be getting that connection. Tex is blinded. It's gonna be isolated here. Revealed up by the start. Lev really looking like it might be falling to pieces, but Aspas is so aggressive already. They didn't expect him onto that kitchen angle. Blade Storm ripped out.
And this is the win condition for Leviathan. Get aggressive, get active with Aspas.
How do they find the rest of these kills? Jonah P just trying to play his life. The rest of G2 moving together. Thrash, round 2 this time. King, a few shots fired. They know that he's under there, but how do they fight it out? Is he dealt with? Dropping down, trade online, 3v3 still. They've got a lot more to clear than that. Wingman on the defuse, has to be broken. Snake by Shotdown. What game are we watching? What game are they playing? Still gunplay in the works. Already got half, I believe, onto it. Aspas! Not enough with the Blade Storm pull. Trent shuts him down before he can really get going. And that finalizes it at 6-6 for the half.
Back and forth, just like Bind. Super close here between these two teams. A late resurgence there from G2 to be able to get 2 retakes towards the end. Otherwise, Lev were running away with things. They just couldn't quite find enough in this final moment. Look at this shock molly on the fly. It's so good.
Yeah.
Messino just has
Cooking it up.
no clue that that was coming towards him.
Last player standing.
Very impressive.
Trent sitting at 17-6 right now. Leading it for his team as well. Hero Moments paving the way to make it that nice equal 6-6. Let's send it down to the desk to break it all down so far.
Thank you very much, Brent and Josh. Look, we expected Icebox to be a hotly contested map in general. It's another pistol round loss for Leviathan. Like
5 out of 5 now.
They are racking them up. They bounced back really well from that, though, and they threatened to actually run away with a half at first.
Yeah, the start of that was really defined by, I think, again, G2's game plan. They play a lot of these rounds into the Flood retake towards A, and they were really punishing Lev. But Lev won a couple critical clutches in the late round to get rolling and found a massive streak of rounds to recover.
Yeah, it started with this round right here where they flipped the map against a triple flank and then somehow end up winning it, even though they lose all of their players. Time is working against them. Frantically, you've got Calm running over into mid, trying to get the ult off, but at this point, he'd already won the round with the amount of stall that was put on the site because of that Viper's Pit.
Yeah, it was really lovely stuff, honestly, within the chaos. And this is what, when you look at Lev, you see these names, you see the experience of this team. These are the moments you expect them to be pulling out, right?
Sure.
You see G2 with probably a stronger macro idea throughout that one, but the individuals step up, you find those pivots, and then you come back into this half.
I don't even know if I would fully agree on the macro idea, because I think Leviathan, the way they played their slower rounds, especially activating the B lurks, right, with multiple players.
But I think we saw
sometimes.
a lot more of that after that initial timeout
Sure.
from G2 once they started pivoting that around,
and the
which was later into the half.
The reason G2 were able to tie it up at the end, though, was great post-plant play, especially Trent. The shout out on him getting so many kills, but playing those late 2v2s, 3v3s very nicely.
The implications of this map are massive. Whoever wins this one is put up to series point. Only one map away from having a chance into the grand finals. The loser would have to win back-to-back maps, take it all the way to 5 if they want that chance.
They'd have to win Lotus and Ascent back-to-back, in fact. That is a big ask for either of these two. G2 Esports Leviathan looking to get themselves in pole position. Let's head back to our casters, Brandon and Sideshow.
Don't think I could have teed it up better myself, I think, as well, in terms of the overall stakes, really. Yeah, must-win scenario on this map to get that advantage in this best-of-5 here to even stand a chance in the grand finals of our mid-season playoffs. And it begins, as always, Josh, with this pistol round win for Lev. Haven't really been able to get any of them.
No, that makes this one imperative. We need to see that they're capable of taking them away from G2. As G2 run this 1-3-1 default at the start. A little unusual on Icebox. Don't normally see mid-pressure at the very beginning from the attacking team. And on the other side of things, Aspas with a Sheriff pushing up. They used a cascade to try to get past somebody.
But dash.
No, Aspas, if he looks to try to take a peek, it would be a perfect time. And the turret is faced away. But I think he's just gonna miss the timing. Oh,
yeah, he does. Can't see anything but getting critical information.
Yeah, but he can't really get past this turret at all, can he? So he just has to...
Well...
Can he?
Well, okay. I mean...
He can get deep, but you can't get much further than this.
I think he might be out of range, potentially.
No.
I'm not kidding. It's been pulled back. It's been pulled back anyway. fox in the pen. This man could really just eat them alive. King seeking to delay. Distraction being called. Wingman plant. Surely not being stopped. Final bullet eventually does it. G2 seeming to win this one out, and Aspas now has to become that difference maker. Too many targets. He just can't quite land the shots. Full reload has to be committed. He has done the damage, but no kills collected. Lev finally turning up the heat. But it's answered right back at them. Doubled up. And Com falls.
An outrageous situation. G2, 6 out of 6 pistol rounds going in their direction. And what a one to showcase as the most recent of them.
I mean, Aspas in that spot. There's a world where he gets, he gets 5 or he gets none there. I mean, I don't know what he walked away with, but at the end of the day, it wasn't a round win.
He got so much damage out, though. Man. He's doing body shots, leg shots, and yet somehow Valen's Ghost comes out true at the end to be able to pick off Com, who had a couple of softened up targets ahead of him. This is worrying. I mean, if it wasn't already, it certainly is now. However, looking forwards, as Uber set up on the desk, the 2 upcoming maps of Lotus and Ascent, if there was a team to be able to win on both, I suppose it would be Leviathan.
Aspas doesn't overstay his welcome with that one, but risks need to be taken if Lev are going to stand a chance to try and win this. Oh, any punish in sight? Not quite. They're hot on the heels, though, of Aspas, and they are cleaning up these remaining players who are seeking to at least delay and anchor. Bullets. Just got to fire the tracers with that one. Tom gets caught out of spot.
G2 with an opportunity to reset, but nobody really posted over the other side of the map. Do they know that all 3 of these players are over towards here? They're just going to double up, triple up, make sure that they have a safe passage back over to the other side. And as I was saying, Brett, I think the next 2 maps coming up, if there was a team here, like Mimi was talking about, that is able to run it back from 2-1 down, I think I'll be looking towards Lev, even if G2 take this, because Lotus is not a map that G2 have been loving to play. And Lev, I think all of their players have just been amazing on Ascent in the past.
Yeah.
But they don't want to put themselves into that position, and certainly not if it comes because they just can't convert these pistol rounds and keep putting themselves at disadvantages in every quarter, every half.
The crazy thing is as well, even with them, despite losing all of the pistol rounds, they've still been able to take maps. They've still been making it close.
Yeah, take a map. And to be honest, Breeze, the first half was not particularly close, was it? At 9-3.
No, but this one much closer.
Definitely.
Close, at least for now.
For now.
For now.
Lev, one of the things that I think they were doing really well on their defense side when we saw them play against Crew was find opportunities to take fights and disrupt the plant from happening.
Is Aspas going to be able to get some kills, or what? What's going on here? They don't really want him to survive. Hello, Aspas. Good kills, actually. That's going to be doing some damage to the economy. Enough to stay alive, though. He's going to be saving that Sheriff into the next, so the unintended side effect of it, but I think they're not going to be too worried about it.
Are they not?
Well, I don't know. Let's have a look at the money.
Yeah, it ain't good. You don't want to be surviving in that spot.
Yeah.
He popped his dash and didn't dash into them either. Like...
Nice try.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, they're saying good job in that situation, but it's actually forced King onto a Guardian. They've swapped weapons so that Aspas can get a Vandal online.
And a heavy fight taken. Dizzy is going to be pre-fired here, but Aspas is going to be blinded up. Mazzino, that supportive element, just firing down and raining down the bullets at the Phantom, enough to bring down Leaf. Pushing them back, though, with Aspas falling.
Drone denied. They've got to be very worried about these kind of positions. Super possible that Lev could have inserted another player over towards jail. This is going to tick time off the clock, but Mazzino is going to be so expected here.
Drone cleared. Mazzino already pushed up. Yeah, G2, we're just waiting for somebody to just walk right into the crosshair placement.
Yeah.
Texas time, apparently. Two shine, potentially, but he's missing the shots. Doubled up side by side, him and Com. Com's just trying to get him out of here. Still, bullet tags in play. Enough to slow down Trent, but a spike has been retrieved and now ferried back over towards B.
This round is the personification, if you want to put it like that, of individualism versus the team play. Lev just taking it in turns to take that hero play fight, while G2 shut them down. 3v3 though.
Down against the box, Wingman. Gonna be broken, bullets. Firing through, not enough to deny. G2 are getting themselves into the post plan here. At least the advantage for Lev is that they do have some guns, but they've got to get a move on that. Icy realizing he's got no util to his name, so he might as well try and take the fight forward. It's caught by G2. They stand their ground here for Leviathan. Dismissed them as easily as that.
So 2 Vandals rather than the Guardian saved into this one, but that's a pretty devastating one for the economy of Lev. They only get 3,000 for being able to win this round, and they've lost a ton of weaponry. I think I'd consider that a great bonus for G2. I mean, let's take a look at what weaponry ends up being online here for Lev. And what this would be a great time for Leaf to bring out the Outlaw, I can tell you that.
It would. I don't think he's going to be doing it.
A Spectre full armor onto Mazzino. I mean, these are pretty brutal weapons to be forced to use in this spot. But if they can win this, suddenly they have a cushion to work with.
They typically have been good in these gun rounds, even if it is slightly weaker. Nanoswarm. Pre-aimed and broken, so the turret will stay up.
And Leaf's got plenty of these lineups across a range of different maps to try to put pressure on their opponents. Killjoy utility placements.
Thrash available though. Set loose onto the side over towards A. Everybody giving this one up from the left side.
Comms in position to ult this.
He's playing relatively further back here. Wingman getting the plant down. Out and over. Dart. This plan coming down. Not going to be trying to flood back into this one, but finally with the ults now. Into the back of the side. Trent! Not able to get the one before he's eventually brought down. Everything offloaded now. Overwhelming. Seeing if they can try and fight this one. Thrash has to be respected though. It does pave a bit of a way and place for G2 to potentially win this one, but they're losing the gun duels. Slight tap from Mazzino. Just Icy and Jonah P left though to really stave this one away, and guess what? Jonah P is nowhere near. Slow as it goes here by Lev, but they realize they've got plenty of time now to just pick them apart. Tapping the spike, forcing the players out in the open. And it's a 1 round for them, 8-8. Everybody intact as well.
Very confident from Lev in terms of the way that they committed heavily on that flood defense. Despite the fact that the plant ended up going down, Wingman managed to dodge the first wave of Nanoswarm. But as they push back in with the final burst of this Hunter's Fury, they got themselves into a great spot. Even Valen's Harbor couldn't slow them down.
Yeah.
And these are the kind of things I think that make Lev look good on this map. Their willingness to fight together and flood out through rafters, drop the Viper wall, take the timings and the aggression. It just needs a single person calling it, and they all commit. Those are the rounds that they were winning against Crew and what made them look good on this map. So they have stabilized. Like I was talking about, the eco was looking really rough for Lev, but they put themselves in a good spot now.
They're not hiding their intent, are they? Making a lot of noise up and over towards the A side. Com gonna let loose at least with a few straight bullets, but the positions are being at least found here from a few of these players. Jonah P finally claimed and taken out, but traded towards the back there by Com. He's doing a significant amount of damage to them, but leaves it into a 2-on-2 rifle. Advantage here for Lev, but it is being whittled down to just this. Aspas versus Trent. Any upgrade inside for Trent. He's going to be repositioning. Swap of the gun. No reload necessary for Aspas, but he's just trying to sniff out where Trent is, and he's lurked himself around the back. Missing each other. Ships in the night. Updraft. And now that spots it. Oh, Trent! He can't hit it. Can't claim it. Pistols out in play, but Aspas is the one to really save the day.
Completely whiffed opportunity there from Trent. He had Aspas dead to rights. Sometimes the movement, though, of this guy is impossible to hit.
Yeah.
Aspas wiggles like nobody else when it comes to his jet movement on this map. It really is masterful to watch, but you got to look at this one and think it should have been G2's to win. They got a perfect A mid
That had to have been, man. Had to have been.
Almost had it there in the 1v1. He nailed the timing. Somehow Aspas saves them again, as he does so very often. 20 kills for both of those players that were left in the 1v1.
And now he's really starting to show up, isn't he?
Is this where we see Trent go for his own play with the ult at the start?
Tech's got to respect that one with the Nanoswarm, but not expecting it for Aspas here again. Never dash to disengage.
And instead of posting a player up into Nest and letting the play come to them, Aspas forces the duel, kills Leaf, who does normally play a little more aggressive on Killjoy over towards the A side. And now G2 are starting to drive things back over towards yellow, where King is posted up. They have Dizzy to clear this, and a recon will come back online.
said, you should have the util to clear this spot out. The reposition of Mazzino, punished in the moment, but not before he was rewarded with just the one. Dizzy has to be broken, indeed it is. King's still there, but the dart reveals it. And now his position quickly swarmed upon with a wingman to supplement all of it. Pick your targets and choose them wisely. Still, 3 versus 3.
It's nice.
Fury for Trent.
Yeah, it's nicely done there by G2 clearing out yellow, but now they need to
use it. He's trying to punish a drone that he heard from just the middle of the gut of the map, but he's not getting any tags.
That's a wild play to go for.
It really is. Just off of hearing the drone being used.
At the same time, though, they couldn't have done anything in that time period anyway, because they're waiting for Jonah P's fuel to come back up. They need that next cycle before they can commit to any kind of plant.
Aspas is ready to meet them head on. He's still got an updraft as well.
He's
High ground
definitely
position.
going for this updraft.
Yeah, enemy AC 130 about to kick off. As the wall's there, right round the side, hunting for them, picking them to pieces. Jonah P stands his ground. Few seconds left to spare, but not enough to win the round. It's lost in the moment here for G2. Jonah P recognizing it, having to force that issue out to them. 2-round difference now between Lev and G2. As we're looking at Icebox.
And Aspas really is finding his moments so nicely to have impact. Tucking himself aggressively on A with backup from the rest of the team, finds that opener onto Leaf, and then he's able to get the updraft kill as well. Constantly denying those plant situations. And again, with this composition from G2, they have to commit so much of the Viper fuel just to clear out yellow if King plays heavy in that spot that they then can't plant in the same util cycle. So they need to wait and it buys time for Lev to disrupt like this. King again looks like he wants to try to contest them. Burning utility out of them early. Very important for Lev to have advantages in the round. Drone used at this point means no drone to clear him out of yellow. These are all good things for the defense.
King just hears that drone, puts up the orb. Nerves potentially there. The back of these G2 players' heads. Now, turning themselves to a few ults. They're calling for a refight. Reckoning here. Snakebite dropped. Cove as well. Could this be punished, G2? With an opening onto King. A few bullets spraying him down and praying for Mazzino. Rewarded. High Tide cuts its way across here. Even with the drone and attack. Flank approach from Aspas. He's right there behind them, seeking to claim at least any people here. Trying to jump spot. Thinks it's clear.
Yeah, he's missed it, but Aspas held back by the alarm bot.
As the wall fades down, so do the chances. G2, how have they got that?
In the midst of all the chaos, Aspas cloud bursted off the alarm bot, but now he's got to get past the turret.
And there seems to be that level of awareness. Leaf dropped, plant, down and online. The positioning now tucked its way across, updraft. At least the dash used to cut his way through and over, watching for the top position. They know he hasn't dropped off just yet.
He's not thinking about Trent.
Trent just holding for it. Holding for it. First signs of it. And a bullet straight to the brain once more. That's a G2 win in a very unlikely fashion.
Lev chose to use Harbor Alton to refight over towards B in an anti-eco. They chose to run forwards
I mean, that's
from
so
yellow.
risky, man.
It's crazy risky. I love the idea of going for this kind of play as a one-off on your defense side. But if you're gonna pick any round, why not pick an important rifle round where they're not expecting it? Maybe they thought G2 were gonna try to get into position to ult them in that spot, and they wanted to preempt it, but as soon as King went down, it looked real dodgy from then on. And now G2 can get into position. Thrash, Lockdown are all amazingly good ults from the spot that Aspas is watching towards right now. They're also usable from pipes over towards A, and that's a spot where Com is looking to take a fight. So both Com and Aspas trying to stop them getting into these positions where they would be looking to ult.
From this spot, seeing the one, deciding what the decision-making might be. Thrash, is he going to claim a target? Any available player that might be sitting there, but it just clears out the site. Making sure that they can take this one. Nana swarms. So he can delay again with the pit. It's going to be dropped down, and this creates some murky territory for Lev to try and fight their way on and through. King wants to take the battle straight to them. Lockdown, though, it's all being layered now by G2 to try and win this one out with the ults that they've got.
They need
and respect
back.
has to be shown by Lev. They have to back, but they don't really have an exit strategy. Not for King at all. They already dropped down onto the site.
This has ticked a lot of time off the clock. Aspas is on the flank again, but I think he just broke turret.
Hand down.
I think he's going to be too late here. This is so tough.
Cove up and over. Where's the pit? Still there. Active onto the side, but Texas brought himself around. Are they just trying to buy the time, like you said, for Aspas onto this flank? potentially dropping down, seeing it and spotted though. Doubled up in the lower sections of rafters, and Leaf claiming all of these spots and positions. I mean, Aspas forced to reveal himself there. It was an easy kill, he couldn't quite give it up. Dart, through and around. Jonapi still wins that fight.
And if it wasn't lost already, it certainly is now for Leviathan. G2 with immaculate crossfire setups there, doubled up on the hell to ensure once more that teamwork prevails against that individuality. I also love the fact that Jonapi went for the pit that goes over towards screens. He noticed that Tex was one away from getting locked down, and he wants to take screens away from the defenders so that they can't possibly get that ult online and go for it. The fact that Tex was one away means that now ults are starting to get online for Leviathan. The problem is, as we head towards the 11th hour here on Icebox, Leviathan have got to take an eco just as they get the ults online to win these big rounds.
Yep.
This is still anyone's game. And arguably, G2 are going to be at an advantage.
Which is crazy to say. I mean, okay, well, G2 winning these pistol rounds.
This guy's actually just a KD8 player. Like, how funny is this?
Throwing it out, dishing it out.
Yeah, I mean, they're roasting Aspas there, I think, being a KD player. Because also, again, on defense, they're not actually leading with Aspas in these situations. To me, it does feel a little similar to the very beginning of this map, where Aspas was playing for the late round and looking to bait his team a little bit to have the big clutch impact that he never really found. And Lev were having the most success when Aspas was finding aggressive timings to fight them, to be the tip of the spear. And they're not really being able to make that work, partly because Aspas is on the opposite side of the map to the hit.
And you're not going to believe me, but another timeout.
Wow.
Back-to-back again being called. I mean, this was Lev and then G2 calling one of their own. I think there's a reason for this being that G2, these two rounds that they've managed to overcome, right? Round 19, round 20 that we just witnessed. Round 19 was off the back of a misplay by Lev. The B main refight, committing the reckoning, they lost it on a Thrifty. Round 20 was overwhelming ult advantages. And I mean, listen, don't get me wrong, GT used them intelligently. Like you said, the pit positioning was to try and counteract the fact that they might try and retake with a lockdown. Yeah, that was really the turning point. They don't have it anymore. Exactly. They don't have that in the war chest.
Yeah, it's a complex situation for both teams. I think Lev will also be discussing about whether or not they want to try to force in this round. Do you let G2 get up to 11? It's tough. If Lev did try to force, they could get a couple rifles and then like Stingers and Spectres together, but that's a pretty horrible buy to bank everything on, even if it's backed up by a load of ultimates. So let's take a look at what's happening here. Aspas going for the hero rifle.
It's down to 200.
Yeah, while Mazzino also buys down a little. 800 credits is still fine, but it forces him to go without armor. So they've got two hero rifles really in this round, backed up by a war chest of ults, as you put it. It's a weird one here.
I think this is an odd call to make. I really do. But here we go, into the round we go. 10 to 10. Anyone's game here towards Icebox, still 1-1 in a series. Couldn't get more parity.
Mazzino breaks drone. It might look weird that he's fighting this one aggressively, but he's just trying to make it look like there's more players here, trying to puff himself up.
It's a bluff. Mazzino could get overwhelmed at a moment's notice, but really does make it feel like you said there's multiple players there. The only real reason you'd be trying to contest a drone, surely, is if you're being supported by plenty more players. So
exactly.
That's why it's caused, again, a bit of a pause into the play G2. This is nothing out of the ordinary for them. They love the slow play.
Yeah, and Lev would have been hoping that breaking that drone drove them into A, but it hasn't. They're going for the B ring. What is that? The double kill?
I mean, he just lets the rifle rip, and it sings true. Connection onto two unlikely targets. Here, forward, start. It's going to be broken and backs away from it. He realizes it, that he's potentially made the defining play for the round. Wall up and through. Leaf. What is that?
The slow timing is absolutely killing G2 here. Lev can now unload that war chest we were talking about, and there's 20 seconds left.
The spike's got to be planted over here towards B. Hunter's Fury, I mean, maybe mistimed there by Com, a bit of a tap from Trent. Again, they got to force these players out wide, but the Lev not really giving them anything at all. Tip-tap with the toes and the dancing around all these possible places. 9 seconds left, and with that, that's surely going to seal it.
Outrageous round! Absolutely ridiculous from Lev.
Let's go. I got
things to do.
G2 read the macro situation perfectly. They put pressure over towards B at the start. They think there might be a stack there. They go for a re-clear.
No way.
They have hit the weak side of Lev's defense, and Mazzino's ripped 2 heads off instantly. And at that point, the time is just too low. And that's where you see the double-edged sword of G2 playing these slower approaches. If they don't get the space they need when the time is low, it's so difficult to recover. We have Leaf buying a Vandal with no armor, and Aspas going forwards to look to try to challenge him.
He has the money available for it, but instead of just investing, maybe just carrying it into the next. It's a weird spot to be in. Real weird. Aspas. You can play forward here, at least with the drone, but how did G2 clear him? The answer is barely there, labored in the process. Aspas surprisingly didn't potentially get more.
Another hero play by Com, though. He uses the distraction to sneak into position. The drone doesn't even think to clear, I don't think. Surely no question mark there popping up. I don't think it quite had the line of sight, but Trent's going to clear it.
He's watching it. Might see the gun, might see the gun. He hops up onto it, but he was low enough. All it took was the one. Com is stuck here. Mosh pit. Forcing them back and away. Has to be the double face. Icy deals with it, but King is immediately there. Top section of pipes. He responds with the trade. 2 versus 3 here for G2. Now, slow and steady as it goes, they are forced into a difficult spot. Contact plays. And King, good awareness from him. He's going to drop down this pit. Locks it all out. Funnels them directly into Tex.
30 seconds
But
left.
Tex doesn't win it. Should have been a slam dunk for him. Covert. This will be a safe plant up. Now King, feeling like he really needs to take the fight to them. Reckoning is going to be forced out. Just to make sure that they get that peace of mind. It's going to be used equally on either side. Mazzino using it, but they can't quite spot these players. And where are the golden trails, King?
Last player
They both fall.
Harbor v Harbor.
Mazzino versus Valen. Cascade forwards. And again, how many of these rounds have come down to these minute timings? It's all about who takes the fight first. Valen surely going to imagine it's got that advantage. Cove needs to be bursted, and you can afford to stick this to a degree. Mazzino! Bit of more than he can chew. He will drop down and fall to the rifle in the hands of Valen. And it's 11 to 11. So much damn parity between these teams.
This was madness from the very beginning of this round. You know, Leaf not buying armor. Crazy plays coming out from Aspas and Com there, pushed up towards A. But Lev got themselves into a player advantage and let it slip away from them. There's 2 players now. Valen, coming alive here towards the end of Icebox, is almost matching Trent in terms of output. 22, 23 kills. On the other side, Aspas asked to do it all, but he's on the wrong side for this one.
Double up again because Mazzino, I mean, surely can't deliver it once more. It's a drone and a wingman has to be broken. This caused some patience to be played, potentially by G2, with Jonah P not getting that one. And this entire time, Lev have taken liberties. Aspas, deep push with the Blade Stormy, but set up prior with that drone.
I mean, they're basically playing aggressive on all 3 lanes of the map, clearing out mid whilst fighting over both extremities.
They're trying to push these players into the sideline of Aspas. Oh, by the turret! What? What? No way! When he's tagged up there.
He has to swing so wide to get an angle onto Jonah P. Just fearless from Aspas.
Now Lev should know it, surely. Ah, not broken. King was spotted out with that one. Tagged up. Gives Trent that easy kill. They can hear it though, the util being offloaded. Places it down, no plant in sight. Different spot for it, locked down. It's going to be utilized here by Lev. They want to clear this one out and away. G2 though, they have to refight, and they know it. Forward to the rifle, spraying. All of them down. Mazzino. He hasn't been taken care of, but at least the lockdown has. And a 2v3. Aspas having that high ground position here, gliding forward. Surely they hear it with all of these sound cues, but it leaves it just down to him, the star player. Make something out of nothing. A magic moment is necessary in this positions of G2. They won't give them anything. Look at this, jumping around. He doesn't even know that Icy was there, ready to collect him.
Up to mat point here, G2. 12 on the board. They had these opportunities earlier on, weren't quite able to do it on bind. Closed out Breeze easily. And Leviathan are going to take a tactical timeout here as we head into round 24, the final of regulation. Looking to make something happen. It's a great opener from Aspas, it really is. But King got caught by the recon dart and B toppled. That's beautiful. Deconstruction of the high-low.
G2 just choosing to fight over that one as well.
Yeah, and I'm afraid to say for any Lev believers, G2 have a huge advantage when it comes to the ultimates as well. During this tack timeout, Lev have got to be discussing how they adjust the macro game to be able to get on top, or some of the micro mistakes that maybe they're making, but they also have to come up with a plan of how to get around the fact that there's a Thresh that could just easily clear out the A side or allow a plant to come down on B, and then Trent also has Hunter's Fury for the post. This just looks like a slam dunk for G2. Coming out here and winning on Icebox, taking away the big jet maps from Aspas, with Breeze and Icebox potentially here back to back for G2, our Ascension team who find themselves in the lower bracket finals of the mid-season playoffs.
It's getting intense here. As you said, this lower bracket final. All the way out with the slow play of G2, all these timeouts, the tech pauses even as well. I mean, it feels tense here. There's a bit of that nervous energy, I think, circulating. For G2, though, they should have all the tools they need to convert and get this one over the line. One round will do it, but one round for Lev is all they need to get that extension in play, at least for this map.
I think they have to play aggressive here on the defense side. You can't just allow the Thresh to come through.
And so that's exactly what they're going to be doing, fighting them forwards. Dizzy doesn't actually connect here, and a kill found. Aspas doesn't get out of there. Thresh, Hunter's Fury, it connects with the Mazzino. The Thresh will clear, give them that peace of mind. Calm. It's a high ground position, and he needs the value, but that double peak, there was an inevitable really there for him. Valen ripping the head clean off Tex and King. Forced to do the most in this spot here, but with G2 in the post. I see you shaking your head, Josh. You already know it's done and dusted.
It certainly looks like it. Icy's even got that second wave of Thrash, but Tex opening things will certainly help. A little bit of spam there.
But like you said, it's the second wave of the Thrash. What have they even got to deal with this one? Moving forwards with the mosh pit. It's entertainment in the corner. There's nothing you can do here, King. You'd have to pull out a miracle. A lot of the util has been pulled out, but the time ticking away now with the spike. Kills unafforded. No easy access to them. Someone's gonna get on top of this one. Tex with a defuse. Sticking now. Half earned. But with King dropped.
No way.
Tex! No way!
That's outrageous!
Get the hell out of here!
Leviathan have just stolen this one away from G2. They had no right.
Cut the music. Cut the music. We're going into OT.
No right whatsoever to this. They didn't believe that this first tap was real. I think that's the big problem.
No way.
And somehow the jiggles from Tex dodged the bullets. It's not as stylish as Neo in the Matrix, but it gets the job done the same way.
It certainly does. I mean, it threw us all for a loop, I think, as well.
They just had no right taking that round. But listen, sometimes stuff like that, it does happen. We're here in OT.
Oh
and
my
G2,
God.
just like Bind, failed to convert with those map points, and we're headed to overtime.
G2 can't let the reflections of that map one just echo in your minds. Failing to close out that Bind map. Got to convert it here and now, but it's OT. Equal territory when it comes to just the money, the ults, even footing all throughout.
They might have just heard that drone through mid. One of the things that Lev did amazingly in OT on Bind was put in some contact plays, but instead they're going to drone, they're going to high tide, keep this one safe. And with the nano swarms popped, now they can send in the plant, fairly safely.
G2 didn't have anything for this one. Vulnerability applied to Com.
Yeah,
any more util? Shockey's missing. Yeah. G2 not choosing to opt into a bit of a flood defense, instead just waiting it out.
But getting aggressive with their positioning. And this, I think, is the key.
Making sure that they can fight them. Dizzy getting that connection onto at least the two of the players, missing the shots. Comes down to these fights and how you take them together. G2 making sure that they just try and fight this one here, but Valen gets caught just a slight off angle, not aware of the top nest position. 1v2. It's Jonah P. Wants to try and clutch this one up with the util flying forwards in his face.
No way.
Was shy of the mark for Jonah P. He's forced to stick it to have any chance of winning.
Tex with the play that matters in that round. Yeah, missed Nanoswarm towards the end, but it's his lurk down mid that saved Leviathan in that spot. I can't believe how similar this feels to Bind.
I mean, it can't be happening again, man.
But G2 were also winning almost all of these duels on the fight back in. Aspas found nothing in an aggressive position. The rest of the team got bowled over, and Leaf, Tex, the timing could not have been more perfect for him to come down mid and put his team up to 13. They now have the map point, Leviathan.
It's the 26th round here. Just as you mentioned, Josh, Leviathan on them. Map point to get them that edge in the series. 2-1 in a best of 5 would be fantastic for them.
Valen does not want to go quietly here.
Not quite at all. Trying to not make a repeat of what happened on to Binds. No easy kills given over to Vizino. Tagged up by the drone, is forced to evacuate and back away, but there's a heavy presence from Lev. They're stacking this one. Numerous bodies. Be a tall tale for G2 if they want to try and even take this one, but the alarm bot broken. They know that someone's playing close here. Rapid pings from either side.
I mean, look at the gamble from Lev. They're just stacking all of their players to the A defense. Now, doubts start to creep into their mind. Could there have been some kind of B lure? But I think that recon just got broken. I believe Com sent the recon, and as soon as it got snapped off, Lev now
pulls them back.
Yeah, thinking about this being a re-hit for sure.
They got the right stack. It could just come down to the guns again.
And this is where G2's slow play does tend to hurt them.
35 seconds. If Com even gets 1 or 2 in this spot right here, could just win the round and win the map. The util's broken. Dizzy dealt with. Still forward! Com sprays down 2 of them as easily as that. With the wingman sent forwards, flying forwards. King, he deals with it with deft hands still. Tex is there. Reset of the aim. 1v1! And another map stolen away!
Calculated. My ultimate is ready. I knew it would all
And who better than Tex? Back to back in overtime to drive a dagger into the heart of his former squad.
It's
to
ludicrous.
take revenge for being eliminated from this team in the past. They were looking to make an upgrade, Bren, when G2 got ascended. They thought, oh, we'll go and pick up Leaf. Superstar player that we've seen before on Cloud9 dominating. Yeah, well, we'll kick this Tex guy out. He's not gonna come back to bite us, is he?
And he delivers a knife in the back for Icebox. I mean, it's almost just poetic the way that Bind ends up finishing. I think the exact same scenario as well. What was it?
Yeah,
12 to 11. Yeah. Gets to OT. Lev bring it over the line in 2. And we see the exact same play out here on Icebox. Of course, the series, plenty more left to be played. It's a best of 5 at the end of the day, and we are going to take a quick break. When we get back, the analysts are also going to get us all nice and ready for that critical, vital map number 4.
Last player standing. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Defender.
Still into the post plant we go. Valin doesn't set his sights towards a player.
Turns the flash. Gun advantage, health advantage. And of course he falls. The mind game's being played and the shots come through for us, Bucks.
Sometimes there are narratives we like to push ourselves here on the analyst desk. Sometimes, though, they push themselves. And my goodness, what a deliciously spicy end to Icebox as Tex, on consecutive rounds, stabs the dagger and then twists it in the back of his former teammates. What a way to end that map.
Dude, there's just no way that Lev get to overtime with a 1v3 full defusal of a spike by Tex and then win it by him getting another 3K in the clutch.
It's just, it seems so ridiculous against the team that he went his separate ways with, to Leviathan, the squad that he did everything with last year, and now robs them at the last second of an Icebox map that should have been theirs. And the tragedy for G2 now is that they've lost 2 overtime maps in this series. This could have been a 3-0. Today could have been done. But now we're going into a map 4 and 5 where, honestly, it looks rough for G2.
I'd say these teams look extremely different, especially on Icebox, right? We know that G2 are really cohesive. They are a unit, almost a hive mind at times, whereas Leviathan got these veteran players that want to take these fights, want to go for these little 1-2 pieces quite often. And it got caught out on occasion, right? But individuals like Mazzino are able to go huge on some of these clutch moments here. Leviathan have that star power in excess.
I mean, 25 multi-kills is ridiculous. Every round seemingly had a player from Leviathan stepping up, having their big moment, and taking these risks that were robbing G2 of round after round.
It was so similar to yesterday as well, where we even heard in comms them saying, hey, we need to actually play together, but they took those individual moments, and a guy like Mazzino absolutely has been stepping up these past few games.
Yeah, I think in that round where he has the hero rifle over towards B main, kills 2, carries that one across the board.
That was a gutsy buy, and it paid off.
Yeah, Lev have got to be such an infuriating team to play against, because every moment you
they win OTs against you that they shouldn't be.
They're disruptive.
Yeah, I'd be mad.
They're so disruptive to like a macro, slow, like, you know, large-scale oriented team like G2, right? It's really hard for them to get a read.
I'm walking away from both this map and Icebox and Bind earlier in the series feeling like, okay, G2 had some good ideas. I think they had a good read on the macro. They had some solid adaptation. We saw big steppers from their players. And then right at the end of the game, players from Leviathan are finding their moment and winning these maps.
Genuinely, that was a G2 win, and I don't know what else to say. Like, the 1v3 full defusal, and not to forget, in the first half, too, when they won a round on time as well in a 1-on-3.
So talk to me about Lotus then, because we've seen 2 sides of the same Leviathan corner on this map recently. In fact, both of their last outings have been against Crew. One of them, quite a dominant win. One of them, a 6-13 loss against that same team not 6 days after. What should our expectations be? And for G2 fans, is there a way back into this series at this point?
Well, honestly, I think the strongest piece for Leviathan is their opening engagements on Lotus. I think the way they work around Ospas in particular on attack, fighting for space towards both Mound and Rubble is strong. But this is also a team that wins a lot of rounds on defense, which is very abnormal compared to all the other teams in our league.
Absolutely. For G2, though, I think one of the big advantages they've had is they've won still every pistol round in this series. It's relied on Lev crawling these ones back and winning those early pistols and also winning bonuses, which they've converted a couple, is so important on Lotus. If you can get that momentum on attack side, you pick up that result early, you start snowballing, that's really the key to victory on the map that is the hardest to attack in our pool.
But how insane is it that they have won 6 out of 6 pistols and they've lost 2 out of 3 maps? Like, that's a 4-round advantage every single time you're rolling into a game, but it has not been coming together in the rifle rounds.
I mean, it's not just a 4-round. I mean, they've turned it into more than that, right, when you account for the bonus as well. This isn't in the script, but I want to ask you guys, how important is Drone P here? Because we saw in Leviathan's attack, they're able to exploit with those lurks over towards B, pick him off, and then have an option to sort of pivot, you know, when we hit the Lotus, like, he might be that sort of lone player out by that long A if we get the lurk play between our Vipers and such. Is that someone you're looking out for here as a potential exploitable factor?
I think it's somewhat, but I think on Lotus it's a bit masked because of how Killjoy utility works on Icebox compared to Lotus. On Icebox, all your Killjoy has to go into mid, so you actually have to take gunfights on that B side as a weak side of your map, as opposed to Lotus where you're usually fighting on one side of the map heavy, and your weak side is more covered with your Killjoy utility.
But even if it's not that Killjoy getting flushed out, I think that Lev actually do a really solid job on their defensive side of this map of pushing for a lot of these kind of late round reclears towards Mound, towards Rubble, flushing out that lurk, and then winning in the retake. So kind of keeping tabs on when they're re-pushing into space, when they're setting up Ospas for these reclears is really important when you're watching Lev on defense.
And really what's going to make this game lights out for Lev is if they're able to bring Ospas back into the fold with them. On Icebox, he was flanking on almost every single round on defense, which makes sense, right? He's containing G2, but he was not there fighting with his team.
Lev called him a KDA player.
Yeah, that's a little silly, right? It was a game plan thing from Lev, but I do think they stuck way too heavily into that. On Lotus, that will be a very different story. He is going to be rotating much faster and trying to retake with his team as opposed to holding down those forward lines on the
It's not like he had a large volume of frags, but they weren't always adding impact. Sometimes they were just like it's junk time.
A lot of them were
frags.
like the round was already over, he's getting kills. And that's not to say he had a bad map. He was definitely pivotal to bring back that second half. But this is one where a lot more of the team is going to be building around him. A lot of the proactivity on defense is going to be around Ospas. And on the other side, for G2, I'm not really looking at any one player. I'm looking at the mental. They have been kicked in the face. They had no business losing Icebox. And now they have to recover and win back-to-back maps if they want to stay in this.
G2 have been up against it. Mental warfare starting to mount against them. Can they take it to a map 5? Well, you know, there's only one way to find out. Let's get back to our casters. It's Bren and Sideshow.
It's going to be a very tough ask, I think, for this G2 team as well, when they've just had these narrow losses. Map 1, map 3, deciding and really defining, I think, this overall series now. We're at the turning point, Josh.
Yeah, we are.
We're in Lotus. I mean, it's map 4. Right now on the precipice, I think, for Lev to potentially take this. They have looked so damn good on this map in the past.
Yeah, the last time that these two teams faced, this was the decider map. And Leviathan won with great performances out of Aspas and Mazzino. They did end up going 1-on-1 with Crew here, and most recently got beaten by them. I struggle to know what expectations really are, because again, G2 could have won all 3 of the maps. I think the desk is completely correct. This could be a 3-0. We could be going home right now.
Absolutely.
And G2 could be in the finals.
So G2, they got to toss it to the side.
Yeah, does G2 take that as, you know, we clearly have what it takes to win, or do they take that as today isn't our day? You know, there's multiple ways of interpreting the same situation.
Can't let the despair win, though. Up, contacting. Nade will rebound, back towards the pillar. Tex has to respect this one, but King, maybe not so much. Might have different ideas of things, but inside the smoke, just making sure that he dominates this position. Holds it for his team. Eventually, this will fade away, and he does have to back up.
And previously, we were talking about Lev needing to win at least one pistol, but actually now it feels like G2 need to keep the streak going.
It's been a major advantage for them. At least get themselves into the plan. Snakebite is good. Paranoia sweeps its way through and does get onto 3 of the players. Valid, that was through the smoke. Seeking to fight this one. 2 for Nails. How the fight's going over towards Waterfall. Mazzino just holding it down, but did not expect Icy to be pushed up back onto that line of side angle.
Well, it's another one for G2 by the look of things. Yeah. Common Tex have got it all to do here. And really picking up Icy, and there's still time to contest.
But it is running short. Running their way through. Yeah, I mean, when it gets ticking like this, give it up.
It's almost impossible, isn't it?
So the pistol round here for G2. Part for the course.
Even for the thieves of Leviathan, who's stolen away 2 of the maps so far, they can't steal a pistol round that gets that low on time.
I mean, if we're going to be following the narrative, the script that we've drawn out, what is it, like a OT win for Lev on this map? After losing both pistols?
Yeah. And G2, that is 7 out of 7 pistol rounds so far in the series. And they're down 2-1. I mean, how are we here? But this is fantastic beginnings for them on Lotus. This is the kind of setup you would like to see. 2 players going into this one with pistols. Very flexible buy. But normally you're getting rifles up here and bulldogs. This is 2 bulldogs and a stinger.
A stinger.
It's not quite as good as usual.
Not too much punch. But again, open access to this C bomb site, so got a plan down. Open for mound control as well. But not necessarily having the guns if they want to just try and take a spam fight.
Yeah, gotta be honest, I don't understand what that smoke is from Mazzino, but we'll see if he runs it in a couple of future rounds, and maybe we'll see. The G2 here should be looking to try to build up some of these ults, loading stuff into Dicey. They shouldn't be too worried to lose a couple of people, because there were a few that had only brought pistols into the round.
So the door gets open wide as well. Second wave of that. Flying forwards with the util.
And okay, these kills not loaded into Icy, but clean. They're not going to have a massive ult to be able to use on the bonus round, but Leaf doing that deliberately. They've still got the 3 weapons that they brought into the round. Not that the Stinger's that great. I mean, really the point of buys like that is to try to keep double bulldog, rifle, you know, a Vandal, something like that in, but didn't have the cash for it. Does G2 have a non-ult-based bonus round here? I feel like I've seen some where it ended over towards B pretty heavily. You know, especially if you're going to be getting Stinger online, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I get value out of it.
Those 2 players that only took a rifle, only took a pistol in the previous round can buy up rifles here, so it's still going to look really good. Triple Bulldog, Stinger, and a rifle on Jonah P. And this is where Lev need to stop the momentum from happening. You do not want to allow these G2 players to win this round, get themselves out to a big lead, and start getting ults online. So they're going to fight over mound control whilst also contacting up towards rubble. This is unusual.
Oh, spotting a jump spot, I believe, from King. Yeah, and the wall's thin enough that eventually the bullets through the wall do the job for him. Snake bite, cover the retreat. Good opening kill.
And now this is going to make them think that maybe that mound pressure was fake. And they can go and contact re-clear that, perhaps? Because if 2 players were pushing up on A, surely they weren't also fighting over C. And Mazzino is still there. Just jiggling for information, not going to look to try to take the fight.
Where did G2 want to land? That's the question. Trent. With the spike going to be making his way back over towards A. Jonah P is very much isolated and alone. Might be looking for some opening for his team to pivot into B.
Yeah, they could totally end B here. Break that door, put a little bit of pressure over towards A, open the revolving door, and especially now.
Okay. That's a great opener.
30 seconds left.
That door might just be broken through. Indeed it is. Straight into the B hit. Narrowly avoiding most of that Killjoy util too. With about 20 seconds to spare, getting the plant down.
Spike planted.
Mazzino still has Paranoia here. And you can open up this revolving door between B and C, Paranoia through, put a lot of pressure onto Jonah.
Jonah.
He's just cycling that.
Right door opens.
No flash used.
Nobody can clearing this? Eventually there. Okay, Mazzino. It's good awareness. The C's though does land. TP to disjointed, at least disconnected. Tex on walkabouts. Trying to put at least a few of these players down that are just holding the ground down into the post. Double up now, calling a fight together. G2. There's no hesitancy with the way that they're playing that one. King. Tap. Forced to break it. They know he's not sticking it.
What a beginning for G2 again. Icy coming out with a crucial double and a great call to take the fight to Lev there. I think mostly what we've seen is G2 hanging back in post plants and waiting for the fight to come to them, playing a lot of post plant utility if you cast your mind all the way back to Bind. But here, Jonah on the aggro lurk, and then Icy swinging aggressive. Gets the double lineup there. As one of Mazzino or Aspas probably should have gone for a little bit of a wider swing. And this now, truly, disaster beginning to the map for Lev. Of course, they've got the buffer of being a map up here in the series. And now, G2 with eco advantage, and here the ult starts spiraling too, because Icy's only 1 away from Showstopper.
Really should start running away from it. Or running away with it, at least the map pick.
Lev are going to look to play proactively on the opposite side of the map, anticipating Icy to be playing for ult orb, or perhaps G2 just to be playing for rubble.
These players get cleared, right? Nade rebounds, Satchel as well. Yeah, pretty standard clear here.
Very solid. King's going to try to work his way forwards to this smoke and see if he can put some pressure on G2, but these are normally the rounds, or the times in the round rather, where G2 called the pause, and King notices that, finds a peek and grabs Icy.
Okay, gets out as well. Timing's being caught and captured. The players are dropping in. It's a 2 versus 2 with a spike in the middle of nowhere. King 13 health, has to back away, thinking the position was at least going to be pressured and pushed back. Jonah P still watchful, one eye on it. The timing taken through the smoke could be everything, but it looks like King not really interested in it. Sheriff in hand! And a bit of whiffage from Valen, it is everything. It hands over the rifle and puts all the pressure now onto Jonah P. Yes, the plant is down.
It actually didn't hand over the rifle. Mazzino didn't go for it.
Assuming maybe that it was already doubled up. Jonah P, snappy, not expecting it, but Mazzino just reveals himself and hands it for Jonah P. A 1v2 in that spot.
Great play towards the end there from Jonah. Saves his team and allows that snowball to continue. That could have been Lev's chance of getting back into this one real early on. Mazzino's kill onto Valen, I feel like really should have been the turning point in this round.
Yeah, but no gun gained.
And they just didn't know where Jonah was. You're dead right with your analysis of that situation. A bit of disappointment on the face of GoK, but this is going to be a rubble fight, trying to take space away from G2.
This one could flip easily. Horn has to be broken here. Valen TPing back. Trying to play this one with the rest of his team. Mazzino up onto the high ground. A pivot is called by G2. So fast on the retreat. Look at this. All 5 of them grouped up together. They want nothing to do with the A rubble fight, even though they've got ults. Good enough at least to clear this.
And I mean, you see Tex instantly take his way out of C. He knows that there's about to be a showstopper in his face, but there's nothing he can really do about it.
I see.
The only goal here for Tex defending is live.
There's no way he gets anything there. I mean, no damage done, no kill here either. Flood attempt potentially caught by Lev. Lockdown has to be used. Now that the util's flying forward, screening into the site. Still might look to try and fight. Icy tucks himself inside the orb. Posture in a position here for Lev, knowing that Mazzino, or at least somebody was going to be seeking to reposition and maybe survive those final moments. But 2 players detained. It's slowed down even further by Lev on the retake.
2
nano swarms.
That's a brutal mistake from Leviathan. And they're just going to have to save off the back of that.
They have to save.
If those 2 players had avoided being detained there, they actually could have committed to it, hoped that Aspas could get a kill, use the showstopper to snowball things. I'm kind of confused how they managed to get 2 detained. That's just a lockdown that wasn't, you know, it's not like they were being pressured super heavily or anything. A weird one. But at least this does mean, in some weird way, that the silver lining of going down 0-5, Lev is still going to have a bye here. If they had committed super heavily to that, then maybe that wouldn't be the case. Don't think that's an optimal position to be saving, though.
No, it's really not. I mean, we've seen some teams just go back into the saving simulator that is Lotus. They fail it.
Yeah.
Losing an opening player, you save 3 rifles, 4 rifles, whatever it is, and then the cycle repeats itself when you're against the attack side and teams. Lev having to call this tack timeout for good reasons, because the map's getting away from them.
Yeah, and not just that, fairly disastrous mistake in the prior. Again, I really don't understand how they ended up getting detained in that situation. But there's a couple of players here, 1 orb away from getting their first ults on the defense side. That's Aspas and Com. If they get showstopper Nightfall, then maybe they can try to play some kind of flood retake setup, but there wasn't really that much they could do in the previous round.
No.
Tex knew that the showstopper was coming towards him, but there was no way of being able to disrupt it properly. Perhaps if they'd made the mid-round call to push out B and put some pressure mound in the retake. Yeah, here it is. All right, so there's, I mean, they're just trying to get a spam kill on somebody and don't respect it enough. It's just a timing failure, really. That wrecked them.
It really did. Yeah. What you were saying, I mean, Lev should have their chances. One away from a few of these ultimates, but it needs to begin with either fighting for some of this extremity control again, out towards A or C mound.
And not just that, it's not just that they have a chance. They have to convert here, Lev. Because otherwise their economy is going to be in shambles, and they're probably going to invest their ults in this round. And if those go, this is their chance to turn it. The ult economy is going to be out of control after this. Same reclear, perhaps? Mazzino doesn't invest that paranoia this time. But Valen was thinking about it, so he TP'd back.
Yeah.
And now they contact forwards, thinking, all right, well, they're not going to go for their rubble reclear strategy, so we'll take the space, thank you.
The door's opened wide. Puts a bit of fear into G2. Gonna have to hold this one with a few rifles. Snakebite. Clear the close corner. Nobody playing there. Con with a jiggle as well. Orb in his face. They hear these footsteps, King. This is risky paranoia. Sweeps through, and now the fight is called here, at least by them. Lev, they want to try and collapse onto these players. That was the signal they were looking for. Tex gets acknowledgement at least that his position is being pushed here by Leaf, but the rest of his team, G2, still sticking around towards A, but not for much longer. Backing away now.
How do Lev get this information? It's just Com face checking. Doesn't use any utility, and Com's just potentially won the round for them there with that little peek up. He knows that Rubble's clear, all of that smoke pressure was fake, and Lev instant rotating over towards C, helping Tex out. And there's no big ults here to rip C away. They should be able to hold.
Heavy stack, Aspas is already there, laying in wait. Out for the back, and Nana Swarm shouldn't be winning that fight out, but eventually it's going to be tearing into pieces, just trying to get themselves a foothold in and through. Trent wins that fight. Aspas still one away from this. Oh, but time running short as well. All he needs is the one. Can't quite get it. It's instead King the IGL. Pushing them back and away with the satchels. Damage. Bullets flying forwards along with the util. Very little chances. So, like you said, Josh, I mean, you really distilled it down to just that. Com getting that perfect mid-round information, calling for the whole of Leviathan to get that heavy stack over towards C, knowing it was going to pivot there.
And taking the risk. Right? It is a risk to jump your head up like that. Like a prairie dog that just pops out of his hole to see what's happening. Yeah, rewarded massively, and this is the best case scenario for Leviathan here. They were 5-0 down, they take the tap timeout, and they win the round without even using ults. So now Aspas still has his. Com is still going to be getting up to a nightfall. The ults are just so important on Lotus.
Deciding factor that we talk about all the time as we're watching these teams play.
And G2, they're very reluctant to scale after taking rubble control because they're worried about that re-clear. But this time, it's Aspas opening the door, around mound, then clearing turret. Being very active early on here, Lev. While G2 are hesitant themselves because they're worried about what Mazzino could do.
Paranoia, I think, being set up here in the hands of Mazzino. Potential for the fight. As soon as someone takes contact.
What?
And how the hell does he get his head ripped off there? Mazzino doesn't let it loose, not with the paranoia, not with the flash to try and re-peek and fight this one, despite the players being in position, but maybe now is the time to strike. Sends it flying forwards, near-sighted! Doesn't matter for Jonah P. If you're going to take the fight like that.
Poison's off.
It feels like Aspas and Tex are still around this front B main area though, so G2 might not want to commit to B this easily. They don't actually have info in that many places around the map. But from what we can see, they're in a great position to just win.
Horn has to be broken.
30 seconds left.
Leaf is going to be aware of this one. Tucking himself tight to the corner. G2, where are you ending? I mean, time becoming a bit of a problem here when Aspas is in position still with this. Leaf, though, tucks it away! No way! Aspas! He's in a 1v2. Satchel to evacuate and around, but Aspas has got the read immediately. Double satchel plays. Rocket flying forwards just to clear the corner, expecting that Heaven was already howled and found on it already. Just trying to take the timing as the plan was going down. G2. Oh, he goes frantic in the round, man. It really comes down to it. Minutia in the moments.
Yeah, a rough one. Certainly looked like Aspas could have made the game-winning play there as he pulled his showstopper out. That kill by Trent is ridiculous. And then King tries to follow up off the back of the paranoia and runs into a player that's nearsighted. It's very bold what they're doing with King and Mazzino over towards A. Do you remember they played to deny the ult orb in the prior round as well?
Yeah, just
going
trying
off the
to
back
fight.
of the paranoia. The paranoia is not good enough there to guarantee that King takes good fights. So they're very much taking risks. And those risks not rewarded just yet. Lev dropped down onto another eco. And they haven't found the value out of the ults that they've been looking to build up. I mean, in fact, it's only Aspas that's even been able to use a single ult.
Okay, you're on a half-by round, but Com commits the Nightfall anyway. Wants to try and get the information. There's no tags, no trails. So they know this is going to be committed, but you don't have weapons. It feels odd. Overextending your hand, using the resources, not thinking long-term with this map so far.
And even if the Nightfall...
Whoa, okay,
Wait a second.
I mean, it goes back and forth, at least with the guns in their hands. But still, the pit hasn't been dislodged. Still, Mazzino taking the fight! And that is explosive. Erupting into the back of the site, making sure that he can pave the way to at least a chance of success in the pit. Aspas is creeping forward slowly. Jonah P lets it drop down now, but his position is known. Noted. Snakebite rebounds round. Mazzino! What a time to come alive. What a playmaker. Doesn't expect the position of Valen, though. Takes him out there, bullet to the side. Maybe seeing both of these players just drop to the side. King using his ult, but he's out wide in the open. Way ahead of it before it even blooms and blossoms, and Valen has been handed the perfect chance and opportunity. But Aspas,
has he got it?
I don't know.
He does.
Time ticking away. I believe the set was stringing beforehand. So Aspas, man, on fire to salvage the operation. All that heavy lifting that Mazino was doing, not gone to waste.
Very unfortunate one there from Valen. If he peaked just a second later. Was there a tap even from Aspas? There must have been to bait out the swing. But not one that I paid attention to. I thought Valen had that one absolutely wrapped. Perfect shot though towards the end. It couldn't have been better timed. Hero plays though, again, the individualism on display from Leviathan to carry them across. Mazino and Aspas, they were both incredible last time these two teams faced on Lotus. And they've had to do it again.
Surely it doesn't take another record-breaking performance. Leaf going to be absorbing this push. He hears them all running backward.
Sound bait.
Do you sound bait? Yes,
yeah,
it is.
To try to get them to walk into Aspas.
Hasn't left. Off-angle position. That's lovely. More than favored into the fight. Nightfall's going to be committed here. Probably sound cue is going to be cut away along with the trails. Tex going to be concerned with this one. There's going to be a Prowler just latching onto him from the side. So, cut away. Used in kind with the util, Paranoia sweeping through and around. Not aware of it, Jonah P. Almost making magic out of the moment. Professor in action, but eventually gone. 2v2 now. Nade rebounds. Got to be aware of this one. It could be that peak timings, and it all comes down to the fight. 1 versus 1. King cannot deliver.
Icy's been so good for them so far on Lotus, pulling out really important rounds. He's not lighting the scoreboard up, but he's delivering for them in crucial moments like that. A double kill prior. Conversion on the 1v1 there.
One enemy player standing.
A little labored from both of them towards the end. The G2 get it across the line, pull themselves up to 7-2. Another one where Lev, their economy's knocked down.
Money is awful. Again, reliance on Aspas, but maybe they can turn it with this one. A rubble fight that might go their way in the direction. An opening kill onto Trent.
Yeah, I think that was just a spam through the smoke.
Not as good of a beginning as you could hope for.
Absolutely. And Lev have been trying to condition G2 to get scared over rubble. It hasn't worked that well.
Oof. The info's there.
Com close with the shorty. Aspas further back.
Yeah, take the rifle. Boomboard's got to be broken. Here it is. They're trying to bait him and switch him up. No one taking it though.
Worried about Leaf going for that lurk over towards B, and now Aspas, he leaves.
Heavy posture. They're forcing these fights out wide into the open. Now King is really isolated into his position. If he can even take one of them away, maybe there's a chance. But with him falling, surely the chance is scattered to the winds. You two are going to be able to get this plant down. Not the most ideal of post-plant scenario. Still, keep the rifles out. Door opened up. Hello! Seen something like that before. Mazino. This guy just seems to just be creating blessings out of thin air. And now the heat's being turned up. G2, got to be worried about this one. You're losing grip and reality of the round itself. It's not going your way. Valid, pressing forwards and around. Can win the fight out, can hit the shot. And Com, he sees to the feint. It's the only thing he can do. Ridiculous stuff by Lev.
It's just hero plays. You couldn't find a game that exemplifies the hero play versus tight team play more. Lev are just trying to make whatever they can work in these incredibly difficult spots.
That's ridiculous.
And like you alluded to, Brad, that is so similar to Mazino's round on Icebox, where he's got absolutely no right winning a situation like that and just first bullet, second bullet, finding targets. And not only that, as soon as the haunt went into tree, Com was able actually to get into a spot where even his shorty was useful, hiding inside a smoke. It's just ludicrous what Leviathan are able to do, and yet they're still only at 3. Remember though that this does Trend attack-sided and pretty heavily attack-sided as well.
It's looking like they might have done enough.
3? I don't know whether I agree with that, especially
This
considering
point, well-
listen, they haven't won a pistol, Brent.
Okay, but consider this. The economy getting broken now for G2, forcing them into the timeout. They've got big ults, don't get me wrong, but...
Right, but if Lev get up to 4, are you then...
Yes, if Lev get up to 4.
If Lev get up to 4 and then win the pistol, I'm feeling good, but that would defy everything we've learned here
It really
today.
would. I mean, they've...
How many times does
Yeah, no
Lev
pistol
need
round wins.
to try a pistol round in order to win one?
It's been such a bizarre series overall.
It certainly has. And I think as you're looking forward to how these two teams are facing at Shanghai, there really is a lot that Lev could improve in terms of their teamwork and the chemistry, but the raw stuff and some of the ideas are working really well. For G2, it's like they're working at full capacity here, like all of the ideas and the team play is good, but they're still getting stuff stolen away from them.
Yeah, push to the limits, and the hero plays are just giving Lev a slight foothold. Double high-low. Zeno looking to peer past and around that smoke. G2 haven't been putting much emphasis over towards C. At the beginning of these rounds, it's mainly been, for a bit of that rubble control, but...
Bren, this is a force-up in this round. This is not some kind of eco.
Yeah.
It's double stingers, but they don't care that Icy's only got a stinger. He's got the showstopper to open things up. This might be headed towards B, but they could open the door first to try to clear out Mazzino's position. If the Prowler catches... Oh, they just send it into B!
Yeah, they want to send it. Okay. Nobody going to be holding close then. No casualties. Prowler not going to be dealt with here, so IC's going to be cut away from all signs of life, though, with a rocket. A gamble that pays off. And the price is blood.
And they take down Mazzino, who's been a menace for them recently. And that lockdown
That's
should not
perfect.
survive.
Yeah, that is a very aggressive lockdown. Lev misplacing some of these critical ults that they were going to try and use to retake. Aspas still has the rocket available, one of his own.
He has to go for it here, and they know. That's why they're inside the smoke, ready to fight.
Trying to fight him forwards here as he's satcheling! Aspas! 2 down and dropped. And now maybe it's a path to victory. To seize an Anastorm. All going to be overlaid and overlapped here. Not taking their time with this one, but ticking
So
away.
little time.
Yeah, very little time. Com has to stick this one, has to defend it. Has to defend it! And Lev deliver.
What were G2 waiting for there on the attempt to try to fight that one back?
It's the snake bite, I guess, stopping them. It's...
Yeah, they gave so much space though to Lev pushing forwards. And then got caught by the snake bite. Not trying to really apply pressure, but yeah, this showstopper does work, of course. But Aspas is against 2 players who are trying to counter him, who are running forwards with double stinger, trying to put bullets into him before he can press the button to detonate that rocket. Still managed to get 2.
Last round of the first half of Lotus. And Lev are on the verge, really, of making this more than a good round. TP's forwards as well. They're trying to seek to take control of this one. Mazzino dropped up in their faces. Aspas will not be able to get out of there.
And now, with Aspas gone, no counter for the lockdown. Com's going to try it, though.
He's going to try and go for this one. It's only a box, really, that stands between him and a few of these bullets. King taking a peek. Nobody watching for that angle. Should get detained, surely. You think and imagine.
He's got to get out. Uh-oh.
He's not out. In fact, he's going to be TP'd upon. So there's a player. No defense in sight there for King.
Cover going out. And there should be G2 getting up to 8. Lighter weaponry, but all the options to play post-plant setups. Not a great plant.
Not a great plan and not great health either. So there are still chances for Lev. But when they win that one out, suddenly those chances fall into the wayside here. Com is left into a real impossible task. It's a 1v3 and Waterfall control already gained and gathered. So an 8-4 finish for G2.
I think you could consider that the most standard attack side, number that we tend to get to is about 8. But I don't know what to think about this, and I'd love to hear your opinion too, but is 4 enough when they haven't been winning pistol? I just don't know.
Yeah, that's a real difficult ask. If you think about it, assuming the trends continue, 10-4 to the finish.
Maybe that's the problem, assuming that the trend would continue. Isn't it already an outlier that they've won 7 out of 7?
Yeah, we'll see how Lev end up tackling that one onto the pistol themselves. But G2 are really on the verge here of continuing this one further forwards. And earlier we heard from G2's ICMY, his IGL's advice was a game changer heading into playoffs.
Like leading up to playoffs, I had a big talk with Fallon, actually, and I think he kind of gave me some like words of motivation, and he also like changed like my outlook, like going into the games and how I want to prepare for the games. And I think I was able to just be more clear-minded and also just focus on what I need to focus on rather than just like focusing on too much.
Don't get it wrong. Don't get it wrong, there is a big difference between the level of rookie that Icy is and the level of rookie that G2 are. There's a massive difference between those. Even though this G2 team is our Ascension team in Americas, they've got a lot of experience. They've been to international events before this core, especially Valorant, and they've been through the whole of Tier 2, won Ascension, the highs and lows that they've experienced. They've got that experience to be able to give to a guy like Icy, and Valorant's got a good head on his shoulders for a fairly young guy as well. I don't think they're gonna get knocked by stuff like buying an Icebox, getting ripped away from them. They kept their composure very well here. So much rests on this pistol round coming up.
You thought that, you know, maybe it plays a factor for G2 when you lose, you know, the maps in the fashion that they did, right? Icebox was essentially stolen away by Lev. Brought into OT just through, you know, luck of the draw, I suppose, but they've set their sights well over towards this Lotus map, knowing that it has to be a win for them to have any chance, bringing this one to the 5th and final map in our best of 5.
And of course, Lev, if they do win the pistol, they've got a great chance at running this all the way back. Their attack side is going to empower Aspas to go for the entries, and we've seen him be unbelievably good. Hasn't necessarily had that carry power so far on Lotus from what we've seen. It's been more to do with Mazzino finding those big moments.
Let's see how this clash opens up here for the pistol round. Already highlighted it. So damn important, but is it going to be following the trend?
Look at this, creeping all the way up on the jiggle peak.
And a punish inside, a punish inside! Squandered!
I mean, Tex is going to be jeered at by the other side there, but he had a great idea. They just can't win on these pistol rounds, man. Lev have got an uphill battle now again. They haven't won one of them in the series so far, and now they have to convert a 4v5.
A lot of respect, though, showcased by G2, this positioning here. Just anticipating they're going to contact all the way up. Paranoia. Good connection, at least, onto the two players. Enough to stop them and enough for the refight to be called, but they might just be getting bitten through into the side. Satchel. Icy has to evacuate and back his position. It's being noted and found out, picked apart and pulled apart. Out towards the back of that side. Lev, in the midst of all of this one, have found themselves an advantage. King with the plant now as well, into the back of the side. A right click from Leaf, reload, plenty of time, but eventually with the punish. Jonah P dropping down. You know exactly where he is. Finally, curse broken.
There could not have been a better time for it. If Lev want to look to close this series out right here and avoid us going to Ascent, the comeback had to start with that pistol round. And converting a 4v5 on top of it too. This looks like specific prep to me.
We don't need to see each shot slowed down. Damn,
They won the pistol. They won the pistol. You don't have to do him like that. But yeah, that does look like specific anti to me. You can see Goked saying it as well. Hallelujah, we won a pistol.
And finally, the importance of that can't be underestimated.
Now just don't lose the follow-up.
Don't lose the follow-up. Prowler lures them. They know that Leaf's there. Oh, seized and tethered and caught to the corner. It's easy pickoffs on the other side as well as that. Tex, it's not having a good game so far, at least on this half. Surely you're still committed to this one. You cannot let Jonah P get away with that. Finally, trade coming in just ever so slightly delayed. 2v3. Door opens up. Don't quite have the guns for the job to try and take these long-range fights. They've got to make this clean.
Yeah, they'd like to keep all three of these weapons into the next. And then King will be able to buy a fourth. But any damage now is going to be pretty permanent.
Oh, upgrade. King, though, surely gets that. What is occurring?
So individual the way that Lev are playing this post plant. They're not doubling up, not bodying up.
Nade. That's going to be catch on to Com. No way! The Sheriff is singing right now in the hands of Icy. And you're really going to be delivering a death blow like this. Mazzino twists and turns around and abound. This guy with only 5 bullets left. He's going to make the most of everything that finds the timing.
Leviathan's savior there. He's been so good for them in this map. 18 kills already across 14 rounds. But he had to do way more than you should ask of him in that situation. The individual nature of how Lev are playing is hurting them as much as it's helping them at some points. You can't just be wandering forwards to take 1v1s against players with sheriffs like that. If you're down a player, or if you are the player with the eco disadvantage, sure, but come on. Gotta be a bit tighter, Lev. They're gonna take some rebel control. A bit of a delayed haunt there over the top from G2 as it lights up. Not comboed with any reclear strategy though, and broken very quickly.
G2 willing to give them the space. Backs away to it. They know that the buy is going to be weaker here for Lev. Bit of a pre-fire, but Mazzino didn't have the gun for it.
He's just wandering in.
Yeah, I mean, he's all the way in. Look at this guy, Nade.
Like he got invited.
Ricocheting and rebounding forwards, pushing the players backing out of the position. G2 going for a reclear of their own. Paranoia. Forwards again. It's close quarters in action. Paranoia is not going to do anything there.
Yeah, good trade though.
Fight against the player.
Good trade. At least it was doubled up, right?
Jonah P onto this flank. Good movement and awareness, but the shot not landing here for King. Snake bites. Offloaded on either side. King finally maintaining that composure. 2v3. 2v3 becoming just down to the one. Trent versus 2. Does have the rifle. Not planted for them. Worth saying, but with the door opened up, King's going to be taking the first contact on it. Acknowledgement with the body in the grave. So Lev stringing together these rounds when the buy was really rough there as well. It's worth saying.
Yeah, that wasn't some kind of big ult that got Leviathan through it there on the bonus. This is now, alarm bells should be ringing for G2. They can't afford to drop another map in this series. It would be them secured as the 3rd seed heading into Shanghai. Yeah. No opportunity to fight, to skip the group stage. And they tossed an 8-4 lead on split against 100 Thieves in the decider. Is that weighing in the back of their head? It feels quite similar, especially when you consider how snowbally Lotus can get. Aspas is 1 away, and this ult orb is going to get it online. I don't think he's going to want to invest it here unless the round gets a little sticky, but something G2 are going to have to consider in the next. It's just so difficult to defend this map.
It is. You can try and proactively fight as well, with the door opening up, maybe hearing the orbs being tapped and cook up trap plays, but teams on the attack side have gotten so good. Narrowly avoiding anything. Not that G2 are even doing anything like that. They're just holding, anchoring players. Jonah P's hoping and praying that he can get away with just a snake bite sent flying and forwards. A splash movement. A little bit whiffy, but eventually getting that kill.
2 players hiding in smokes here.
Fine holding some util too. It's a flash and a nade. Rebounds. Calm. He can't see anything here. Should just get blown up. Kills. Flowing in this time. It's a kill feed that's filled up entirely with green. Rocket offloaded against the back wall and misses wide to all of it.
Tragedy from Icy. And relieved smiles on the faces of the Leviathan players. G2 with the flood defend. No weapons, but still made a great go of it, hitting great shots.
Yeah.
Leaf with, I think, a double in that situation. It should have been converted, I think. Especially when Icy pops the ult, but he beefed the movement, bonked his head, and then missed the box.
Couldn't hit it, and straight past him.
All he has to do there is hit the box, and Mazzino's gone. Look at him.
Yeah, and I can't fault using the ults in that scenario. I really can't when they get into that spot, but it's left them in a real difficult spot. It's only Leaf who's 1 away to the lockdown to be able to use, but Aspas still holding on to a showstopper. Didn't have to use it in the prior round.
And that's why they were trying to play a little more aggressive towards C. They're going to try and set up a high-low here, G2. Right, so they've got a couple players looking down these C angles in case Aspas goes for the showstopper, but now Icy's starting to drift away. This is their game plan to try to counter the showstopper. Icy needs to be in position as soon as the hit comes through.
He's not looking his way. Different direction.
No.
Nade's going to be here. Rebounding, along with the horns. Full cacophony of util, all going to be expended. Aspas still holding it with the rocket. No one's going to be giving him anything at all.
The util is just so good for Lev to push these G2 players back. All of the space taken.
We'll say, Nightfall went out. Didn't actually get any connection, so... G2 don't have to worry about that ult now when they're playing for this retake.
But also, Lev don't have to worry about the flood defend, and the paranoia used so much earlier just to clear out space that was gained by the Nightfall.
And that pulls out the pit. We're going to have that one to work through. Act as a bit of a buffer now as the retake starts to come through. G2 are here. A few bullets will do it. Come. Not much more than that one. Still ripping them away. It's Aspas. Just spraying them all down here. 2 left to stand this one, and G2 forced to make the decision now. It's a tough one at that. Full save. Back away. Keep the rifles into the next.
G2 are trying to come up with answers. You saw them there, attempting to concoct some kind of idea of how to counter the showstopper. The Levs, you know, as much as the defenders come up with ideas to counter, there are better ways of playing the attack as well. And Lev are doing a great job. It's not just as simple as trebuchet Aspas in with a showstopper. They throw really good utility to, you know, paranoia, seize util, that kind of stuff, to clear away any defender's positions, and then they nightfall on top of it so that G2 can't go for the flood defend that nearly worked in round 16. Lev are 1 step ahead here, and that's what's allowed them to get 5 rounds in a row. Once more, this was the decider map last time these 2 teams faced, and Lev, they ran away with it. It was big plays from Mazzino and Aspas, both of the players at the top of the scoreboard, especially Mazzino, who just seems to have this as his playground.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, Lotus hallowed ground, I think, as well, with the stuff that Aspas has been doing on it. Thinking back to him almost breaking kill records. Even break them, actually, but Lev not dissuaded away from this A rubble area.
No, it's the same setup from G2. They're running a passive Killjoy Viper setup over towards A, not looking to try to contest rubble. And I think probably lockdown retake over towards Heaven. Possibly at stairs, but I think Leaf would find it difficult to get into that position.
Yeah, Leaf's not going to be taking any more peeks towards this. G2, the way that they play, they do give up an awful lot of map control. All that util that was saved, regenerated. Lev can send it forwards now with a Prowler as well, knowing the tree is cleared. Yeah, I'm finding it difficult to get through, though. Jonah P, he's got an orb up. Isolates up the site, and it does force Lev now into this B area. Icy, see how many util to delay, at least with the nade. Push them back for but a moment. Lev finding it difficult to get any sort of foothold or any sort of sight.
Leaf could just rip the lockdown here.
Yep, and with 26 seconds to go already, decision is going to be made. Lockdown emanating out. No kill to be found out towards tree, but the trade is on intact and on point. Lev still trying to fight over this one. The players are going to get detained. They are way overstaying their welcome. And there's the detainment. 2 locked down. They have to be defended from these tree players still. In the middle of all of it, they get the plant down into the post. And somehow no one else falling. Boom, but the paranoia a little bit too low for it. Tap onto it by Icy. King holds his ground down. What a shot to hit. Icy half onto it already. Onto the defuse. Nightfall forwards. No more sound cues. And you have to play this one forward. Mazzino. Icy.
He got it!
No way!
He got the defuse before Mazzino was able to get it!
Absolutely absurd stuff, man.
I thought we were going to see there Mazzino coming out with another hero play to save Lev. He's had so many of them already on Lotus, but the kill just came through a fraction of a second too late. Unbelievable spray transfer onto Trent and Icy, but look at this.
1 enemy remaining.
That's just a half being gathered. I mean, listen. Not sure why it says Icy at the top, but it was Valorant who stuck it in the end. It was Icy that did all the work.
Yeah, and look, even King himself thought that they'd won that round.
Hard fight here by G2. They did win the round, but at the cost of the economy, taking a tumble. They want to fight this one. Hard out towards Mount as a paranoia flash play as well. Mazzino seeking to contain. Lit up though.
He survives, he
somehow gets out. I mean, there's contention happening all over the bloody map.
Yeah, King was just trying to make a low play happen on the opposite side, knowing that 3 players were committed to the C fight. And now calling to try to hit in, but this A site is not actually that weak.
No, door opens. No one taking tree control with a nanoswarm delaying. Com's alone. Com is alone, the Bucky misses! Could have been the difference maker. Really could have. Jonah P still with it. Revealed though. Now the C's connects him into the back of the side. Actually didn't even connect, but still will be cleaned up. Aspas low on HP, but not on the confidence. Wants to take it straight towards the back of the site, but Stairs being reforward in the process. G2 going for it again. The nade rebounds. Dealing with him. The adversary taken out. Star player no longer a threat. It's up to G2 now to try and find The right moment. Jiggle. Pushed out wide left. Keeping it contained and isolating these fights nicely. Nightfall was earned and now going to be committed. It should be the nail in the coffin.
Ensuring that this one gets across the line. Nana Swarm's onto the spike as well. Trent can't hear anything. No chance of winning this.
Yeah, no chance.
Good close out there from Lev when things got sticky. It required different people to step up. Had no Mazzino to bail them out of that situation, and Com made sure that things were clean. That was G2 forced onto an eco after winning the round as well. Cannot feel good to allow your opponents to take the lead in that kind of way.
Sleep. They're all dead.
Ian, the two. You know who it is, baby. You know who it is. Let's go, guys.
Pit here for Jonah. He's the only player defending C. If Leviathan decide to accelerate, maybe he could get overwhelmed.
Doesn't choose to use it.
Gets reinforcements, gets an alarm bot.
Yeah, okay.
And now this looks like a fairly good defensive setup here for G2. No big ults to disrupt the plan anyway. What have Lev got in store for us? Moving into a B hit.
Exactly as you were saying though, Josh. No ults to work with for Lev. How do you keep this momentum going, propelling yourself forwards? And speaking of it, Aspas sends himself right into the maw there. Valen eager to contain, eager to shut him down.
That was really nice. Viper wall goes up at the same time as the paranoia, isolates and blinds onto Aspas.
Okay, not crushed by the door. Hydraulic press machine.
Would be wonderful to have our first Valorant door stuck moment. Alas.
Alas, not to be today. Very clear calls with the wall up now by Lev, sending that haunt flying forwards. Trent has got ahead of all of it here, but he can't quite land those shots. Just trailing the bullets away. Is he aware of it? Not quite, Mazzino. Already crept forwards. Caught the timing ahead of them. It's chaos now in a camp of G2 as they're seeking to, if they can shore up the defensive, they don't really know where these players are actually going to be landing.
Left.
But the B side seems to be the goal. Icy still has a nade. Don't think there's any possible position where he could deny this one.
Spike planted.
Satchel first though. Door opens up, refight attempt by G2 and in through heaven! Everyone being down! Icy, Rocket, denied out from the one and done, but they cannot hold their ground. The discipline of G2 makes it nice and even now, 10-10 here on a defining map in the series of Lotus.
Showing us that they can win pretty comfortably as long as Lev don't have overpowering ults to be able to work with. Great protocol to deal with this entry. Like I said, blinded, Viper wall behind, and then Icy's so patient. This is what we're talking about with Icy. He's not necessarily a superstar duelist, but he's so tight with the rest of the team. He just secures them heaven control, waits, punishes the play, gets the showstopper, commits. Makes space for Valen to trade him out. 10-10. The eco is still a problem for G2. They've managed to scramble together a buy though with a bulldog onto Jonah P. It's another passive hold over towards A, and Lev are just taking this space fairly freely. They're not really investing any util, it's just a single haunt. And they can get into position to use Tech's lockdown.
Leaf. He's been in that spot before. Side by side, gonna be here, and then Paranoia.
Here. It would be an amazing round for Leaf to have an Odin, but he's not gone for it.
No. Cleared out here, at least with a Nana Swarm. A lot of damage done to Aspas. 39 health. They've been dropped down too. Door shut down in their faces. Has to be reopened again. Now for the lockdown to be committed. It will clear out the site. G2 have no plans, protocols in place to try and break this one.
Yeah, but everybody's going to be ready to go for a flood defend.
Cover going out. And they're in position for it. Already a smoke props up the one side. Lancel online, Satchel's through, past and beyond the nade. Sees, dodged and avoided. G2 are being delayed into this one. Waves of util sent forward. Stair position gained and granted. Aspas is taking risks when he's on such low HP. And a critical kill at that. Icy, fall and door open wide. But where is this plant even going for? He can stick this one again. Trent, half onto it. Wants to nice this one. Now this one broken. Sticking! Another one! Stolen from the grips of these players, and Valen dishes away any chance of saving the guns into the next.
Am I wrong, or were all 5 players still alive there for Leviathan when the defuse came through? I'm pretty sure Valen just got 4 post-round kills. That was ridiculous. Aspas went for a lurk play up through stairs. Look at him on the minimap there. He's trying to wrap around heaven. He doesn't realize this was a flood. There was a big communication problem, I think, here for Lev. They had no realization of what the pace of G2's play was.
Josh RT barely believing it himself here. Forces out a timeout of Leviathan.
Yeah, because they completely misunderstood what was happening there. They thought they had enough time for Aspas to walk upstairs, around, back through heaven, and be able to play for a plant that wasn't even for where they were all spamming from, a breakable door.
I'm not sure if that's just Aspas taking a risk when he's on double digits of health there as well. I mean, he gets chunked down early on. It makes the play,
It's
but
not just Aspas, though. I'm highlighting that because it was the epitome of it. But the other players all left tree. It's planted for tree. They all left apart from one person and were playing around breakable door. That's not where it was planted for. That's a massive mistake. But a really important break of that nanoswarm, as we were talking about, to make sure that they could get it across the line. And this time, Leaf does have that Odin. They've been putting such an emphasis on playing over towards tree. I would imagine that's where he's going to be playing. I think an Odin would shred what Lev are doing over in that side of the map, but instead they look to be heading C. And there's a juicy ult orb here to be taken, and suddenly Valen's going to be staring down the wrong end of a rocket-propelled grenade. There really isn't a good end of a rocket-propelled grenade.
No, there's not, man. I mean, there's really not.
You don't want the rocket end either.
Leaf, though, opting into the Odin buy.
Yeah, and actually, I said that they were heading towards C. They got spooked. And now Aspas looking to try to pick up the A ult orb. This is where Leaf has the Odin. Aspas could get melted here.
Alarm bot down.
He's giving it away. Angle. Yeah, he has given it away. Any sort of attack as well. Nanoswarm forwards. Prowler taken care of. 30 seconds left. Worried that he'll slip through the net.
Again, Valen and Icy are playing over towards C. And this does seem to be a preset G2 anti-showstopper setup. I just don't understand how it's really going to work. Is the idea that Valen's supposed to paranoia Aspas as he goes in and then Icy gets the kill? That's the only thing I can think of here.
It's confusing, but vacuums up the orb. Aspas now. Satchel laid down along with the rocket. A paranoia miss! TP though, evacuation pushing forwards and back, and still shuts him down.
What an outplay!
Ridiculous stuff from Valen.
But they've still got the
30
sight.
seconds left.
Icy wasn't able to hold his ground and play off the back of his IGL's maneuver. This plant, though, it ain't great for Lev. G2 do not have that paranoia to be able to work with. Whoa, that is a... Was that pre-done damage already? I think.
Not too sure.
Based on the spam.
Either way, it's getting precarious and dangerous for Com. Leaf worried about the flank now. Lay it down for the turret, but we know there's nothing else with the sword still. Beam it down, the players up top into the box. Com, he's definitely low enough. Now, and there's a snake bite right at the back of his feet. It's always the ones you're not looking for that don't get you in a bad plan. G2 up to 12.
Why are you playing Mound?
Inevitable.
How are you going to find success there playing Mound? That's 2 rounds in a row where the Lev post plant has no line of sight on the spike.
Yeah, it's falling to pieces in these final moments.
They are getting cooked here. Trent's shrugging like, what are they doing?
What are they doing? What is
At
the game
same time, though, beautiful here from Valen. I was asking what the game plan was. The paranoia missed, and yet he still got the outplay with the TP, and still managed to get the kill on Aspas before being traded. That went about as perfectly as you could possibly ask for. Lev have got to shore up these post plants. Com can get his ult online, and maybe that can open up a sight for them, but Tree's more difficult to get through now that Leaf has an Odin. And also, they just haven't been able to win when the spike is down.
They really haven't. And G2 now are sensing it, I think. There's a bit of fear, trepidation in the back of the minds of these Lev players, wondering they might get over the hurdle.
Now,
G2 have definitely struggled in the past in a few of these maps in this best of 5, but this is their best chance yet.
Yeah, if this follows the theme of the rest of the series, though, Lev are somehow going to be able to win the next 4 rounds in a row and steal the map away. G2 have got to make sure that that doesn't happen. Close it out early. Make sure you convert on these map points.
We are really destined to see Ascent at that point, assuming they've got their grip onto it. Lev calling for a pause, but now with the util flying forwards. It's already indicated that they need it. G2, aware of the fact that they're going to be trying to play for this one. TPs have to be used. Valen, full evacuation, gets himself out of there. Again, another planned situation. This time, out into the corner. Valen going for some spam onto that spot. Counter spam as well onto either side, but at least the plant is down, and this is playable from the mountain position.
Yeah, much better post plant now that the plant is better itself.
Nade has to be dodged around. Sees though, there was that connection. Aspas, he can't hear any of these sound cues. Doesn't know if the players are going to be quickly approaching that position, looking around, heads on swivels. They haven't cleared Aspas. Smoke, drop down. Jonah P. He's plucking apart the teammates right now in the insurance policy. That is Aspas. He has to get traded. He does. G2. It's overwhelming. The discipline there that just sails them through it to this 5th and final map.
Both trends subverted here. Leviathan being able to take a pistol, but it does not matter. G2 closing out in their first opportunity on a map point. I gotta say, many mistakes there towards the end from Leviathan. They tried to solve it, but they just couldn't get over the fact that G2, their game plans are working, their teamwork and trading is working as well. I think they've played a better game here today. It's just that the hero plays have pushed things to a 5th.
It's time for a quick break. When we return, of course, the analyst going to get us nice and ready for that critical and deciding map number 5 in this best of 5 lower bracket finals. You don't want to miss it.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring.
Still into the post plant we go. Valin doesn't set his sights towards a player.
Turns the flash. Gun advantage, health advantage. And of course he falls. The mind game's being played, and the shots come through for Aspas.
A best of 5 in Valorant is an ordeal. It takes grit and determination and the ability to outlast your opponent to get through and come out the other side victorious. This lower bracket final has been all of that and more. We are tied up heading into the 5th.
It's pure madness, and apparently it also requires that you full stick onto the spike every time because no one can shoot our diffusers. I mean, 2 rounds in a row, G2 are stealing it back in the same way that they just lost Icebox.
And I'm going to be honest, I didn't think that G2 was going to have that grit to come back after what happened to them. 2 maps stolen away from them in overtime.
And the
a
way
game
it
that
happens.
already should have been a 3-0 for them. And then Leviathan in the second half start this comeback. They're winning every round on Lotus. They're on the verge of pulling it off and closing out this series. And then G2 start coming back with their own incredible clutch rounds to stay in this. What determination from these guys.
But these are just hero plays. Some of these don't make any sense. Leviathan lost a round to a defuse with 5 players
people
up.
alive, yeah.
What?
I mean,
It's
that's
absolute madness.
best of 5 Valorant if I've ever seen it. When you get into these later stages, I mean, sometimes it requires just capitalizing on a mistake, making that crazy play.
Yeah, and genuinely too, like, you had a guy like Valen that was just an absolute beast, right? This guy's been putting up numbers, and I'm honestly wondering, like, how good actually is this guy?
He rolled
He's playing a
Aspas.
fantastic game. Top 3 minimum team in the league right now, consistently top fragging as well as in the clutch right here. This guy, I think he's looking like a top 5 player in Americas.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, also, I'm thinking about some of the individual rounds. TPing past Aspas's ult and then just one-tapping him, completely outplaying the guy. So many moments where he's put under pressure, anchoring that C site, and he's just doing everything for the team.
There's a round on B where like Aspas through a Viper wall, just double satchels in. Valen just steps ahead of the satchel and pops him immediately.
And on top of that,
composed.
We're also hearing, like, in that little, like, halftime tape from Icy that he's also the guy who's, like, bigging up his teammates out of game, being such an emotional leader. I've talked to the guy a lot, spent a lot of time with him when he was with us on the desk, and he's just so incredibly mature for how young he is, for how new he is to come
He's
and play at this level of Valorant. This guy is truly an incredible talent, and he is proving that grit in this best out of 5.
I think it's safe to say at this point that a lot of the expectations we walked into the series with are kind of out of the window now. What we expected to see on certain maps, the tendencies we expect to see from certain teams, they seem to have kind of gone out the window because, you know, it was G2 that we were bigging up for being, like, really cohesive, working as a unit very effectively, whereas Leviathan, individualistic as a result. But this time, you know, the individuals on G2 stood up in a huge way.
They absolutely did, but I do think that going into this final map, the norms will come back into sync, right? This is
Regress
Ascent.
to the mean.
Everyone knows how to play Ascent, and more important than anything is this is finally the Jet 1v1 between Icy and Aspas. Icy has not played a Jet map yet today. 2 games on Raze, 1 game on Yoru, 1 game on the Gecko. Now, finally, it is that duelist head-to-head that we must have our eyes on.
And I mean, that is pressure, right?
What
for
should
this
my
guy.
expectations be as a viewer coming into that?
I think the expectation should be that Aspas is going to take over. We've watched so many Ascent maps of him with Leviathan, with Loud before it. This is his map. If there was a map to define Aspas, it is Ascent. When he's on the defensive side, his offing is sublime. His entries on attack are so consistently good. But at the same time, we've seen what G2 has done through this whole series. They're one of the best teams at neutralizing those star players, at swinging together, playing as a team, not giving away those individual
Especially their
opportunities.
breeze. They shut down Aspas completely.
But I
on his
think
defense.
that's a lot harder on Ascent. You don't have all the same tools. Leviathan, I think, consistently do a great job of setting him up on this map. And really, I think the question comes back to Icy. He's been fine, right? Like, he's had his moments. I think he had actually a really quite a good map on Lotus, but on Jet, on Ascent, that's where the real test is, and that's where this game will end. It's map 5. You've been playing for hours, and you have to step up against the best duelists in the league.
Can you get away by just being a role player right now if you're Icy? Is that enough?
I mean, with the way Valen and Leaf are playing, of Quite possibly, right? Especially if they're able to shut down Osboss on the other side. I believe it.
The question for me, though, is their defensive side. When they were playing their match previous to this one, their defensive side, I think, kind of got exploited a little bit, right? Like these really fast, hard hits were running them over, a little bit uncoordinated at times on the flood. Yeah, 100 Thieves definitely took advantage.
And look, they're going to be thinking of all the minutia, but we cannot forget the bigger picture. This is for a spot in the finals, the grand finals up against 100 Thieves tomorrow. Another best of 5. And this is also the core of the guard. 4 players of the team that won Ascension last year now fighting for that spot in the final. Tex versus former teammates, the 3 on the other side, and it has been nail-biting so far.
Leviathan, the super team that struggled to start the season, have stepped up throughout, and if somehow, someway stayed in this series, robbing 2 maps from G2, now in the final one to try and close out. G2 has been consistently underrated, constantly. People have not believed in this team. This is their chance to prove their worth and make it to the finals.
This is it. No more second chances, and only one of these teams can move on to take on 100 Thieves in tomorrow's grand final. Here's Brennan Sideshow with the call.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an endurance test and a marathon here in this best of 5, right? The lower bracket finals for these 2 teams to earn that chance of revenge against 100 Thieves in our grand finals. It's going to be played tomorrow as well. There's not really much time for rest and relaxation, is there?
Not at all, especially when you consider how long this game has been and how much it's taken out of either team. I mean,
when did we start? Like, God, hours ago.
Yeah, it really does feel like so
like
long
actually
ago.
hours ago. But listen, it's going to take a lot. And so far, I think G2 have earned themselves a path to victory here. They brought it, stretched it all the way to the final moments. You could argue that maybe they were robbed in some elements of it as well.
I do feel like G2 have been playing the better game here today, but it doesn't matter. You know, basing it, it comes down to who wins here on Ascent. And you can win by playing good Valorant, or you can win by just grinding out the rounds in whatever way you possibly can.
A win's a win at the end of the day. Doesn't matter if it's sloppy or not.
No, and Lev starting off here with a really interesting idea, throwing the one-way and throwing the shock dart out. That one-way, though, very high. One for Victor Wembanyama, not really necessarily one for Jet.
Molly into the smoke dome. Zeno won't be able to play through this one, but I see revealed. Almost dropped down here, at least into the single digits of hell with the right click in that angle. Get the hell out of here. Still shot darts offloaded into the tight corners. Dash from Aspas will not be evading that one. Call to fight by G2 is a good one.
Another pistol looking like it's going to go their way. Had the vast majority of them in this series, but Tex is going to try. And he's managed to find one and escape. There was a possibility there for Jonah P and Trent to try to trade that. It did not come through. Trent just going for an info peek and almost wins the round out.
At some point, just got to show them no respect. Tex will have a decent go at things. Flash is a little bit off there in terms of the peak timing, but time's running short. Got to get a move on if you're Tex. Don't have any chance of winning. Your win cons narrowed down. At this point, you're just playing for the KDA.
Yeah, that's all that Tex can do in this spot. You know, getting that lockdown online a little earlier maybe would have been a bit helpful, but it's G2 that come away with the pistol, as we've said so very often in this series. Not that it particularly has aligned with who's won the map or who's even won the half necessarily. But I'm sure it would look a lot worse here today if Lev had been winning some of them. It was the last time that we saw G2 playing on this map against 100 Thieves. They actually put together a pretty decent attack half. They managed to get 5 rounds, and then they won 0 on defense, and it was a crushing defeat. But we'll save those concerns for the next half, put a pin in it, and take a look at how G2 play this one.
No way!
Amazing the re-clear with the bounce flash.
The players all just collected up together, lined them up. Right for the taking, Valen. He's going to put down a disadvantage that his team has got, but at this point, too little, too late. Leaf, looking up. Com taking all, but okay, 2 rifles handed over, and the spike dropped down, and they're doubled up together.
And they're finding the timing to the back of Leaf's head.
There it is. Doesn't matter if you lose the pistol rounds, I guess, if you're just going to be consistent in terms of winning the follow-up, your eco rounds. Couldn't have asked for a better start there.
Oh, what a little set play.
Yeah.
We saw them go for the one-way and the shock dart and the pistol over towards B. This time, re-clearing A. so aggressively with tons of people. I mean, 4 of them fighting into A main. Lovely.
Spike down.
Happy
all
about that one.
smiles, yeah, all smiles. It's flipped the economy up on its head. G2 will try and make do now with limited weaponry, revealing it. Nade rebounding. Mazino another chance to really fight this one.
Yeah, they're going for a heavy reclear strategy over here, and Aspas, he gets traded.
Fire straight back, like you said, traded. Leaf now tucks himself close. Lev have been proactive in terms of these reclays with that flash. Lands at the floor. King seemingly aware of that position that he could be playing into, but the door's going to be closing now into their face. Nobody tucked out wide. Can't quite get the kills eventually with the shock dart. Let's lay it down and pep it enough. 3 players of G2. IC trying to take that timing ahead of all of it and picked up a weapon for his troubles. Revealed though. Know where he is. Plant down on top of it. G2.
They just don't expect Tex coming from A main.
Don't expect it. Tex is going to land the shots though. At least a standard chance. Still, it's swarmed. Everyone from Lev now making sure that they combine together. Leave no gaps in the play.
Definitely opportunities there for G2 to try to steal something back. But Lev closed the door in their face.
It is over.
Got the rifles online, got the Odin in the hands of Com as well. And looking to try to build up some momentum. They have been going real heavy on the reclears. Yeah. Look at this, mid-round reclear over towards Catwalk after Aspas got killed. They've been going, of course, for that early round fight, which is a reclear over towards A main. They're not trying to hold the one way. They're allowing G2 to push through it and then clearing it out. That, I think, is just going to be early half conditioning, though. I don't think they're going to be going for that every single time. They're just trying to make it feel like for G2, you can't take that space for free.
Yeah. I would agree with that point here. It's a split slow default by G2 again, and I believe getting a tag onto at least one of the players, but unaware that Aspas is up into this position. Smoke in his face, though. Makes the decision nice and easy for him.
I think the more mid-round plays you have on defense for Leviathan, the better that's going to be against the way that Valen calls. He puts so many of these slow pauses into his attack side, and if you find out where they're looking to end, that can be extraordinarily helpful. But gathering information against G2 can be tough, because they don't have very many tells. They do a lot of kind of contacting, and I think that's what they're going to look to do over towards A main as well. Just double or tripling up onto angles. Although here, a recon may give the game away. No, choosing not to.
45 seconds. Knife clears out onto Wine. Peace of mind there. Now here comes the dart. Hunter's Fury. Aspas in his position. Spotted out up. Trent can't evade it.
What a prediction.
Beautiful work by Trent. Just sending the Hunter's Fury sky high, and there's all the value you could really ask for. Door shut down in your face. Mazino won't be able to spray that one down. Here, G2 be able to get this plan now.
And thus activates Leaf on the lurk. He's got no killjoy utility to have to worry about.
Paranoia delaying. A lot of players tuck themselves deep into hell.
It's just to buy time for Leaf.
It really is. And Leaf got a bit of insurance policy. He's taking his sweet time with things. Might even be missing one of his own. Finally jumping up right behind. And the hit comes through. Damage done. Taking away the lives and away from them. It's a feed that's filled with red. G2 to earn that second round on the board.
This is a great start for G2 here. The fact that they've been able to get round 4 on the board. Of course, they lost the follow-up of the pistol. They'd love things to have gone differently in that regard. But the first rifle round that they're properly fighting, this one, pretty beautifully done. The first tell is that recon dart, and immediately they go into the hit. You know, knife, recon, and they're in. And they still have paranoia for the post-plant as well, which buys time for Leaf to wrap around. A sick prediction by Trent onto Aspas. Shuts down that star player too.
No mercy here for G2. They want to try and fight.
They're not going to think Aspas has found the timing into Wine already, I don't think.
Yeah, in fact, giving up that space as well, so it looks like they won't be punished for it.
But Mazino is not here to send over that classic flash from Dice, and you peek with it. So it might be a little more difficult for Mazino, for King and Aspas to fully clear out A main. Aspas just goes for the peek, but as soon as they realize A main is clear, G2 are already grouping up towards B. They're being a little quicker around the map here, I think. G2 will often leave it till about 40 seconds when they're grouping up to go for the hit, and now they're already starting to take that map control. looking to end on the B split.
Run into mid, the alarm bot should be broken. They've only placed Icy into that spot.
They're looking to flash peek, Tex in off the turret contact here.
Yeah, he's the one who's going to be making the play right back. The dart's not dealt with. Tucks him away, and he's just out in the open. Ready for the Odin to spray him down and take him out. Anchoring players are being afforded those chances. There is that TP. Quick pivot now. The reinforcements have arrived with a dash deep in. But here's the pivot again. G2 are calling for it. They want to fight into the back of the site. They know exactly what's going on.
This is lovely stuff. Great call by Valen. Realizing that Aspas has already gone for the flood, they pivot and go over towards A. There's nobody home. This one should be free.
G2, they love to play with plays like this to pivot away. I mean, Leaf, his sole job is done. Even if he gets the kills here, they can't remove him. Thorn in their sides towards the tail end. That's flawless work from G2.
And these last 2 rounds, masterclasses, but this one in particular. This is a great protocol that we've seen from G2. It's not necessarily some kind of mad scramble on the fly. They actually do this fairly often. Not the setup necessarily, but this portion of it. When they've taken front site B control, then they're so happy to pause.
Nice. Yo. Wait, Dave.
They're playing great Valorant here.
You wouldn't think G2 is stressed, man. Push the 5.
No, not at all.
Smiles on their faces.
Yeah, I think it really is all about how you interpret the closeness of today. Because the close maps have really been the ones that have gone to overtime. The others, more comfortable for G2. And yeah, I'm loving the way that Valent calls. Adding in these pauses into the rounds.
King still trying to hold on to control of A main. Pretty good read of things with Com taking that deep lurk timing, so now they know that it's all landing over towards A. We'll see if it affects them though. With them losing Trent, they're running into the stack. They're running into the stack. In for the smoke. What a shot by Aspas. That's a difficult one to hit. Paranoia sweeping forwards. Hunter's Fury collects and collides into the players. Leaving it just down to Valen. A thrifty win by Lev.
We've had a round like this, so similar on Icebox, I want to say it, but I can't exactly remember which map it was on, where Com calls for people to full stack the opposite site. He's just got to read in this moment that it's all fake pressure over towards B. He wanders out through B main, gets the kill on his counterpart Trent inside the drone, and he's called for the stack before it even happens. Fantastic call there. I'm going to assume it was Com, because he was so instrumental in making that play happen. We've got dueling Odins.
As well as that, I mean, it's Lev that are looking to try and contest this one. I don't think they want to give easy access for a lockdown exec into the B site. The drone is dodged. Dart and a peek. Gotta be wary of it. Smoke across, here's the lockdown. What do you have to remove this one? Zaspas really going to be overstaying himself here. Surely you've got to get out of there. Doesn't want to use the dash. Wants to save it for the next wave of things. Speaking of it, waves emanating out here with an old command. Gives G2 access to it. No more abilities. Utility to be used. Not for the flood attempt. Not by Lev. They have to take this pause.
There are 3 players in B main.
Paranoia waiting for Valen. Looks like they want to really fight over this one as soon as they see some signs of life. But who's going to be taking the contact? It's it loose anyway. Just delaying them. Lev running out of time here. Getting down to the final moments of really what makes it even possible to try and play this one retaken. But the smoke's dropped up in their faces. There's no fights to be given freely. It's tooth and nail in terms of the approach. They just can't quite get themselves into it. And the fight's taken by Valen. He'll step up to the challenge.
They've got great ideas on their attack side. This was exactly the same in the 100 Thieves game. They still lost that map 13-5.
Yep, they did. They certainly did.
This round is beautifully concocted. They slowly take the main control, dismantle any kind of setups that might be there to restrict them from taking that space, get the lockdown, pop the null command afterwards to stop the flood attempt, as you were saying, and get into a nice post-plant setup. It's all by the book, really solid, well executed, good team play. All of the stuff that's been working perfectly for G2 today. And Lev haven't quite found those individual moments to disrupt just yet, but they're going to look to try to fight over Cap. And if there was a man to do it, it would be Aspas.
Flash set it up. Made a lot of noise though. Surely he's going to be heard. Where's that util? Anything ready for him? There it is. Over and atop. It's Aspas. Rips away the head of Jonah P.
Hey, how's Leaf got into this spot? This is ridiculous.
Oh no, looked all the way
What
up
a
mid. I mean, he
timing.
broke the alarm bot years ago right now. He's right there behind them. Aspas turns away for but a moment. It's all that Leaf needs.
It's all on King.
King looking this way, that way, doesn't know which way to really try and contend and contest with all of this push. An attempt against him somehow comes out with
Spike
two.
down A.
And leaves it to the rest of his team.
And this sets Tex up for the flank. He's so quick into Gelato. He's going to be behind them almost as soon as the plant goes down.
Util out.
Com just has to survive
Com
here.
not getting caught. It's a lockdown already. Orchestrating this positioning. Tex has revealed it. It's going to be pushing them back and away into the corner. There are safe spots that G2 can play within.
Oh, he's gone down!
Tex has just dropped.
One enemy remaining.
It's down just to Com. 1v1. Valen already with the smoke propped up. And his plant is so damn difficult. Com suspects it. That's got to be broken. Tanks the hit. Valen repositioning now. Bring around the rosies. A tap from Com. Baits it out, but Valen maintains the cool and now knows it. Calls the bluff entirely. And with that, he wins the round. Com running away with a tail in between his legs.
Valen once more the hero for G2. I think Texas misplayed that situation personally. He's got a fantastic timing there, really early towards Gelato. And instead of looking to try to use that timing to find a pick, he went for the lockdown instead of push people into Com. Com did a good job. But Tex went down taking the duel against Valen.
Enemy
Look, I
remaining.
mean, the lockdown doesn't even cover the whole site.
Stats player.
Again, the call out. Stats player playing for the logs.
Yeah.
And just not really making a good go of things to try and win out the round there, but...
And that off the back of being able to set up Aspas at the start, for him to use knives and create that 5v4. You gotta say though, Leaf, how did he find that timing through mid? Leviathan are gonna take a timeout to discuss those kind of issues.
Yeah, I mean, he had an alarm bomb, but I think he just disrespected it.
If he's broken it though, he shouldn't have been able to find the timing to just walk past the market players
really shouldn't.
and walk past anybody in spawn.
I don't know what happened.
They should be aware of that kind of thing. Just getting inside a smoke perhaps and slipping his way through. To be honest, wasn't paying attention to it because there was fights happening on the opposite side of the map. And I think you could say the same for Leviathan and the way that they were defending.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Here's that flash earlier that we saw. Set up right through the tree line. I was wondering how he was going to set up Aspas for this peak.
It is lovely. Great catch on the replay there. But despite cooking up those small plays, the moments of team play, they're a little few and far between for Lev on the defense side.
I think that's been the case, honestly, for most of the series, where in having these winning moments just from the hero plays, individuals stepping up. This time, Lev, full aggression into mid. Looking to take the fight to them. Something is up here for G2. They definitely recognize the fact.
But Leaf doesn't know.
They're right behind them, yeah, they don't know. They actually are just clueless in the moment.
I think G2 there were trying to fake that it was a fast A hit, heard the Killjoy utility, and decided to back up. They had no idea mid was compromised. Nobody in position to hear the footsteps. Now looking to try to re-clear it. And King, he uses his ult to get out of his stuck position. He was previously playing in this close position here towards mid. But that's also going to rattle G2 a little bit.
Yeah, wondering where the hell he is.
Have no idea where he's gone. He just didn't want to risk one of the few Vandals they had. Oh, the hallway.
Paranoia. We'll get that latch there onto Aspas, pushed out of the smoke. Just from the nade, it's Tex. Takes a little bit of a peek and also takes a head clean off the shoulders. Valen will be able to stand up to this one now. And with the weaponry, maybe you can make a decent go of things here if you're left. Leaping right in, nobody covering the back. Ankles Massino! My God!
Another situation where Lev taking things off the back of making unexpected plays, at the very least. This one was more coordinated, though. The fact that they all worked together, 4 players into mid. Leaf, he had no clue that that was happening.
There was no real indicator that they were taking mid either, other than the big sprint at the beginning. Those shots are disgusting by Mazzino.
Yeah, G2 caught off guard, just looking to try to play their own game. Weren't, you know, normally people are going to be running some kind of slow default there. Coming into this one, a fight over A main, another one of these re-clear strats perhaps.
Spas in wine. Here. Looking to send him up! I didn't even have time to react. That is absurd stuff, and he doesn't even use the dash to exit. G2 going to be calling to try and go into a split attempt at their own updraft dash and a movement. Clean enough, but Aspas really can't hold a candle to this guy in this type of form.
G2 have been carefully preparing every attack round to try to push themselves further and further into a good half. And Lev in the last two have just torn it out of their hands. Tied the game up. Of course, 5 is still really good for G2, but again, they didn't win any defense rounds last time we saw them on Ascent. So the more that Valen can create here, using his brain as the IGL, the better things will look to be. Lev there just had the perfect setup. Trent is usually going to be using his Hunter's Fury over towards B, sending it in to try to put the punish onto his opposing Sova.
It's a real far back drone as well. Worried about a shock dart to cancel it. Yeah, again, that proactivity by Lev. Look at this, straight down mid, up through Cat. Last few times that they go for these B splits. Drone not being used to take mid control here. Pretty big indicator. Com locking it down, at least onto that sight line. Angle, Odin in play, but turns away. Charukz spots it. Wants a call by G2 here. Surely they know they've been found out. They have no prior map control. Knife reveals 5, maybe? Pretty much all of them, right? You definitely suspect that. Cut noise for the call. But Lever stacking with the right amount of players.
I think these are the situations where Valen's calling gets exposed a little bit, I think. Because they just don't have options anywhere else on the map. They have to go for the re-hit. And I think Lev know that.
Sending it flying. Only blessing in disguise.
No recon
breakers. Rotating away. The recon connection potentially there with a Hunter's Fury. Trying to play this one through and through. Icy cannot be cut up and caught out of this angle, but Lev, man! These crossfire setups, picking the right timings, in and out of the smokes. Mazzino! This guy just comes alive on this map.
Last round in the
Lev realized that that was going to be a re-hit. They had King Jiggle peeking over towards A main. He hadn't heard anything. Tex posted up deep into close mid. Hadn't heard any footsteps running away either. They were so confident that that was going to be a re-hit. And you had Aspas poking up too. And the rest of Leviathan holding very pretty on the site. 3 rounds now in a row for our defending squad. As both teams are in our final map, attack timeout called by G2. They just want to put this final round over the line. Pretty heavy investment of the tactical timeout just for the final round, but 5 or 6 maybe could make all the difference. Again, this is assuming they can get any defense rounds this time.
Exactly the point to make, I think, is that G2, from what we know of this team, the defensive half on this map of Ascent, it's not looking as well drilled compared to the attack side. Maybe that's why they're feeling like they have to take the time out, get this one on the board, make it 6-6 nice and even. We've seen a lot of even first halves between these two teams in this entire best of 5. I mean, it has been grueling for them. I don't know when we started, but all I know is the sun is probably down and out and away. There's no sunlight anymore anywhere near here. We're getting into the dredges of this series, and you really have to pull up the reserves of energy, I think, at this point.
Yeah, very true. Aspas is juggling an Op and a Vandal up towards A Heaven right now, so that he can have both of those weapons available to him. So he's always got the option of falling back, not forced to retake with the operator. Ooh. And if that wasn't clear enough, Lev have a massive economy advantage.
Operator. No eyes towards tiles. Oh, the turret. Missing him. Gets well ahead of it. Anybody seeks to re-explore through mid, G2.
Clearing wine with the recon dart. Interesting there from
it's slow G2. Going. They're going to go straight back into Aspas. Potentially through the mid angle if they think that it's clear. Everybody going through spawn.
Yeah. And there was a knife there, cross map from Mazzino. I think it kind of cleared out Gelato, and G2 decided to rotate anyway, so they're rotating into the stack. I think this is the problem a little. Valen's trying to add in these pregnant pauses, but often the prognosis isn't positive when they just read what's happening anyway.
Yeah. See it, it's trying to fake the presence there. Jonah P called for him to send a knife flying over. He's just one player, though. What can you really do to highlight this when Aspas is not to be convinced? He doesn't hear anything here. There's no sound cues whatsoever. Paranoia's there. Forwards met, though, with a flash of their own. Lev, they've got the right read on it, and more so. Aspas, right from behind, strikes right where it hurts. Mazzino following forwards and through and running them all the way down. There's no chances with only 3 left out open. Jonah P not set up for an easy fight, and everybody falls. 7-5 finish. Lev on the defensive half.
An awesome recovery, you gotta say. It looked like Valorant was completely in control of this map by the time we got to round 7, round 8, and then stringing 4 in a row to pull this one back from the brink. Getting the operator into Aspas's hands, getting good reads on the defense side as well as to where G2 were going to be ending. That proactivity really coming through importantly for Lev. And we head into our final half of the match.
Intentions could not be higher. Let's send it down to the desk who's standing by in the crowd.
Actually, we're right behind you, Bren. Your sweater tag's poking out, mate. Might want to fix that at some point. Right, Games Arena, how you feeling? What a match we got so far. That's more like it. Slow start for Leviathan there, of course. Again, pistols have been an issue. They're winning only the ecos, none of the gun rounds, and they finally edge ahead come halftime.
Yeah, they get that momentum at the end, and this is where G2 have to be able to dig down deep, right? Valen is playing out of his mind this game, this series. He's been on top of the world, and this is an in-game leader that has gone through a rebuild with the team, right? Like, G2 were so disappointing back at kickoff, but then Valen encourages Leaf to roll swap to Sentinel. What's going on there? The new kid, Icy, comes in, and now they are minimum a top 3 team. They have to battle back now against Leviathan if they want to push the top 2.
And in this specific series, against one of their former teammates, they have 2 maps stolen away from them. Rally, take it all the way to the distance, and have gotten themselves a great half. But if there's one thing Leviathan has done consistently, it is win rounds, win matches that they shouldn't have had a chance to. They've already pulled away 3 eco rounds in the first half to even have a chance in this game. Both of the matches they've won this series in overtime, when G2 had an initial advantage. If they could do that again and have that final robbery to make the finals, it would be absurd.
This comp pushing out of B main, catching Trent, and also like being able to call a full stack to another side. It's really powerful on their defense.
He has been able to find so many ridiculous timings. The calm special is finding those weaknesses, finding those angles he can come in and punish, and that has been a huge strength of Lev so far.
Stage is set. May as well leave it all out there because we've only got one more half left to play today. G2 behind by a couple rounds. Let's head back to a set with Brendan's Sideshow.
Time to put the finishing touches on the overall series here. It's a narrow lead that Lev are holding here for the final map of our lower bracket finals. And again, sole focus on these pistol rounds, Josh. I mean, we put in the emphasis on them.
G2 are so happy to stack on pistols. They've got 4 players again ready to defend B. What a read.
And Lev are just going for a full rush take. All hands on deck for this one. See if they can try and meet their maker with that one, the nade. And also the bullets almost making it possible here in a fast mad dash to pivot over towards A. They don't have any prior map control here for Lev, so this is, you know, not really set in stone.
No, Tex has not taken space over towards A main. It's possible that there could be somebody sneaky hiding in position, but it is clear Com's gonna look to try to make this feel like a re-hit. Looking to drone, and he's kept people in place.
Well, the drone's gonna be met with a knife, and they just know that there's no one there now. Only one player tagged.
But they're already in over towards A. Com's done his job.
I mean, it should be, but Lev are taking their time with it. Not only just getting in, will be nobody available, ready and waiting onto the side to try and play spoiler towards it. King with the plant.
Paranoia, 2 flashes, both available for G2. When does this recon come back online as well for Trent? 22 seconds, they can't wait for that.
To flash. Paranoia at least going to be flying right through them onto the heaven angles here, but now doubled up into hell, dropping down. Icy doesn't want to take the first fight just yet to them. Still with the smoke in their face. Valen is going to be sticking this one. Already got half, and he's earning them just this bailout, but nobody pushing them off again. It's daylight robbery.
It's so similar to the end of Lotus. Just stick the defuse and Lev can't stop it.
What are we watching?
These post-plant protocols from Leviathan, they need to be improved heading into Shanghai. If they take anything away from this game, win or lose, the pistols and the post-plants have been a nightmare. The timing is just off. Aspas is inside the smoke, and Valen's already stolen it.
Yep.
There's thievery on both sides as teams challenge each other for the right to face 100 Thieves in the grand finals. Just doing a little bit of method acting, I suppose, to try to take down.
Yeah, I mean,
in the grand final.
Method acting and a little bit of trolling on the other side. I mean, however you want to tell it. Nades, just from the signs of the contact there from the players, going to force the Lev players straight up the gut here. Leaf will happily meet them. More bullets as well, raining down, almost potentially tagging onto Aspas. Expectations are high for this Lev squad. Super team. That's what we were all saying leading into it here. It's a team that's expected to win right now on the back foot.
Getting this somewhat free entry over towards B. And some players in difficult post-plant positions as well to root out.
This one could get strange. Trent with the counter spam onto him. Leaf still tucked into the market position though. They are worried, I think, about the flank potential there because they haven't really dealt with Aspas. They don't know where this guy was. He showed his presence earlier out towards Cat. Enough for them to pull out at least the plan, but maybe it won't be anything else past that point. Everybody cleared out of the site. The only two stragglers, Com and Aspas.
Surely too weak here to do anything.
They can. I mean, it's just going to be stuck all the way once more. Icy full stick with a defusal. Another round win for them. They can make it expensive. Com will seek to try and do a bit more economical damage. Only 2 players surviving from G2 might actually make a difference in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, round 15, this is not going to be a great bonus round by from G2. It's going to look much more like a full eco. And so that's good for Leviathan. You know, at least they've done that level of damage to give themselves this room. It's 7-7. G2 have already at least won some defense rounds, right? That was the massive problem that hurt them in the 100 Thieves game. But you're completely correct. The expectations for these two teams were very, very different. And we're still trying to figure out whether it's reasonable to hold Lev to that super team standard. Tex is going to try to hold out.
Very deep push. Tex seeking to contain. He actually does spot a lot of these plays. You are way ahead of the curve right there. Trying to take this fight, and there's a tip-top dance on display. Jonah P narrowly avoiding all those bullets. A call to recontest here by Lev.
Yeah, and they know it. They should know it.
They should know it. Trent is out in the open, man.
If they haven't reacted into A, they're definitely going for it.
This is chaotic. This is messy. It's getting muddy.
3 players alive still from Lev, all bunched into spawn. No map
walking right into it. They just don't have a clue and still come up with a kill.
I mean, Leaf had already given away that he was playing in that spot.
What is going on?
Lev are just assuming that they've given it up. Look at Jonah B behind as well. Full chaos mode for G2.
It is. Jackson of it spots it out with the spike drop down. He doesn't know where the other 2 are. Never gonna be finding this one difficult though. Look at that, just a full takeaway from the flash. Pick it back up though, spike in their hands. They have to call to try and clear this player out, which is Jonah P just here. Nice movement alongside the aim. Com is able to at least deal with that one, the first obstacle, but there's only 18 seconds left.
G2 are assuming that they have to go A, but there is actually
Where are they going?
I think there's enough time for them to be able to go to the B site.
10 seconds.
It's going to be a match.
The door's in their face!
The door's in the way!
Someone open it, man! 6 seconds, 5, 4, barely, maybe. I don't even know.
I think he might have missed it.
Getting into it's a post plan, and it's King just trying to float right back into this. Icy. It's just one man. What can you do? Blind as a bat. The crossfire setup, Lev already calling for it. They may have just won the round like that. That's on milliseconds. Milliseconds.
Always flanking.
Always flanking. And he's got the perfect timing.
Surely.
Moved all the way around. Icy.
Surely.
Doesn't know what the last is, but King will finally deliver it.
Well, the game plan there of causing maximum amount of chaos to Leviathan worked perfectly. G2 were just throwing bodies at them all across the map, slipping into timings. Look, what was the time on this?
0.1 basically, yeah, like 15.
Yeah, 0.15.
Nice save, let's go.
Let's go.
He knew that he was a team, but then Mark
And it's getting, listen, it's getting loopy. A little bit Delulu as we get into the tail end here, map 5.
G2, because they took that almost as a full eco, they've got great eco here. It would be a swing round, but they got that off online. They got the Odin pressuring over towards B main as well. Icy doesn't do a lot of opping. I think that's been a little bit of a learning process for him. Almost all of the time he was rifling during our regular stage 1, and he's been picking it up a little more in the playoffs as he swings back around.
No re-clear attempt into mid, not after the alarm bot was broken right at the beginning. On the off here, Trent. Yeah, but I shot that.
This turret is still holding contact towards mid, so even with the alarm bot broken, Leaf is still getting good info here, and that's a great setup from G2 because it allows their players to still be on site. A little bit of chip damage, but nothing too much there.
No kill to be found. Lev. They are grouped up though, with only 45 seconds left. Similar scenes really to G2 on their attack side. The options are limited. Hunter's Fury have come. This will have to set this one up, and it's a cross-map dart. Dodging away, a dance, and dicing with death himself really, but still being able to supplant himself as the angry player. Leaf!
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
he's really overstaying his welcome and somehow still gets the one. Trent has not been removed. 25 seconds left. Flash in his face. That was an attempt to try and set him up. And Mazzino's just donated the spike. Mincemeat evaporated.
And a lovely usage of the Odin there from Trent. A weapon that I think America should be using a ton more. But Trent's doing a great job of it, dropping back into that backside position where he can fight them, and they can't get a kill on him. What was this play from Leaf? He tanked 100 damage inside the nanoswarm just to get an unexpected time in there through the door being closed behind him. No way that Lev could have anticipated his positioning, but still got that quick trade. Not enough though. And G2 proving that they can win rifle rounds on defense, proving that 100 Thieves loss, bit of an anomaly for them. Because their performance here today has been fantastic. Deserving their position in this top 3, the representatives from Americas. Doesn't look like a fluke, looks really solid setups, but it's still tied 8-8. Anybody's game. G2 are, of course, the team that look to be favored. They've got Lev reeling on an eco round right now, and they're on the defense side of Ascent. But they still need to convert.
They do still need to convert. I think they've definitely showcased it. They've worked on the mistakes of prior rounds. The defensive setups look real clean. Don't lie.
And they're a completely different team in the playoffs now. You're getting bigger performances out of Icy. I know I say that with him at the bottom of the scoreboard, but he's been solid for them this series. And he's still got chances to come alive playing Jet on defense. But I think, too, they just look like they have better game plans, tighter together. They're not the team that just scraped into playoffs. They've blossomed.
Let's fly.
Just needed a bit of time on our Tier 1 stage.
Definitely paving the right road now to make it into that grand finals here of our mid-stage playoffs. Jump Spot doesn't see it. Icy with the op in his hands. And there it is. Punishment. Display there for Aspas. A bit of counter fire as well to make sure that they just can't be traded. King works himself into a deeper angle, but he is stuck here now. Doesn't actually have another TP. Has to smoke himself off just to escape. And now with the drone tagging him, the bullets start raining down. There's no respite.
Enemy down. G2 choosing on the anti-eco to try to showcase that they can double peek out of Cat. I don't think they're going to run that kind of setup very often on rifle rounds, but they want to demonstrate that they can do it when there's more chance of it working, because they're just shooting into players with pistols or stingers.
Lev have found the right gap though in this round. The 2v4. Silent jump spot from Valen, but he hears all the sound cues, the footsteps.
Yeah, he's going to hear both of them.
The scuttle of all of it. Lays down the smoke. It's going to make them think that there potentially could be an anchoring player, but mostly cleared. Lev now going to be sticking to this. It's a little lockdown to be played, just in case it is necessary. You can see Lev having the right idea there, seeking to try and fight over this one. Do they think this corner's cleared? Yes, they do, but not enough damage done. So the Stinger can't drop enough players.
It took magic from the Lev players. 1v3s galore for Tex on Icebox to steal that map away. Just too much to ask for, it seems like, here in our final map. G2, the teamwork is pulling ahead. It's a slim lead, though. Very slim. I think that's called the hair on Aspas's arm. There's no way that hit flesh.
What does the damage, though? You highlighted Icy, you know, not having a strong performance on an individual basis, but I feel like the way G2 play, they don't really need a star player to pop off. It helps, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
When the players can win those rounds, but so far it's that preparation, the discipline on display.
This is one of the few times actually where G2's gamble is completely incorrect. They've got 4 players over towards A. And they're looking to play, by the look of it, full retake. And obviously the lockdown and the null command are fantastic retake ultimates. But they're essentially giving Leviathan the B site here.
That could be dangerous. Null command at her own. Mazino's going to be using it. Letting it rip. Moving forwards. Plus we know to be a completely cleaned out site. That will be finding that out soon enough.
So now it's down to post-plant positioning. People like King over towards Pizza in this spot.
Did he make a footstep? I'm not too sure when he was dropping down. Let's see if he gets cleared. He's doubled up now. Crossfire setup with him and Com.
Yeah, and Com can kind of distract. It's almost better to play an aggressive angle here for Com.
Okay, we'll let loose. Let loose, Valen! Snaps to the side, 90 degrees, and a double face with the updraft. G2 favored now in their approach. Chopping away, slicing out control of the map here from Lev as the smoke fades away. The Blaze just really whittling and whistling past the heads here. Lev still managing to get it done in the process.
What is going on there? Mazino managed to find a kill and then is just lobbing over flashes for the rest of the team to play off. Felt like G2 should have locked those players into B main and certainly had an opportunity to kill Aspas. This one almost broke Valen's wrist. Look how good the flashes are there towards the end to put pressure on Icy and Leaf and set up Aspas. Mazino, the hidden carry of that round, able to secure his anchor position and then continue to help his teammates. 9-9. For every round that G2 start to look to pull ahead, there's an answer for Lev.
Not willing to go down so easily. Not as the 3rd seed heading to Shanghai of our America's representatives. This is going to be explosive. Straight through onto the site, Icy. Confidence there to try and take that peak, and Valen with the punish onto the late rotation.
What is going on here? The spike is in spawn.
Is in spawn.
I thought that...
Oh, I mean, Aspas.
This is mad.
It is mad. Madness maybe. Might be the method. Aspas still making goes of things here. G2 having to use the drone and expend it just to try and clear out these spots. They've lost a lot of control over towards the A side. Levs still haven't called for a hard committal. Eventually, now making their way over.
Lockdown available here for Tex. Hunter's Fury early, so now they've got a free lockdown.
Okay, I mean, drop down here. We'll see it being utilized. Tex immediately just drops it down. No one can play this one by G2.
Oh, that's a big mistake, I think, from G2. Big mistake. They could have been set up in a great position to flood defend. They had the paranoia, they had the player advantage, but now players have slipped into spots where they won't be expected.
And they got to clear Aspas. That's at least step 1 of it. The master plan in action. Tex still holding on to control of Tree just in case they try and go for the lockdown retake, but they realize there's really no time for it. Smoke propped up, no one breaks it. Valen sticking, there's no way he does this again. There's just no way.
No, not again.
Player advantage be dumped, man. G2 up to 10.
These post-plant setups are killing Lev.
I think, did the Nano Swarm get kicked off? Where did it go?
He had 2 Nano Swarms. One was on the spike, I believe. The second he hadn't thrown yet. I believe he threw the second one and deaded it, but the second one missed and the first got broken.
Yeah.
I think that's what must have happened there.
Dude, how many rounds are we going to see like that?
They just don't have good game plans of what they want to do in those spots too. It looked like Tex wanted to even take the lurk. There just wasn't somebody else to buy time. Whatever, you got to put it past you. Move on. G2 up 10-9. Lev have been great at responding in situations like this, but that one was a manic round.
Flash clear, paranoia. A lot of you two are going to be dumped in just to try and take back control of that A main angle. Meanwhile, Aspas go on walkabout again.
Yeah, taking this pressure forwards because he knows that G2 were fighting over A main. So there's probably only going to be 2 players around. No one really watching B.
He's alone when doing it.
No one really watching mid, I should say.
Tripled up though from G2. On towards Tree, it's a flash play into the corner, jump spot, King doesn't choose to use the paranoia, and well, the bluff has been called. What a straight shot, just missing there. I mean, it's not really the weapon for the job. Stinger in hand, dropping him down to just 1 HP. King still surviving. They got to hear this one now. A lot of footsteps moving into their general direction. King Always got to narrowly sidestep all of this one, but it could be a great time to just pounce onto everybody. Reload. No! Smoke fades out into the open. And left the spike. Where is it? Drop down into the spawn, for God's sake. Don't have side control. Angry players need to be dealt with. Tex. He swings in, oscillating wildly, backs and forth. Spike still, though, not obtainable. Com getting a move on, getting a run on. 20 seconds left. It really does come down to this. How can he even find this one? Trent, tucked close to the corner. Does it get cleared? Plant, stuck. Trent, ice cold. Doesn't take the peek until this final moment. Enough damage done. Can't be happening. It just can't be happening.
Both teams losing massive advantage situations via completely different mistakes. Here, Trent, he thinks the first tap might be a fake, so he wants to wait for the spike to go down. There's a pull-out animation of the rifle, so he should be favored, but he just doesn't take his time with the shot, and Icy isn't close enough to get the trade. Com clutches with the space he was given. When even your own coach can't believe it, you know it's getting wild out here. G2 are going to take a tack timeout.
Tenuous doesn't even begin to describe it, I think, with the state that we're in this game, man. I mean, at this point, right, when did this series start? 8 hours ago. 8 hours ago. Players are getting tired. You know, you're running on essentially empty. No reserves left in terms of the fuel to really keep yourself going, and so it gets sloppy, it gets messy, and it's all about who can persevere in the middle of the chaos.
And that's the point. When things get deep into best of 5 series, it does test different skills. It's not about how perfectly you can play. It's about how few mistakes you can make when you're tired, when you're at the depths of your map pool, when you're being tested and there's nerves. We are in the final hour here. If either of these teams want a better seed heading into Shanghai, they've got to get these final 3 rounds. 10-10 and Lev in the driver's seat with better economy, but G2 are looking to fight them over A main.
At the end of the day, do advantages even mean anything at all? G2, pound for pound there with a fight and contention. Out over towards A main, forcing out the util. Paranoia was expended by King, expecting there to be a bit more of a follow-up. Tex creeping and crawling his way up mid. Leaf, though, holding it forwards. Meanwhile, there's a fight happening on multiple fronts. Leaf wins it out in the battle of the timing. Tex just unaware of the fact that that is even a possibility, and it's crumbling again beneath them. Shock darts pushing them back for now, but it's a 2v2 scenario.
Leaf is on the flank. He's so fast. We saw Tex in this position when the sides was
King, he's pushed all the way past this one. The door's just shut up behind him, man. He's gonna have to reload. Trent, chances to capitalize off of all of this round that is gained. Leaf up and around. Smoke now propped up in his face.
We saw Tex in the exact same spot. He used lockdown. It didn't work. This time Leaf is going to go for it.
And Com's just trying to take the fight. Crawls up onto the position. They don't want to go to break this one, but it's a hard one to even find value out of King. There's so many ways to escape it. Leaf with a tap. Trying to force out this fight and positioning. Waiting for the dart on the first player things. He's revealed, lit up, and it's all dwindled now. A decent go at things here for G2. It was a thrifty round at the end of the day, but Lev persevere.
This is now starting to remind me a little of the way that G2 lost against 100 Thieves. It's not necessarily an enormous lead in terms of the rounds, but they are on the defense side of Ascent, which it should be favored. And they're letting that potential advantage slip through their fingers. They need a big round here. Otherwise, Lev have essentially won the series. G2's economy hangs in the balance. They need this.
Here it comes. Central backbreaker of a round. Same shock dart. It's going to be used to clear out this alarm bot. Big down mid. It's a flash peek, re-clear. King not punished for it.
Both teams looking to refight over towards A main really heavily and then take this timing after the refight to cover Cat. And both of our attacking teams have fallen for it. Lev, though, adding a pause of their own.
G2 with a high-low. Smoke. It's there. Paranoia. Drone as well. Carves out a path. Paranoia is going to be used at just the right moment there, so nobody following up after the fact that it was utilized. Meanwhile, deep mid position. Door drop down in Tex's face. You might be able to Get a bit of a backstab going.
They're worried about Tex. They're looking to see it in case he's got himself into a very deep position over here. When the alarm bot got broken, now these G2 players always have to be worried about a mid flank.
Slow and steady. The lever looking to potentially just explode out now from the market area as soon as the door gets broken.
It's only Leaf defending B. I mean, it's so weak right now if they can get past Trent.
Yeah, the dash is active. That's going to be the signal now. Everybody wants to move forwards with this one here. There's a dart. At least a supplement. Anything to help this one out, but it just goes potentially in the wrong direction there, or at least broken before anybody gets pinged and targeted. Leaf is avoiding the bullets, just ducking and dodging away from this one with the flash to try and carve out any sort of access onto the side. Leaf from the back lines! This guy! He's just ruined them and wrecked them. Pulled apart with only 10 seconds left to spare. The spike has to be planted. King, he smokes himself off in a position here, but G2 have the numbers advantage. And now they're feeling it, empowered and fired up from that one. 11-11, they will not go down so easily.
Hero plays there for G2. That's what they've kind of needed all day.
Yeah.
And Leaf delivers for them in backside. He had to get something going in this spot. And the fact that he got a bullet tag, I think, onto Com and just stopped him from going for the wide swing trade. Gets two of them, plays in Valen, allows the flood to happen. It looked like he had been abandoned in backside of B. And now it's Lev who are pushed down onto an eco. This game could not be more back and forth as we head into the final 2 rounds of regulation on Ascent. Possibly the final 2 rounds of the match.
Quick knife's going to be used on either side here with the flashes and the dart. Smoke to cover the feed and the exit, but Icy's going to be revealed.
This is the same game plan that we saw before.
They're moving over to B.
Tex just is hovering around in B main with the spike. How is he actually going to get in?
I don't know. It's still being held. The spike's dropped down. Trent, good awareness. Dart dropped down just behind him because he knows that King is within the vicinity. But how do they deal with this one singular element? King, the IGL flashed up in his face. He supported Util as well. He can't find it. Still a kill is there. Gone with the classic. Don't know where he pulled it from. 3v3, no command. Radiates out, emanates out. Lev getting a move on now, moving into it, but again the anchoring positions. Valen is here, ready and waiting. And so what is the call? Lev, indecisive right now, but still with 50 seconds to spare. They can afford to slow this one down, but they just want to go for it. And G2, they force the issue. The 12th round at this point, they want it. They're hungry for it. Pushed around too much over the course of this series, and now one step away from closing it out.
They've got to make sure that they don't get too caught up in the moment, though. We've seen them squander map points before. They were great at closing things out on Lotus. It was so important when they went up 12-10 that they shut the door in Lev's face, offered no opportunity for it to slip away. But remember that that was an eco round for Leviathan. They tried that same eco strat. Hasn't worked for them twice in a row now.
Quick peeks now.
But IC's going to pick himself up an operator, and G2 at match point.
And this is it. It's got to be now. When Lev have got into the OT scenarios, they're taking it away twice now in this overall series, in this best of 5.
They're looking to try to hard anchor over towards A. This lockdown is going to push Icy into the corner. Surely there's going to be follow-up utility for this.
Look at this read.
I feel like Icy's going to get baited into staying in this spot. It's actually not even a great lockdown. It gives them a lot of space to play the defense. They're trying to disguise the fact that they're coming from Catwalk, though.
They're going to take it. Doesn't stop it, though, with the drone. Has to be spotted. Rifle picked up now. Wants to get active. Wants to get into the fight. Face forwards! King throws his life away, and with it, any chances of the round. The path to redemption and revenge against his 100 Thieves squad in the grand finals. It all comes down to this. And desperation on display, I think, from Com, sending it flying forwards at the spike drop down. Every moment going away at G2 here. But when it matters most, they are closing it out.
30 seconds left.
A 5v2. And Leviathan, the super team, trying to climb back with
They need more than that,
play.
though. It's only down to 1, and it will be shut down. G2, harder. It's an absolute marathon of a match. But they earned that spot in the grand finals.
It's been such a turnaround for this squad. Going from A squeaky regular season, barely even getting into this position, to now deserving their spot, rematching 100 Thieves. They said earlier it was strange to see Lev in the lower bracket. This super team put together of all the America's talent, not able to get past a fundamentally good team-based system from G2 today. It's going to be a rematch of our upper bracket finals. G2 facing 100 Thieves, but with a map veto advantage for the Thieves. Difficult road still ahead for G2, but what a performance today. We said earlier it could have genuinely been a 3-0.
It could have been. It really could have been, but today it's G2 standing up to the challenge and the test. They've earned their spot in that grand finals. That chance for revenge against 100 Thieves, and Leviathan going to be exiting out of our playoffs as the 3rd seed heading to Shanghai.
Another great reason to believe in G2 going forwards into that grand final or even into Shanghai. They demonstrated an awesome map pool here today.
Yeah.
They didn't have to play on their permaban of Sunset, that's true. I'll probably change tomorrow. But every other map, they put up great performances. The 2 maps they lost went to overtime. They had phenomenal game plans, even when they were losing. Very difficult to find a spot where G2 looked completely out of their depth today. Credit to them as a team. Had some amazing setups.
It really did take heroics from Lev to just, I mean, even put a stop to them, I think. It really did feel like the archetype of, you've just got these heavy hitter hero play moments of Leviathan, and then just this well-drilled fundamental style of G2, carrying them all the way, push them to the limit. Don't get me wrong, listen, Lev, fantastic team to be able to do so. We almost went, I mean, all the way, right? OT into the final moments.
It was extremely possible that was the case. But the lockdown just not quite perfectly positioned there towards the end. And G2 coming away with things. What a feeling that must be for this squad that's come through Ascension. And for Icy, the rookie who's been added to this team, not even at the beginning of the year, coming in to try to recover the setup after they had not quite integrated Leaf in that main duelist position. They thought they were going to get a superstar on main duelist, and instead they've had to retool, rely on the teamwork much more heavily. And it's paying off.
Oh yeah.
Beautifully.
Yeah, the system is coming together here, and I mean, just absolutely from the gameplay that we've just witnessed here. And unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Leviathan in terms of this mid-season playoff run. Of course, there's only one more match to be played, and we will still see them in Shanghai as our number 3 seed. But I think this is going to be a bit of a sour point for them. A team like Leviathan, they have high expectations. They've said it over and over and over again.
And losing all the pistols, losing all the post-plant situations, a lot to work on as they head into Shanghai, but at least they have that VOD footage to show them where their weaknesses are, and that's a positive if you want to take that away.
Absolutely. That's ready for them heading into Shanghai. But for now, let's send it down to Smix, who's down on the stage. She's standing by for our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Josh. And my God, congratulations, Valen. What a marathon of a victory that we just witnessed with G2 Esports coming out on top and making it to the grand finals. I want to take a quick moment to give you some props. Your team is in this unique position of having fought through challengers. You win Ascension last year, then a disappointing start to the year with kickoffs, but then you make that roster change, you bring in Icy, you fight through all of stage 1, and finally, you are now in the grand finals. What does this mean for you?
I mean, where do I start? This means a lot for me and my team. We go way back, and I just dreamed being on this stage to begin with, but now being in the grand finals, it's even more sweet. And wow, what a series that was, right? Went all 5 maps, and the boys gave 110% today. We lost some maps that we shouldn't have lost if you watch the VOD back, and it was a mental challenge for us. And I made a tweet maybe like a week ago when we played Loud, and I was like, yeah, our mental was kind of bad, and people were clowning on me, and even some people were calling us nervous and stuff, but I'm not afraid to be honest. Like, our mental was a little bad at the time, but we've put full focus in it, and now we're reaping the rewards. To come out with the victory in this kind of fashion is even more sweet than a 3-0. So, wow.
Absolutely. There's no better way to prove people wrong than winning in the best of 5 in the way that you did. And it's true. This was actually such a tough victory. You won 9 out of 10 pistols. 9 out of 10. It should have been way easier than it was, but of course, kudos to Leviathan
Right.
for there were 4 different times that y'all were at map point, but 2 of those times on Binds and Icebox, we just see Leviathan claw it back. Talk to us as the in-game leader. What was challenging during those moments, and why did it slip away?
I think what led up to us actually not closing out the games was like a downward, like a bad spiral for us, just because we lost some silly like 2v4, like 4v2s, or they stick a defuse in a 2v4 on Icebox, and like it kind of hurt us a little bit confidence-wise, and they were able to take that momentum and push forward and take it into OT. We kept trying, kept pushing, but they were a great team and they closed out those games. Yeah.
I mean, what mental fortitude to go through Bind and Icebox, then drag it all the way out and winning on Ascent. My last question for you, you got revenge here today, but of course, one more chance at revenge tomorrow when it matters most in the grand finals against 100 Thieves. Last time you faced them was just yesterday, and it was a 2-1 loss.
Yeah.
This is now gonna be a best of 5. You have the map veto disadvantage with them getting that advantage. So what is going through your head right now?
I mean, the first thing that came in my head is we're playing Sunset tomorrow. I don't remember the last time we played it, but yeah, because they get the veto advantage. Even the last game versus 100 Thieves yesterday, we felt like we blew it. Like, we've been blowing a lot of map points, and it kind of stings, but it's building up the character development. Like, we just got to close these games out. We're up like 10-4 versus them on split. Couldn't close it out, but we're a great team, and I want to get my revenge on Boostio because that boy is standing up a lot, and I got to put him down.
Well, I'm sure your fans would love to see that as well. For now, congratulations once again on making it to the grand finals. And with that, we are wrapping up our mid-season playoffs lower bracket final. Let's head over to Uber, who's standing by with Trent and Jonah P.
It's crazy.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, look, unlike Boosty, I ain't standing by enough, and I am sat down because it has been quite the day. I've sat down, though, most importantly, of course, with Mimi, Jonah P, and Trent. Massive series for you guys. Obviously, congratulations on the win. I know, you still feel like you've got another mountain to climb coming up tomorrow, but we have an opportunity here to just sort of, take stock of what's happened. First of all, guys, best of 5's a whole different beast, right? It really feels like it tests a whole different part of your game.
Oh yeah, we were tested to the max. Like 5 maps on top of us trolling rounds. Like, I'm not even kidding. It should have been 3-0 in our favor. The amount of rounds.
We said the same thing, right?
Like, honestly, 5-0. Like every map,
we were literally saying the same
every
thing
map,
here.
like we just trolled and they got lucky rounds. But then on Lotus, I would say we got like 2 lucky diffuse rounds.
You got some of your own.
I remember when it happened, I was like, guys, we deserve it. The amount of rounds we've lost, like I don't care, we deserve it.
So what brought you back in after losing all those rounds? Because it was 2 of these maps that slip away. And I think what a lot of the community is criticized you guys for is especially that loud game, kind of the mental not being quite there at the end. How did you guys turn it around to show such resiliency today in a BO5?
I mean, it's definitely been the main point of what all of our talks have been. After each match, we realize we're losing because we're just falling out of the game after we lose stupid rounds. So it's been a main point that we've been trying to talk about, and we're trying to have each player focus on themselves and really try to understand themselves in the best way possible of what how they're supposed to, reset. And so it's been working out for us and definitely showed today with the mental resilience.
Yeah. How does it feel? We didn't really get to talk to you guys after the game yesterday so much about it, being back in an international event. After you guys took a big risk, right? Really sticking together and sort of playing to sort of ascend as a unit. You finally did that, and already we're talking international tournaments. So for some, it feels like you guys came out of nowhere, but for you guys, it feels like it's been a long time coming, I'm sure.
I mean, the last time you were in a regional final was what, versus Optic before going to Reykjavik?
Optic and Paper X.
Stage 1 tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when we didn't make franchising, we chose to stick together because we knew we would just mop tier 2 and come back because, we went to Iceland. We've beaten all these teams before, all these franchise teams. We just know we're better. And, us, maybe it might be surprising to people that we made Shanghai, but to us, it's not surprising at all.
But you had to watch these people that you felt like you were better than do the thing while you had to sit there and be patient and wait. Surely that's got to, make you want to bite your nails or bloody hold on to the edge of your seat. Sometimes it's come on, bro. When is it our turn?
I mean, yeah, we all had offers to join franchise year 1, but none of us wanted to not play with each other. Yeah. The bond we had, especially with our core, is just it's there's nothing like it out there. So we stuck together, and now we're here.
Well, so much of the core did stay together, but at the start of this year, of course, Tex went his separate ways and goes off, joins Leviathan. You guys lost to Lev pretty dominantly the first time you played them in that 3-map series. Now you come back. You've beaten them to get your spot in the final. What was it like to kind of get to play against Tex for your second time against him now?
It definitely feels good. You know, it's just friendly banter. You know, we were talking in between maps. We were talking to them during the tech pauses. You know, just it's always fun playing against those guys. They're all friendly, and it definitely feels very good because we felt like today we showed ourselves and we showed what we're really made of. And even yesterday too. You know, we probably should have won that game against 100 Thieves. So
27.
Yeah. So you know, we just got to focus on cleaning up these little rounds and not letting them spiral out of control. And I feel like we're a top team in Americas for sure.
Got a question here in the chat from Luna150 who says, what did Josh specifically, Josh RT say after that map 1 loss to help you guys regain focus? Like, what's the kind of messaging after these really frustrating map losses for you guys?
What was map 1?
Bind.
I
mean, honestly, it was kind of, actually, I remember we talked about it. It was like the same thing in Ascension Finals against M80. We lost OT first map in the most like heartbreaking way. I think it was like a 2v5 and we lost. And like we were up 12-10 first map, lost in OT. And it's just like we knew we had that in our bags and in the bag and just nothing we can do. And so just move on. Our sports psychologist, Allison, like we've been having a lot of meetings with her like after the Loud game. And like our mentals compared to, you know, like pre-Loud game to now is just like incredible.
You feel like that makes a big difference?
Oh, yeah, for
100%.
sure. Yeah. Especially with like the schedule we've had, like with no days off in a couple weeks, and just matches every day. We're about to play another BO5 tomorrow. It's like you definitely need that. If you don't have like someone to talk to, someone to, you know, like a safe space, you can just get stuff off your chest. It could be with your coaches, it could have like with your team. It's just like, you know, everyone can say what they need to say, and you know, it's good.
I mean, it's been great to have a chance to chat with you guys. We won't keep you too much longer. We'll start to wrap things up now so you can get some damn sleep. But we started with 6 teams, and now it's down to our final 2. Let's talk tomorrow. Our best of 5 grand final, 100 Thieves versus G2. The winner will score 3 championship points, a #1 seed for Master Shanghai, crucially. And of course, they'll get a bye for their group stage. It means they can pick their opponents for playoffs, Mimi.
100 Thieves has been talking a lot of trash. Booster during the middle of the match tweeted that you guys were, quote, pigs, as he has with every opponent. Yeah. Is there anything you would want to say to Booster and 100 Thieves right now?
I mean, there's not much I can say personally. There was a lot of red on my stats page yesterday. But, you know, like, I'm out for blood. Like, the matches are so close, 3 maps, 13-11. Like, I know my teammates say it's a team game, we lose as a team, but like I want to make it up for my team. I have a lot to bring tomorrow, and you know, I mean, Booster can talk all he wants. It's honestly cute what he does. Like he's just, you know, a little tiny,
just chirping.
Yeah, he's just yapping. He's just like a little chihuahua. Doesn't stop barking. You know, just throw him a bone, keep him quiet. But yeah, no, we look forward to rematching them. They're always fun.
Definitely. I think if we don't throw those mini rounds and, you know, let things spiral out of control, we definitely just win that series. And so going into the BO5, we're definitely very confident. We just need to make sure we get some good sleep tonight and just chill. That's it.
Love to hear that. And of course, tomorrow we will have our Shanghai group stage draw show live on stage immediately after the final here at VCT Americas. Don't miss that one. It's been great having you here, guys. Thank you so much, guys. I mean, what a match. Go get some rest. Good luck tomorrow. And of course, we hope to see you all tomorrow back here for our grand final of our mid-season players for VCT Americas. We'll see you then.
Thank you, guys. Get some rest.
Thank you.
Nice.
Good luck tomorrow.
So tired. Already isolated that position, just firing off that straight shot. Mazzino! He's and here in nice position, he's got the orbital strike! Shut down!
Yeah, that's an insane shot, right?
1v2 for Valen. Sticking all the way with Com.
Damn, kind of Chris. Damn.
Ridiculous stuff. Com from the side, mosh pit round and wide. 14-12 finish. There's a chance there for the shot wide and out. The players not ready. Angle, how to does Trent go down to the util still. Mazzino is ducking and dodging it. King, this guy was never in trouble. Make it nice and even, 1-1 here in his best of 5 lower finals. And there it is. Final kill into Mazzino will seal it up there. And King wants to fight forwards. I mean, Leaf rips it away. What a shot.
Yo, I'm a menace with this weapon, bro.
Position has to be guarded. The G2 surely doing it. No way. Tex with King drop. No way. Tex. No way. With deft hand still. Tex is there. Reset of the aim. 1v1. And another map stolen away. Going to P. Snappy. Not expecting it, but Mazzino.
Nice. Jonah.
But eventually with a punish, Jonah P dropping down. You know exactly where he is, finally.
Let's go. Let's go.
Rocket a paranoia miss. TBdo, evacuation pushing forwards and back. And still shuts him down. What an outplay. Behind the teammates right now on the insurance policy that is Aspas. He has to get traded and he does. G2. His sole job is done, even if he gets the kills here.
Let's go. Yo.
There's just no way. Oh, not again. Player advantage be dumped, man. G2 up to 10. Trent ice cold. Doesn't take the peak until this final moment. Enough damage done. Can't be happening. Any sort of access onto the side leaf from the back lines. This guy. They need more than that though. It's only down to 1 and it will be shut down. G2. Harder, it's an absolute marathon of a match, but they earned that spot in the grand final.
Didn't know better, yeah. You said forever, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you.